Chapter 133. Suddenly Lan Jinren's green sword knocked away Ling Yong's mace, and at the same time he raised his left hand and slapped Ling Yong's shoulder. Lose? Seeing Ling Yong's body flying backwards, Lan Jinren held the green sword with both hands and swung it downwards. A green dragon-like light shot towards Ling Yong. Boom. Ling Yong's abdomen was hit by the green light, and a bone-deep wound split open. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lost the ability to fight. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lan Jinren snorted in disdain, looking very arrogant. The first match was won by Lan Jinren, and the second match was between Ling Feng and Li Yan. As soon as the two entered the arena, the crowd started to clamor. Brother Feng, kill that Li bastard. Brother Yan, kill that Ling bastard. Ling family will win. Li Jiaxing wins. The spectators from both families started to cheer for their own people. Previously, Ling Feng had been pressured by Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't breathe. He had suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, and he wanted to vent it on the arena. However, before Ling Feng could make a move, the cloaked Li Yan said, "Make your move, you only have one chance to attack." What? Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, suspecting that there was something wrong with his hearing. 4 years ago, he had fought his way into the top 5 as a low-level mystic disciple and was in the limelight among the younger generation. Other than a few people, no one dared to speak to him like this. Now, he had broken through to the mid-level mystic disciple at the age of 24. With his tenbin and ability, he was definitely at the top of Meteorite City. He didn't expect that other than Li Tianhao, there would be someone else from the Li family who dared to speak to him like this. This was clearly looking down on him. Before, he had been scolded by Ling Xiao, and now there was this unknown arrogant guy. Ling Feng was furious. He wanted to make this Li kid leave the arena lying down. "I said that if you don't make your move, you won't have a chance." Li Yan's voice rang out again. "You're courting death." Ling Feng roared, and the high-grade second-level spear in his hand stabbed towards Li Yan's throat like a poisonous snake. The speed was fast and ruthless, as if he wanted to kill Li Yan in one move. Seeing the long spear arrive in front of Li Yan in an instant, the people below all thought that Li Yan would die without a doubt. However, in the next moment they witnessed a shocking scene. He saw that the spearhead that was about to reach his throat was caught between 2 fingers by Li Yan. This time, everyone couldn't wrap their heads around it. Ling Feng had the strength of an intermediate mystic cultivator and was one of the strongest contenders for the championship today. What kind of strength did this Li Yan have? He actually used 2 fingers to catch Ling Feng's full-strength attack. "I've already said that you only have one chance to attack." Li Yan's cold voice rang out. His other hand pointed towards Ling Feng's chest. Shoo! A small beam of fiery red light shot towards Ling Feng at lightning speed. What? Ling Feng was startled. He hurriedly wanted to raise his spear and retreat, but unfortunately his spear was tightly clamped. He momentarily forgot to release his spear to dodge. Off. A small hole appeared in Ling Feng's chest, piercing through his back. Blood spurted out from the hole. Fiery finger. Ling Feng clutched his chest, cold sweat dripping down his back. After uttering those words, his body slowly fell to the ground. For a moment, the entire arena became silent. No one had expected that the leading figure of the Ling clan's younger generation would be defeated in one move. After a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Just now, was that the Li clan's green tier mystic technique, Fiery Finger? There's no mistaking it, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat Ling Feng in one move. How terrifying. Could it be that this is the Li clan's hidden trump card? Looks like the Ling clan won't be able to obtain the championship this time. Ling Xiao, who was below the arena, was also shocked by Li Yan's move. He muttered in his heart, as expected, he has some talent. However, it's still not worth mentioning. Ling Tsang, who was sitting on the high platform, had an ugly expression on his face. Li Qianzhong, who was beside him, was stroking his beard with a proud smile. He had waited 4 years for this day, and he believed that Li Yan would not disappoint him. Actually, everyone only knew that the leading figure of the Li clan's younger generation was Li Tianhao. However, in Li Qianzhong's eyes, Li Yan was the true genius of the Li clan. 4 years ago, Li Yan was already a mid-level mystic cultivator. At that time, Li Yan was only 20 years old. In the entire Meteor City, there were almost no 20-year-old mid-level mystic cultivators. This monstrous talent of Tenbin made Li Qianzhong care for Li Yan in every way possible. At that time, Li Qianzhong had already viewed Li Yan as the best candidate to be the clan leader. He had even passed down the Li clan's only green tier mystic technique to Li Yan. During that year's clan's tournament, Li Qianzhong did not let Li Yan participate. He had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on the Ling and Luo clans and help the Li clan obtain the championship this time. Li Qianzhong had put in a lot of effort for this year's clan tournament. Today he finally welcomed the thrill of victory. Who is this young man? His aptitude is not ordinary. At such a young age he has already reached a high-level mystic cultivator. The nouveau riche sitting in the middle said lightly. Li Qianzhong immediately replied with a smile, "This is my grandson Li Yan. He has just turned 24 years old." The nouveau riche replied lightly and did not continue. This attitude made Li Qianzhong extremely depressed. He had thought that the other party had taken a fancy to his grandson and would then naturally become an outer sect disciple of the Purple Sky sect. However, Li Qianzhong did not take it to heart. Looking at the youngsters who had entered the top 10, only Li Yan and that Luo clan's Luo Qi were high-level mystic cultivators. Moreover, Li Yan had also cultivated the green-tier mystic technique Raging Flame Finger. Defeating Luo Qi was something that he could not ignore. Obtaining the championship was only a matter of time. Therefore, the position of Purple Sky Sect's outer sect disciple would definitely belong to their Li clan. In the future, with the Purple Sky Sect as their backing, their Li clan would definitely dominate Meteor City. Just as Li Qianzhong was daydreaming, the third round of the competition began. The Luo clan's Luo Qi, one of the top 3 rankers in the previous competition, had just broken through to the high-level mystic realm not long ago. His entire expression looked very indifferent, as if he was an eminent monk who had achieved the Tao. Nothing could cause his emotions to fluctuate. This kid is not bad either. One look and you can tell that he is very persevering. His future achievements will not be inferior to that kid just now. The nouveau riche looked at Luo Qi and praised. The Luo clan's patriarch, Luo Xiangming, immediately said respectfully, "This is my family's Luo Qi." After listening, the nouveau riche responded coldly and did not continue. No one knew what he was thinking. The third round had no suspense. The Shui clan's Shui Chang was only a low-level mystic cultivator and was defeated by Luo Qi in one move. The fourth round begins. Number 7 Lan Yen, number 8 Ling Xiao, enter the arena. Ling Xiao. The nouveau riche and the blue-robed middle-aged man who had not spoken all this time revealed a somewhat strange expression when they heard Ling Xiao's name. This subtle expression in Li Qianzhong's eyes undoubtedly raised a storm. Could it be that these two lords had come for that kid from the Ling clan? No, it definitely couldn't be like this. On the arena, Lan Yen glared at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. If her gaze could kill, she wouldn't mind dismembering Ling Xiao's body into 1,000 pieces. "Girl, I know that this young master is very handsome, but you don't have to stare at this young master so directly. There are still many people watching and this young master will be embarrassed." Ling Xiao looked at the rather good-looking Lan Yen and teased her. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was a very thick-skinned person. "You killed my brother?" Lan Yen held her soft sword and asked coldly. "This young master has killed many people, but who is your brother?" "I don't even know him," Ling Xiao said innocently. "Lan Guangxing." "Oh, it seems that there was such a thing. You want to take revenge for him? Since you've admitted it, then you can go die." Lan Yen already knew that Ling Xiao had killed her brother. She only asked these two questions to delay a bit of time so that she could swallow the pill in her hand. Suddenly, a powerful aura rose from Lan Yen who had swallowed the pill, and it actually soared all the way to the mid-stage mystic realm. Warrior Growth Pill. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that Lan Yen had taken the Warrior Growth Pill. The Warrior Growth Pill was a mid-stage second-level pill that could allow a high-level profound practitioner to reach the mid-stage mystic realm in an hour. After an hour, the person who took it would be unable to use Xian Qi for at least 3 months. After taking the Warrior Growth Pill, Lan Yan's beautiful eyes revealed a strong killing intent, and the soft sword in her hand stabbed towards Ling Xiao's chest. On the stage, Lan Jinfeng sighed in his heart, "This child is too stubborn. You want to kill me? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao said calmly in the face of the sword that was stabbing towards him. His body flashed and he circled to Lan Yan's side. He grabbed her wrist with one hand and instantly took away her soft sword, and with a palm, he forced her back a few steps. "Your brother brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for provoking me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't use any Xian Qi in that palm. Although he wasn't considered a gentleman, he had never hit a woman before. "If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you." Lan Yin was too stubborn. She took another storm pill and her speed increased by 2 or 3 times. She raised her palms and continuously attacked Ling Xiao. She acted as if she had lost her mind, randomly bombarding Ling Xiao without any pattern. The warrior growth pill could allow Lan Yen to reach the mid-stage mystic realm, but it couldn't let her use Xian Qi to attack. Facing Lan Yan's attacks, Ling Xiao didn't feel any threat at all. He didn't even need to use the wind attribute. He could easily dodge it with just his phantom cloud track footwork. However, he didn't want to waste any more time and lightly shouted, "Get off the stage and wake up." Following that, Ling Xiao used a cloud-expelling palm, and directly sent Lan Yan flying out of the stage. If the opponent was a man, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be so lenient. He sighed in his heart, "This young master is still too kind." Chapter 134. Just as the family's grand plan was going on, a shocking plot to usurp the throne was quietly unfolding in the Ling family. Second elder Ling Mo and fifth elder Ling Yan had a secret discussion for an hour before the fifth elder changed into his traveling clothes and flew out of the city. Not long after, he arrived at the dilapidated Lu Tingxian manor outside the city and entered an inconspicuous room. He rhythmically knocked on a stone bed a few times, and the stone bed actually split open, revealing an entrance that only one person could enter. Then a short figure jumped out from the entrance. This short figure was obviously the spirit master who intercepted and killed Ling Xiao half a year ago. He was called Old Ghost. The fifth elder asked, "Old Ghost, have you prepared enough death warriors? Do you still not trust me? See for yourself." Old Ghost laughed sinisterly and then shouted, "All of you come out." Following that, one figure after another jumped out of the entrance. These were the poison men that Ling Xiao had seen before, and all of them had the strength of a high-level mystic cultivator. However, they did not use any strong moves that could release their profound energy. It was obvious that Old Ghost had used some kind of pill to stimulate all of these people's potential, allowing them to become high-level mystic cultivators. They had completely become this Old Ghost's puppet death warriors. The fifth elder looked at the black mass of death warriors in front of him and immediately nodded in satisfaction. While Ling Tsang is not in the family, let's quickly set off. First, control the forces that support Ling Tsang, then everything else will not be a problem. Just as the fifth elder and Old Ghost were about to leave Lu Tingxian with 200 death warriors, a ghostly voice rang out, "Old Ghost, your people are too careless, they did not even know that someone was following them." The fifth elder immediately became vigilant when he heard this voice. "Don't be nervous, it's my old friend," Old Ghost said, then called out, "Old Ming, you said someone was following us." "That's right, he's coming." Then a black shadow swept forward at an unparalleled speed. Below, the fifth elder was quite shocked when he saw the speed of the shadow. He did not expect Old Ghost to have such a helper. "Ling Yan, you really have guts. You actually dare to collude with your elder brother to seize the position of patriarch." A golden figure instantly appeared in front of the fifth elder and Old Ghost. The person who came was the Ling family's supreme elder who had disappeared for a long time. He had actually been staying in the Ling family all this time, but no one knew that he was hiding around second elder and fifth elder, paying attention to their movements at all times. His purpose was to wait for the two brothers to reveal their fox tails. Grand Elder. The fifth elder panicked when he saw who it was. "Hurry up and accompany me back to apologize to the patriarch. For the sake of the former patriarch, I'll send you two brothers to the back of the mountain to reflect on your mistakes for 10 years as punishment. This matter will be considered settled," said the Grand Elder. "That's impossible, Grand Elder. Since you know that my father was the previous clan leader, then you should help my older brother become the clan leader. You shouldn't let Ling Tsang become the Ling clan leader. He's not worthy." The fifth elder calmed himself down and tried to persuade the Grand Elder. "Don't be stubborn. The previous patriarch had his own difficulties when he passed the position to Ling Tsang. I'll explain it to you when we get back," said the Grand Elder. If not for his friendship with the previous clan leader, he would have immediately taken action to capture the fifth elder. Why bother talking to him? "Old Ming, get rid of this old man." The fifth elder still wanted to say something, but Old Ghost beside him shouted in a direction. Immediately after, a shadow swept towards the Great Elder, and a huge wind blade smashed towards the Great Elder. Insignificant skill. The Grand Elder seemed to have already sensed an ambush. He frowned and raised his hand, sending a huge golden light towards the wind blade. Rumble. Old Ghost took the opportunity to shout, "Ling Yan, let's go. I'll leave this to Old Ming." The fifth elder looked at the Grand Elder with a complicated expression and immediately nodded, "All right, let's go. No one can leave." The Grand Elder split his attention, and a wave of pressure swept towards the two of them. "Old man, you dare to split your attention when facing me, Han Ming? You're courting death." A figure appeared in midair, and it was a man wearing a ghost mask. He held a pair of iron claws in his hands, and he cursed before smashing his iron claws towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked up and shouted in a neither fast nor slow manner, "3 swift spear." Along with the Grand Elder's shout, 3 seemingly material golden spears condensed in front of him, and they emitted an incomparably sharp aura as they stabbed towards Han Ming in midair. King rank spirit energy attack. The 5th Elder and Old Ghost cried out in shock. The Grand Elder's attack was obviously using the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy to condense into metal attribute spirit energy to attack. This was a powerful move that only King rank experts could use, and it was completely different from Mystic Knight rank experts that used their own attributes to attack. Bullshit, he's only at the half-step King rank. Han Ming cursed in midair. The iron chain in his hand spun, and the pair of iron claws smashed towards the 3 golden spears. The golden spears condensed from spirit energy were actually shattered by the iron claws. "You're also at the half-step King rank." The Grand Elder Gu Bo's face actually revealed a change of expression. "Ha, old man, it's good that you know. Today will be the day you die." Han Ming's position changed a few times in midair, and the iron chain in his hand spun continuously. An invisible hurricane formed above his head, and the trees around him were blown away. It was a frightening sight. "Why aren't all of you leaving with the Death Warriors?" Han Ming shouted, and he condensed a hurricane that swept towards the Grand Elder. The hurricane hadn't even arrived, but the surrounding trees were immediately blown down, and the dilapidated houses immediately collapsed. The power of the King rank was just like that. No, this was only the power of the half-step King rank. Without the pressure from the Grand Elder, the 5th Elder and Old Ghost immediately led the 200 Death Warriors away from Lu Tingxian and headed towards the Ling family. Facing the hurricane, the Grand Elder revealed a solemn expression, and he sighed inwardly. "I have no choice but to risk my life. The Ling family will be relying on you in the future." Suddenly, the Grand Elder's body blossomed with a dazzling golden light, and an incomparably powerful aura surged out. A golden spear flew out of his spatial ring and landed in his hand. The first form of golden spear technique, golden rain fills the sky. The Grand Elder used the Ling family's only Cyan-grade profound skill, the first form of golden spear technique. In an instant, the golden spear images that filled the sky shot towards the hurricane like raindrops. Countless small holes were pierced through the hurricane, and they pierced towards Han Ming, who was in midair. "This old fellow really does have some skill," Han Ming exclaimed inwardly as he retreated repeatedly. "Didn't you want my life? Why are you running away?" The Grand Elder tore through the hurricane and charged towards Han Ming. The spear in his hand slashed out a spear image that was dozens of meters long. The spear seemed to be forged from gold, and it tore through the air courageously as it smashed towards Han Ming. Han Ming couldn't dodge, and he withdrew his hands. The pair of iron claws returned to his chest, and he immediately used them to block the spear image. Rumble. Han Ming was directly smashed into the ground by the golden spear image, and the explosion caused a 10-meter deep pit to appear on the ground. "You overestimate yourself." The Grand Elder withdrew his aura, cursed inwardly, and prepared to fly into the city. Right at this moment, an iron claw shot out from the deep pit with unparalleled speed. The Grand Elder couldn't dodge in time, and his back was ruthlessly struck by the claw. A large piece of his flesh was torn off, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't hesitate to take out a pill from his spatial ring to use it. "You want to take a pill? No way." Han Ming had already rushed out of the pit at some point, and dozens of wind blades flew towards the Grand Elder from all directions. The Grand Elder didn't have time to take a pill, and he swung his golden spear to scatter the wind blades. However, the old man had already suffered internal injuries, so his parrying speed was much slower. His body was still bombarded by a few wind blades, and his clothes were torn in several places. Fortunately, the netherworld armor blocked most of the attacks, or else he would have been in even more trouble. Han Ming's attack succeeded, and he used another powerful move. A hurricane no weaker than the one before formed once more, tearing towards the Grand Elder. "This old man will fight you to the death." The Grand Elder threw caution to the wind, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body once more. He had decided to stake everything on this one attack. Golden light shone from his body, and the spear in his hand emitted a buzzing sound. Golden Spear Art, 5th form. World Spear dominates the world. Dozens of golden spear images suddenly appeared, and they directly shot towards the hurricane. Rumble. Powerful moves collided, and neither of them could dodge in time. Both of them were sent flying. However, the Grand Elder didn't care about his injuries, and he didn't even take a pill. He gritted his teeth and charged towards Han Ming. Han Ming had also been seriously injured by the Grand Elder's previous attack, and now that he was affected by the shockwave, he was even more injured than before. After he was smashed to the ground, he stood up with difficulty. His whole body was covered in blood, and the ghost mask on his face had been shattered, revealing a hideous old face. It was truly frightening. Just as he was about to take a pill, a golden shadow attacked him. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't move at all. He had clearly been locked onto by the Grand Elder's aura. No. The golden shadow shuttled back and forth like a bolt of lightning, and before the Grand Elder could dodge, a large hole had been pierced through his throat. He clutched his throat with both hands, and his eyes bulged out as he collapsed unwillingly. The Grand Elder had used the last of his strength to kill Han Ming, and his condition was not much better. At this moment, he was like an ordinary old man with one foot in the grave, without the slightest imposing manner of a master. He coughed a few times in succession, and a few mouthfuls of blood spilled out. His hands trembled as he took out a few pills from his space ring, but before he could take them, the pills fell from his trembling old hands to the ground. Shao, you must revive the Ling. The Grand Elder stared blankly in the direction of Meteor City as he muttered. However, before he could finish speaking, he slowly fell to the ground. Ling Xiao, who was far away in the competition venue, didn't know why his mind was in a daze, and his mind was restless. Old Master, did something really happen to you? For some reason, Ling Xiao thought of the Grand Elder he hadn't seen recently and asked in his heart. Chapter 135. In the Ling family's inner cabinet, the second elder called for an emergency meeting. Other than the Patriarch Ling Tsang and the fifth elder, everyone was present. Apart from the people who supported the second elder, the other elders did not know why the second elder had summoned them for a private meeting. Second elder, today is the family competition, and the Patriarch is participating in the meeting. May I know why you called everyone here? Is there something urgent to discuss? The third elder Ling Yuan questioned. In the Ling family, the Patriarch presided over the meeting every month, but the second elder suddenly called for an emergency meeting. The third elder faintly felt that something was wrong. Fourth elder Ling Wei also noticed the strange atmosphere and immediately asked, "That's right, now that everyone is here, if you have something to say, just say it." The second elder glanced at everyone, then left his original position and walked step by step towards the center of the room. All the elders were shocked, and they all guessed the second elder's intention. "Ling Imo, what are you doing?" The third elder shouted at the second elder. At this time, the seventh and ninth elder, who were Ling Tsang's direct descendants, stood up one after another. Only Ling Wei, who was in the middle, had a complicated look in his eyes. After the second elder walked to the Patriarch's seat, he didn't immediately sit down. Instead, he turned his head and looked around at everyone, faintly saying, 20 years? I've been waiting for this day for a whole 20 years. Father, today I will take back everything that belongs to us. Ling Imo, how dare you plot to usurp the Patriarch's position? Elders, please follow me to catch this thief. The third elder smashed the tea table beside him with a palm and shouted. In an instant, the elders, led by the third elder, immediately stood in formation, and the eighth elder, who followed the second elder, immediately retreated to his side. The fourth and sixth elder sat motionlessly, a complicated look in their eyes. Ling Yuan, do you really want to be my enemy? The second elder stared coldly at the third elder and asked. Ling Imo, don't treat us as fools. The family's prestige is rising under the Patriarch's leadership. If you know what's good for you, surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame us for not caring about our brotherhood. Ling Yuan said. All along, the second and fifth elders' intentions were clear, so Ling Tsang was already prepared. Naturally, Ling Yuan wasn't afraid of Ling Mo's attack at this time. But now that the fifth elder wasn't here, it seemed that Ling Mo still had a backup plan. Ling Yuan, you're loyal to Ling Tsang, but don't you know that my father was the former Patriarch? He took my position. I just want to take back everything that belongs to me. What's wrong with that? The second elder said excitedly. Back then, his father was the former Patriarch, and Ling Mo was the eldest son of his father. Xiao Tianbin was also one of the best among them. At that time, he and Ling Tsang were very good friends. The two of them played together and trained together. The two of them were as close as brothers. Ling Yimo was the second elder and Ling was the next patriarch. Ling. He was Ling 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 patriarch's son. Ling Ling Ling's son Ling Ling clan's master. He enjoyed the feeling of being in a superior position and giving orders. He felt that he could definitely be an even more outstanding leader than his father. However, when his father came back with serious injuries, he announced that Ling Tsang would take over the position. At that time Ling Yimo was greatly shocked. He had never thought that the position of the patriarch would not be taken over by him, but by his good friend Ling Tsang. Ling Yimo ignored his father's questioning of why he didn't pass the position to him. He didn't lose to Ling Tsang in any aspect. His father just looked at him guiltily and said, "This position should have belonged to Ling Tsang." Then he passed away. From then on, there was a heavy estrangement between Ling Yimo and Ling Tsang. All the friendship between them had vanished in an instant and turned into hatred and anger. This was because Ling Yimo felt that Ling Tsang must have used some kind of trick to make his father pass the position to him. Over the years, Ling Yimo had tried everything to take back the position of the patriarch. He had endured humiliation for 20 years and prepared for many years. Today he wouldn't let anyone ruin his plan. Back then the old patriarch announced in front of everyone that the current patriarch would take over his position. Everyone was there to witness it. "Why are you so stubborn?" Ling Yuan tried to persuade him. He also knew that Ling Yimo had been suffering all these years. He was also one of Ling Mo's good friends. Nonsense, it must be Ling Tsang's doing. Otherwise, why would he pass the position to him and not me? Which part of me is inferior to him? Ling Yimo scolded angrily. It seems that you don't want to turn back. Seventh brother, ninth brother, let's work together to capture this thief and wait for the patriarch to come back. Ling Yuan waved his hand and said, wanting to kill Ling Yimo, "Stop." A low voice came from outside the cabinet. All the elders looked back. Two old men dressed in gray robes walked in calmly. Both of them had white hair and beards. At first glance, they looked like ordinary old men who were close to 100 years old. However, upon closer inspection, their eyes shone with a scorching light. Their strength was definitely unfathomable. Greetings, Elder Black and Elder White. All the elders in the cabinet bowed to the two old men. These two were the Ling family's elders of the previous generation, Ling He and Ling Bai. They were the loyal supporters of the previous patriarch. When Ling Yuan saw the two of them, he knew that Ling Yimo had made sufficient preparations. It seemed that things would not be good this time. Ling He and Ling Bai glanced at everyone indifferently, and finally their eyes fell on Ling Yuan. "You oppose Ling Yimo becoming the patriarch?" Ling He asked indifferently. Elder He, the current patriarch Ling Tsang, is the patriarch appointed by the previous patriarch. He is also the only patriarch of our Ling family. Ling Yuan said to Ling He in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Good, very good." Ling He replied. Suddenly he waved his palm at Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan did not expect that the elder of the previous generation would attack without warning. He was caught off guard and was hit hard on his chest. Ling Yuan's fat body was sent flying into the wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You." Elder 7 and Elder 9 were shocked. They wanted to say something but were interrupted by Ling Bai. "Those who don't agree will die." Ling Bai shouted with a murderous intent. "You bastards, kill me if you dare. Otherwise, when the Grand Supreme Elder finds out about this, none of you will be able to escape." Ling Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said unyieldingly, "You're courting death." Ling He's expression turned serious. His body flashed, and his withered old hand hit Ling Yuan's body again. Ling Yuan naturally would not sit still and wait. Although he was hit just now, he still had the strength to fight back. The two palms collided and Ling Yuan was sent flying again. However, he took advantage of the injury and rushed out of the door with this palm strike. "Stubborn," Ling He said darkly and was ready to chase after him. At this time, Elder 7 and Elder 9 stood in front of him. "You also want to die?" Ling He asked faintly. "Elder Black and Elder White, why can't you tell right from wrong? If you really want the second elder to be the patriarch, you can hold a family meeting and listen to everyone's opinion, including the Grand Supreme Elder's opinion." Elder 7 persuaded. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Ling He's palms had already hit him. Elder 7's strength was not weak, and he tried his best to block, but he was still blasted out. Ling He flashed forward and caught him again. His strength was really terrible. "Elder 4, Elder 6, Elder 9, you make a decision." At this time Ling Yimo looked at Elder 4, Elder 6, and Elder 9 who had not made a move yet. Ling Wei looked at Ling Imo with a complicated expression and said lightly, "I just want to be the punishment elder." Elder 6 and Elder 9 did not answer. They wanted to believe that Elder 3 would definitely be able to escape. Unfortunately, after a while, they saw Ling Yuan being carried in by a ferocious-looking short man, followed by Elder 5. "They say the elders of the Ling family are just so," Old Ghost said with a sinister smile. You are Old Ghost?" Elder 9 looked at the newcomer in horror. 10 years ago, Old Ghost was driven out of Meteorite City by the highest elder, and Elder 9 was still watching from the sidelines. He did not expect that Ling Imo would collude with this kind of poison master. "Hey, I didn't expect that after so many years in Meteorite City, someone would still recognize this old man." Not bad," Old Ghost said with a sinister smile, and then threw Ling Yuan to the ground like a dead dog. "What's the situation outside?" Ling Imo looked at his younger brother, Elder 5 Ling Yen, and asked. Old man Ling Tsang seems to have been prepared for a long time. The 24 Ling Yuan guards, the 5 elements envoys and some deacons are resisting, but I have already asked Chong to take the men of sacrifice to besiege them. Moreover, the Elders' Council is already under our control, so they are not a threat, Ling Yen replied with a smile. His old eyes seemed to be filled with indescribable joy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Is there any trace of the highest elder?" Ling Imo asked worriedly. Ling Yen went forward and whispered a few more words in his ear. Ling Imo suddenly laughed. "Good, today the situation is settled, and the position of the patriarch is finally in my hands." Ling Imo laughed excitedly, and then directly sat on the patriarch's seat that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Unexpectedly, he was too excited, and his momentum directly crushed the patriarch's seat. Everyone's expression changed. This was an inauspicious sign. Not good. Second elder. A deacon who belonged to the second elder hurriedly ran in and shouted. "Bastard!" Ling Imo was angry. He had not sat firmly on the patriarch's seat, and someone actually called him not good. Wasn't that asking for a scolding? The deacon knew that he had said something wrong and immediately begged for mercy. "I didn't mean to offend you, please forgive me, second elder." "Tell me what happened," Ling Yen asked coldly. The Li family and the Lan family have invaded with a large number of masters," the deacon said. "What?" Everyone in the cabinet was shocked. The Li family and the Lan family had chosen the time when Ling Imo was usurping the patriarch's seat. Their intention was obvious. Did they want to take the opportunity to make the Ling family disappear from Meteorite City? "Everyone follow me out and have a look," Ling Imo shouted with a flash in his eyes. At this moment the old ghost said, "Ling Imo, don't be in such a hurry. My task has been completed. Hand over the reward I want." "What time is it now?" "After you help me repel the enemy, I will naturally give it to you," Ling Imo said coldly. This has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for helping you refine the men of sacrifice and take back the position of the patriarch. Do you want to turn your back on me now?" The old ghost said without buying it. "How dare you!" The black and white elders of the previous generation shouted and wanted to teach the old ghost a lesson. Chapter 136. I already knew that your Ling family is a bunch of bastards who burned the bridge after crossing the river. Old Ghost cursed. His hands quickly circulated energy as he exchanged blows with the black and white elders. Old Ghost was blasted out of the door, while the 2 black and white elders each retreated 6 or 7 steps. From this, it could be seen that the 3 of them were almost on par with each other in terms of strength. However, just as the 2 of them were about to chase after the old ghost, they discovered that their palms had turned green. "There's poison." The 2 of them cried out in alarm and immediately used their strength to force out the poison. At this moment, Ling Yanzhong said to Ling Imo. Then Ling Mo's expression changed. "Is that true?" Ling Imo asked. "I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake?" Ling Yin replied seriously. "Oh no, this damned old man didn't have good intentions from the beginning." Ling Imo seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became solemn. Then he rushed out of the house. Ling Imo intended to capture Old Ghost in one fell swoop. Otherwise, it would be even worse if the enemy's half-step king stage reinforcements arrived. At this time, he hoped that the Supreme Elder and the enemy's half-step king stage reinforcements would both be injured. As a high-rank spirit master, Old Ghost's strength was about the same as Ling Mo's. Both of them used their spiritual powers to attack each other, and in just a moment, the surroundings of the Ling family's inner courtyard were destroyed beyond recognition. Just as the 5th elder was about to join the battle, Dozens of figures swept in from outside. Who dares to barge into the inner courtyard of the Ling family? An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the Ling family. Following that, a few figures dashed out from the inner courtyard. Haha, Ling Chen, long time no see. Could it be that you can't even recognize an old friend? The elder in the lead loudly laughed as he flew in. What audacity! Li Shunbao actually dares to invade our Ling clan. After the few figures of the Ling clan that had rushed out stood still, one of the elders that was surrounded by a fiery glow shouted. He was the same generation as Ling Bai and Ling He, the previous generation elder of the Ling family. The 5 elders behind him were also the previous generation elders. They had been cultivating in seclusion in the cave behind the cabinet. If they hadn't sensed a large number of powerful auras, they wouldn't have come out of seclusion. Every elder of the previous generation was at the peak of the spirit master level. This was where the Ling clan's foundation lay. In the Ling family, the Grand Elder had been in the position for 3 generations, and his strength was the highest. That was why he was called the Grand Elder. He was the true pillar of the Ling family. There were more than 30 warriors from the Li clan and the Lan clan. Every one of them was over 50 years old and had the strength of a spirit master. Li Shunbao was Li Qianzhong's father, the previous clan leader of the Li clan. The 5 people beside him were the previous elders of the Li clan and the 3 elders of the Lan clan. All the martial masters of the Li clan and the Lan clan came out in full force. They had to uproot the Ling clan. Li Shunbao looked at Ling Chen and smiled. Since your Ling family is fighting amongst themselves, of course we came over to join in on the fun. Ling Chen frowned and immediately saw the Ling Black and Ling Bai brothers coming out of the cabinet asking, "What's going on? Where's the Great Elder?" The Great Elder that Ling Chen mentioned was the Ling family's Grand Elder. He was only separated from the Grand Elder by a generation, so he addressed him differently from Ling Mo and the others. Ling Black and Ling Bai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "Boss Chen, now is not the time to look into who's responsible. Let's fight off the enemy first." Ling Chen coldly snorted, and then looked at Ling Mo and Ling Yan. He seemed to have guessed something, but he also knew that now was not the time to argue. He immediately turned to Li Shunbao and said, "Li Shunbao, do you really want to fight to the death with our Ling clan? When our Great Elder comes, you guys won't even be able to stand up to him." "Ah, Ling Chen, looks like you've become stupid after all these years of closed-door training. If we didn't have full confidence, how would we dare to challenge your Ling clan? Everyone attack. Destroy them and the Ling clan will no longer be a threat. Alright, sons of the Ling clan, kill them. Killing one is not a loss, killing 2 is a gain." Ling Chen waved his long sleeves and shouted, taking the lead to face Li Shunbao. With Ling Chen in the lead, the elders of the previous generation all attacked. The Li clan and the Lan clan immediately surrounded them, and the battle was about to begin. Ling Yan helplessly asked Ling Mo, "Big brother, what should we do? This old man must have colluded with the Li clan. What else can we do? How can the Ling clan's 1,000-year foundation be destroyed by us 2 brothers? Even if we die, we must kill this hateful old man," Ling Mo said with some regret. Although he always wanted to sit on the position of clan leader, it did not mean that he had no feelings for the Ling clan. On the contrary, he had always been proud of the Ling clan. He definitely would not allow anyone else to touch the Ling clan's foundation. Now that the mistake had been made, there was no point in regretting it. They could only fight with their lives on the line. Based on the current situation, everyone present knew that the Ling clan was most likely doomed this time. However, before the Ling clan's battle, the first round of the competition had already ended in the Meteorite City Market Square. The 5 winners were Lan Jianren, Li Yan, Luo Qi, Ling Xiao and Li Tianhao. The 5 losers were of course Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Xuechang, Lan Yan and Qin Li. In the second round of the competition, after the 5 losers had taken the elixir, they would draw lots to determine the ranking of the next 5. Because Ling Yong and Ling Feng were seriously injured in the first round, they could not recover to their peak state even after taking the elixir, so they were only ranked 8th and 9th. Lan Yan was ranked 10th, while Xuechang and Qin Li were ranked 6th and 7th respectively. During the second round of the competition, Ling Xiao, who was in the audience, was not in the mood to watch the battle. He did not know why, but he always felt that something big had happened. However, his mind was on the 2 attendants of the Purple Sky sect who had suddenly appeared. It seems that Mingqi is not so heartless. Ling Xiao thought of the first woman who had moved his heart, Yun Mingqi. At that time, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi fell into the abyss of the mountain together. After several twists and turns, they fell in love with each other. Unfortunately, after Yun Mingqi received the inheritance, she returned to reality and left Ling Xiao. She told Ling Xiao that unless he could one day surpass her, it would be impossible for them to be together. Ling Xiao knew what Yun Mingqi meant. She should be worried about the reaction of the forces behind her. If she really was with him, he was afraid that not only would he be in trouble, but even the Ling family would be implicated. Today, seeing the attitude of the patriarchs and the elders of the previous generation towards the two attendants of the Purple Sky sect, Ling Xiao could imagine how powerful the Purple Sky sect was. From this, he felt that it was possible that Yun Mingqi had specially arranged for these two to come to Meteor City to recruit outer disciples. Whether it was true or not was not important. What was important was whether he could grasp the opportunity to become an outer disciple of the Purple Sky sect, and then successfully enter the Purple Sky sect. In the future, it would be much more convenient for him to see beautiful women. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also very confident that with his 10 bin, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Yun Mingqi, who was already at the Spirit Master level. This was because his goal was not as simple as surpassing Yun Mingqi. Just as Ling Xiao was letting his imagination run wild, the third round of the competition began. When the lottery box was brought up, the other 4 people went up to draw their lots. Only Ling Xiao still did not move. Li Qianzhong, who was sitting in the upper seat, snorted unhappily, "Hurry up and draw your lots, don't waste everyone's time." Ling Xiao ignored his words and directly jumped onto the stage. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, not understanding what he was going to do. Could it be that Ling Xiao wants to forfeit? I don't think so. No matter what, he is still the #1 genius of Meteor City. If he forfeits today, I'm afraid that it will affect his future cultivation. That's hard to say. After all, he is still very young. In another 4 years he will definitely become the leader of the new generation. The people below were discussing spiritedly. "Ling Xiao, hurry up and draw your lots," Ling Tsang shouted coldly. He thought to himself, this kid is really worrisome. Ling Xiao glanced at the big shots on the stage, then turned to the other 4 and shouted, "All of you come at me together so that we don't waste everyone's time." Silence. The entire audience was silent. "Haha, is your brain flooded with water? You actually dare to challenge the 4 of us?" Li Qianhao was the first to react and laughed loudly. "Don't overestimate yourself," the cloaked Li Yan said indifferently. "What an arrogant brat," Lan Jianren said disdainfully. Only Luo Qi remained silent, but his eyes were also filled with ridicule. "Arrogant brat, hurry up and draw your lots. Otherwise, get the hell off the stage." Li Qianzhong angrily shouted at Ling Xiao. Back when he had gone to the Ling family to seek justice, he had been counterattacked by Ling Xiao. He had been very sullen, and if it wasn't for the fact that they were in the hall, he would have definitely crushed this annoying little bastard to death. Ling Xiao once again ignored Li Qianzhong and said to the 4 people who had won, "If you have the guts, come at me together. None of you are a match for me, so if you all come at me together you might have a chance." Ling Xiao finished speaking and a golden light rose from his body as his aura surged. The dense golden light faintly revealed the aura of an emperor, causing people to not dare to look down on him. "How dare you?" As soon as Ling Xiao's words came out, the 4 people below the stage immediately jumped up. Ling Xiao's words were too arrogant. He actually dared to look down on them in the hall. If they didn't get back at him, others would think that they were soft thieves. Is he really crazy? Or is he so arrogant that he considers everyone beneath him? He actually dared to challenge 4 people at once. That's right, he's too impulsive. He's only a mid-stage mystic cultivator, and Luo Qi can beat him with one hand. I feel that this Ling Xiao seems to have the qualifications to be arrogant. Don't you remember that he killed the Lan family's Lan Quangxing when he was only a mystic cultivator? Lan Quangxing was a low-stage mystic cultivator at that time. Clan leader Ling, your Ling family is really well educated. Lan Jinfeng looked at Ling Tsang and ridiculed. He actually dared to break the rules in front of the 2 lords of the Purple Sky sect. "Wait for this old man to kick him off the stage," Li Qianzhong said as he stood up to attack Ling Xiao. "Wait, I feel that this kid is quite interesting. He actually has the guts to challenge 4 people at once. His courage is commendable, but I don't know how strong he is. Let's do as he says," the upstart said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Li Qianzhong's body stiffened. He knew that this time, he had flattered the horse's hoof. Chapter 137. The 5 most powerful youths of Meteorite City stood majestically on the spacious arena that was cut out of marble. The youth in the middle was dressed in white, and his clothes fluttered in the breeze. Coupled with his carefree expression, it was as if he was standing between heaven and earth, appearing very natural and unrestrained. The other youths in the four corners all had different expressions. They all crossed their arms in front of their chests, and none of them took a step forward. They only coldly stared at the youth in white in the middle. After a while, the blue-robed youth revealed a faint smile and said, "Since none of you are going up, let me deal with this brat." With that, the blue-robed youth's green sword appeared in his hand, and a round of sword shadows swung towards the youth in white in the middle. Rays of green light roared like ferocious dragons. However, the white-clothed young man merely raised his eyes and looked indifferently at the terrifying attack. A 100% wood elemental attack. Even a high-level mystic cultivator would be injured if they were hit by it. Rumble. The green light fiercely smashed into the youth in white's body, causing an earth-shattering sound. "Ha, pretentious brat, even I." The blue-robed youth laughed disdainfully. However, before he could finish speaking, his throat felt like it was stuck in a fishbone. His eyes widened and his expression was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The other three youths also revealed expressions of shock. They saw that the youth in white in the middle was still standing there after being hit. His expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell that he had just been heavily injured. "This kind of attack isn't even worthy of making me itch," the youth in white said to the blue-robed youth with an even more disdainful gaze. The blue-robed youth was so angry that his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't think that I can't kill you just because you're wearing defensive armor." The blue-robed youth's aura rose, and his entire body leaped forward like a goshawk. The green sword in his hand drew circles of sword patterns that looked like waves, and he attacked the youth in white's face. The rippling sword light emitted a biting cold murderous aura. The blue-robed youth thought that the youth in white was able to block his attack just now because he was wearing high-grade defensive armor. Otherwise, how could he be unharmed? The youth in white glanced at the green sword light, and no longer ignored the opponent's attack like before. He placed his hand on the hilt of the sword on his back. "Lose for me." The white-robed youth finally made his move. With a loud shout, a golden light sprayed out. It was as if a golden rainbow had streaked across the sky. Rumble. When the golden light collided with the green light was instantly split into two. However, the golden light continued to slash towards the blue-robed young man in midair. Not good. The blue-robed youth was unable to dodge in midair, so he held his sword horizontally in front of him. The blue-robed youth's body was sent flying by the powerful saber force. Immediately after, the white-robed youth sheathed his saber, stomped his feet and dashed out like a phantom. Bang bang. Before the blue-robed youth landed on the ground, the white-robed youth had already caught up to the blue-robed youth and blasted out a few palm strikes. The blue-robed young man didn't have any reaction at all. He was bombarded repeatedly, and he let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying out of the arena. "You have some ability. Let me, Li Tianhao, defeat you." The other youth who hadn't moved yet shouted. The long sword in his hand stabbed out several times, and the fiery red sword light blasted towards the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth was naturally Ling Xiao himself, and the one who had just been defeated by Ling Xiao in 2 moves was Lan Jianren from the Lan family. "I've said it before, if I meet anyone from the Li family, I will cripple them." Ling Xiao's eyes darkened. He decided not to give Li Tianhao any chance. He wanted to avenge his cousin Ling Li. The Silverblood Ghost Saber was unsheathed once again, and the sword light appeared again. Just now, Ling Xiao had used metal to subdue wood to break Lan Jianren's attack. This time he encountered Li Tianhao's fire attribute, so he naturally wouldn't use metal attribute attacks. Instead he switched to ice attribute attacks. A frightening glance. A huge ice-cold saber shadow instantly froze the oncoming fiery light. The saber force didn't decrease, and it was even more terrifying than the move that had broken Lan Jianren. Ice attribute attack. Whether it was Li Tianhao himself or the people on the high platform, everyone was shocked. Just now, Ling Xiao had clearly used a metal attribute attack, but now he had used another attribute. Furthermore, this ice attribute attack seemed to be even more tyrannical than the previous metal attribute attack. Li Tianhao was shocked and immediately used all his strength to block. Unfortunately, this move of Ling Xiao's was condensed with his 10th level of Shen energy. Its power was incomparably strong, and even a high-level mystic cultivator wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Boom. Li Tianhao's longsword was shaken out of his hand, and his body was forced back more than 10 steps. Ling Xiao used the same trick, and once again stepped out to chase after him. However, there was already someone blocking his way. Interesting. Your strength is comparable to a high-level mystic cultivator. You're worthy of my sword. Li Yan, who was covered with a hood, laughed lightly as he blocked Ling Xiao's path. Playing tricks. Don't think that you're so King great just because you're a high-level mystic cultivator. I can still beat you until you cry for your parents. Ling Xiao really couldn't stand this pretentious guy, and the silver ghost blood knife in his hand continued to slash. However, this time, Ling Xiao didn't use the same move, but the second move of the Nye clan's blade technique, 3 feet of ice. The Nye clan's blade technique was the wind god Nye Feng's inherited blade technique. It was divided into 6 moves. The first move, Cold Glance, the second move, 3 feet of ice, the third move, Red Apricot Wall, the fourth move, Peach Branch Rises to the Sky, the fifth move, Snow Seeking Plum, and the sixth move, Cold Blade Ice Heart. Each move was more powerful than the previous one. Previously, Ling Xiao was only at the Mystic Realm and could barely use the first move. Now that he was a mid-level Mystic Cultivator, he could use the first 3 moves. As for the last 3 moves, he would probably need to reach the Spirit Master level to use them. A solid ice pillar smashed towards Li Yan, and the coldness caused the people near the stage to shiver. Too scary. Even a high-level Mystic Cultivator can't use such a powerful move. Could it be a high-level Shen skill? It's possible, but isn't the Ling clan's Golden Spear art the only Cyan-level Shen skill? The Ling clan has accumulated it for 1,000 years. Do you really think they only have one Cyan-level Shen skill? Not far away, Li Tianhao looked at the ice pillar and couldn't help but rejoice that his opponent didn't use this move just now. Otherwise he would definitely be below the stage now. Facing such a powerful move, Li Yan's expression was solemn, but he didn't choose to dodge. A magnificent flame suddenly appeared, and the arena became extremely hot. An illusory fire-attributed spirit beast rushed towards the icicle, and the icicle was instantly melted. Ling Xiao was sent flying by the powerful force, and he only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Shen weapon. Ling Xiao stared at the fire sword in Li Yan's hand and said in astonishment. Good eyesight. You should be proud to be able to make me draw my sword, Li Yan said faintly as he held a long sword that emitted a dense flame. That's the Li clan's blazing sword, and it was actually passed down to Li Yan. It seems that Li Yan is the leader of the Li clan's new generation, and Li Tianhao is just a foil. Exactly, the Li clan's blazing sword and blazing finger have always been passed down to the next generation's clan leader. The Li clan really hid it well, only sending Li Yan out when he was a high-level mystic cultivator. Cut the crap. Even if you have a spirit artifact in your hand, you'll still be lying on the ground. Ling Xiao was still fearless. He used the Phantom Cloud Track footwork and slashed at Li Yan with his silver ghost blood blade. Several icicles swarmed over. Li Yan smiled sinisterly and waved the weapon in his hand. Several ice pillars instantly disintegrated. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Shen weapons were indeed extraordinary. Once a weapon reached the 3rd level and above, it would be called a Shen weapon. The beast core of a spirit beast was attached to it, and it could activate the spirit beast's elemental attack. Its destructive power was comparable to the full power of a low-level spirit master. Therefore, Li Yan, who wielded a Shen weapon, had the power to fight against the spirit master. This was the reason why Shen weapons were so precious. Ling Xiao had seen 2 Shen weapons before. One was the 4th-level Shen weapon, the Soft Tide Sword, and the other was Li Su's 3rd-level Fire Cloud Sword. Adding the blazing sword in front of him, this was already the 3rd Shen weapon he had seen. Ling Xiao knew the power of Shen weapons, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to fight them head-on. His several ice pillars were just to distract the enemy. He concentrated the wind element under his feet and charged towards Li Tianhao, who was watching the show from the side. Li Yan didn't expect Ling Xiao to change the direction of his attack. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react in time. Li Tianhao also didn't expect that Ling Xiao's target would be him. By the time he realized that Ling Xiao had appeared, it was already too late. I said before, I will cripple you. Ling Xiao appeared in front of Li Tianhao, and instantly slashed out with his blade. Li Tianhao let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his arms flew off, fresh blood splattering like a flower. Damn it. Li Yan didn't expect that his cousin would be injured by Ling Xiao right under his nose. He couldn't help but curse and finally used all his Shen energy. One after another, fiery dragon-like attacks swept towards Ling Xiao. It was no wonder that he was able to fight against the Spirit Master. Ling Xiao kept his silver ghost blood blade, and his body continuously leaped to avoid all the attacks. Being of the wind element, he had an incomparable advantage in terms of speed. No matter what kind of Shen skill, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Ling Xiao arrived at Li Yan's side and unsheathed his blue crystal sword. Sword scar. Countless sword flowers emitted specks of fiery light. Fire? Fire attribute attack. Everyone cried out in shock. No one expected that Ling Xiao would actually change his element attack again. This made everyone speechless. Normally, warriors would have one type of element. Occasionally, there would be people with two types of elements. However, people like Ling Xiao who had three types of elements was too rare. Li Yan was indeed the leader of the Li clan. He quickly realized that Ling Xiao was attacking from the side, and the flame sword in his hand turned around to block. Ding dang. At the same time, Li Yan raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at Ling Xiao. Xiao. A small pillar of fire flew towards Ling Xiao's chest. The pillar of fire pierced through Ling Xiao's chest. Hit. Li Yan was overjoyed. Be careful behind you. A warning sounded, but it was too late. Ling Xiao swung his blue crystal sword towards Li Yan's back. Rumble. Li Yan's cloak was completely destroyed, revealing a dark red armor underneath. Damn it, he's even wearing a high-level soft armor. Ling Xiao cursed when he saw that his opponent was wearing a defensive soft armor. Li Yan slowly turned his face that was distorted from anger and gritted his teeth. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 138. Li Yan was furious. Ever since he was a child, he had been known as a peerless genius in the family. He had been nurtured by the family with all their efforts, and he had not failed to live up to the family's expectations. He had been diligently cultivating since he was a child, and rarely showed himself in front of others. Not many people in Meteor City or the Li family knew about him. This time, his goal in participating in the family competition was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and shock the crowd. He wanted to help the Li family take first place. But he didn't expect that not only did he not have a chance to perform well when he became a high-level mystic practitioner at the age of 24, he was struck by a puny middle-level mystic practitioner. If he hadn't listened to his grandfather's instructions and wore this second-tier high-level soft armor, he would probably have died on the spot. He almost said, "I'll die before I can achieve anything." Li Yan brandished the blazing flame sword in his hand. Streams of terrifying fire dragons flew towards Ling Xiao, engulfing him. Instantly, the arena turned into a sea of fire. Li Qianzhong, who was on the high platform, shouted in his heart, "Yan, kill that brat for me." When he saw Li Tianhao's hand cut off, his heart was bleeding. Li Tianhao's Tianbin was only slightly inferior to Li Yan's, but in Meteorite City, he was also a proud son of the heavens. His future achievements would definitely not be weak. He and Li Yan would definitely be able to expand the Li family's business, but now that he was missing an arm, his achievements would be limited. Li Qianzhong hated Ling Xiao even more. After this competition, no matter what, he must make Ling Xiao disappear from Meteorite City. Ling Tsang, who was on the side, looked worriedly at Ling Xiao, who was in the sea of fire. Li Yan's attack was comparable to a low-level spirit master's attack. He did not know if Ling Xiao could take it. This brat is too careless. Ling Tsang sighed in his heart. In the arena, Ling Xiao's expression became more serious, but he still did not show any fear. He had the wind attribute, and with the phantom cloud track footwork, his figure was extremely fast. Not only could he avoid Li Yan's attack in advance, but he could also fight back. This made everyone watch with great passion. If the competition was intense and wonderful, it would be much better than the previous ones. I didn't expect the two of them to be so powerful, especially that Ling Xiao. As a middle-level mystic cultivator, he was able to fight against a high-level mystic cultivator with a mystic weapon and remained undefeated. His future is limitless. That's right, no wonder he's the successor that the Ling family's supreme elder has taken a liking to. In the future, he'll definitely dominate Meteor City. I think it'll be very difficult for him to win. Don't forget that Luo Qi from the Luo family hasn't made a move yet. Luo Qi, who had been standing in the corner, held a long sword that exuded a faint gentle glow. His eyes watched the two people fighting fiercely in the field, and the warlike blood in his heart began to boil. Xiao. The long sword in his hand was finally unsheathed, and a water-attributed spirit beast leaped into the air and roared. Luo Qi shouted, "I'll join in the fun too." After that, a few waves rushed towards Ling Xiao. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ling Xiao was still not afraid. He shouted loudly, and his sword and saber finally came out together. One sword waved a powerful sword technique, and flames shot towards the two people. The other sword contained the intent of ice, and the saber smashed down like hail. Boom boom boom. The dazzling mystic skills on the stage exploded, and the people below the stage screamed in pain. I want you to die. Li Yan's face was extremely twisted and hideous. On one hand he waved his sword technique, and on the other hand he didn't forget to use his flaming finger. Unfortunately Ling Xiao dodged every time. He very much suspected that the guy had the wind attribute, or else how could he react so quickly? Luo Qi used a water-attributed sword technique, and his hand was also holding a water-attributed mystic weapon. The long-lasting attack forced Ling Xiao into a dangerous situation. Just when Li Yan and Luo Qi were in the same direction, Ling Xiao's tiger eyes flashed. The opportunity was here. Shadowless saber, traceless sword. The saber and sword joined together, and the strongest move swept towards the two people. Boom. There was another intense explosion sound, and on the stage there was only a red and blue light intertwined. Although Ling Xiao's mystic skills were powerful, his saber and sword grade were limited. After clashing with the opponent's two mystic weapons, they actually showed signs of cracking. The mystic weapon is actually not ordinary. Ling Xiao secretly exclaimed and shouted again. The saber and sword in his hand became even more radiant, and the mystic energy in his body surged out crazily. Jian Luyan. 3 feet of ice. 1 saber and 1 sword, the fusion of water and fire, 1 soft and 1 hard, the power was even more extraordinary. Li Yan and Luo Qi blocked at the same time, but the light of the saber and sword seemed to be everywhere, and it was so dense that they were in a difficult situation. Both of them were shocked. If not for their mystic weapons, they would have lost their lives under this saber and sword. Flame Ray critical strike. Li Yan shouted and also used his basic sword technique. Luo Qi also did not dare to be careless. Sweeping the 4 seas. Under the coordination of the 2 Cyan-grade mystic skills and mystic weapons, Ling Xiao's saber and sword mystic skills were instantly submerged. Clang. The weapons clashed and sparks flew in all directions. *CK. Ling Xiao could not help but curse, and saw that the saber and sword in his hand were destroyed, and he quickly retreated. The outcome is decided. This kid is too arrogant. The upstart on the stage said indifferently. Li Qianzhong, who was at the side, immediately revealed a happy expression, while Ling Tsang, Luo Xiangming and Li Yu, who were at the side, had ugly expressions. Stinking brat, weren't you very fierce just now? Come on, didn't you want to cripple our Li clan? Is this all you have? Li Yan shouted at Ling Xiao, and the sword in his hand continued to wave, forcing Ling Xiao to only dodge. And Luo Qi, who was at the side, saw that Ling Xiao did not have a weapon, and did not want to fight anymore, so he stopped and did not attack. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and his mental power tightened, and from his sea of consciousness, a formless needle-shaped attack pierced towards Li Yan's sea of consciousness. Li Yan was just about to chop at Ling Xiao, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. That feeling was like being pricked by thousands of needles, so painful that he did not want to make a sound, and his body could not help but stop. Before he could scream, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of him. Gotcha. Ling Xiao directly grabbed Li Yan's hand and forcibly broke it. Li Yan let out a painful scream. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one would have thought that Li Yan, who had just gained the upper hand, would instantly have one of his hands crippled. Ling Xiao did not care so much and continued to attack viciously. Kacha. Stop. On the high platform, Li Qianzhong could not help but cry out. Li Yan was the grandson he was most proud of, and how could he bear to see his grandson being tortured like this? The clan's tournament is not to be interfered with, Ling Tsang said faintly from the side. You. Li Qianzhong was rendered speechless by Ling Tsang. Indeed, in the clan's tournament, as long as the contestants were not killed, no one was allowed to interfere. That would be a taboo in Meteorite City, and it would cause the various clans to attack. On the stage, Ling Xiao had broken all 4 of Li Yan's limbs, and threw him off the stage like a dead dog. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Luo Qi. Do you still want to fight? Luo Qi tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, and finally sighed in relief. I forfeit. Although he did not know how Ling Xiao had made Li Yan fall, he knew that Ling Xiao definitely had some shocking killing move, or else he would not have asked him so confidently. Although Luo Qi still wanted to fight, he did not have the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao. He did not want to end up like Li Yan, and it was not worth it to fight for the position of champion. On the high platform, Ling Tsang finally revealed a happy expression. Good. He had hoped that Ling Xiao would win the position of champion, but when he saw Li Yan's raging flame finger and Xian artifact, he felt that his chances were slim. He did not expect that this kid would give him another pleasant surprise. On the side, Li Qianzhong's eyes flashed with an intense killing intent, and he thought to himself, has the operation not started yet? Ling Xiao won by 1 against 4, and the audience cheered heartily. This was the most exciting and intense competition they had ever seen, and Ling Xiao's strength had undoubtedly surpassed any of the previous champions. They all secretly exclaimed, he is indeed worthy of being a genius that is rarely seen in 100 years in Meteorite City. I said that whoever wins this time's champion will have the opportunity to participate in this year's Purple Sky Sect's Outer Sect Disciple Selection, the nouveau riche on the high platform said faintly. He paused for a moment, looked at Ling Xiao on the stage and said, we will give you 1 month to deal with your worldly affairs, and we will come back to find you after 1 month. After the nouveau riche finished speaking, he looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man, and then immediately leaped from the high platform towards the direction of the city outside, respectfully sending off the 2 lords. Several big shots on the high platform immediately stood up and respectfully called out. After the 2 left, Li Su walked out and once again announced that this time's champion was obtained by Ling Xiao. As for the 2nd to 5th place, there was no longer any meaning in continuing the competition. This was because the Li family's Li Tianhao had lost an arm, and Li Yin had lost all 4 of his limbs. The 2 of them could no longer continue fighting. Lan Jinren's injuries were considered light, but he was definitely not Luo Qi's opponent. Thus, after some discussion, the rankings were decided as follows. The champion was Ling Xiao, the 2nd was Luo Qi, the 3rd was Lan Jinren, the 4th was Li Yin, and the 5th was Li Tianhao. In the quadrennial clans competition, Ling Xiao displayed astonishing battle prowess with the strength of a mid-stage mystic disciple, and won 1st place. The clans competition had finally come to an end. Just as Li Su was about to announce the rewards, everyone on the high platform sensed something. What a powerful aura! Everyone exclaimed, and then they looked at each other. It seems like they are all heading towards the Ling family, Luo Xiangming said to Ling Tsang. Could it be? Ling Tsang's heart trembled and his expression became serious. On the other hand, Li Qianzhong, who was at the side, sneered. He knew that the family's full strength had finally been mobilized. At this time, a voice sounded from outside the crowd, Clan? Clan leader? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and Ling Tsang also saw who it was. Ling Tao. Ling Tsang shouted, and his body swept towards his youngest son like the wind. Tao, what's wrong? Ling Tsang supported Ling Tao, who was covered in blood spots. His entire body's aura was released and it was truly frightening. Second elder, wants to seize the position. The Li family, Lan family, has come to invade. Ling Tao struggled to finish his words and then he fainted. Bastards, Li Qianzhong, Lan Jinfeng, Ling Tsang will not coexist with you. Ling Tsang hugged his son and roared at Li Qianzhong and Lan Jinfeng on the high platform. Chapter 139. No one knew why the Ling family patriarch had lost his composure, and they were still in a daze. Haha, Ling Tsang, old man, today is the day your Ling family perishes. Li Qianzhong arrogantly shouted from the stage, then shouted to the people below, if you don't want to die then scram. This is a grudge between our Li and Ling families. The moment he said this, the people around the stage knew something big was about to happen. They immediately screamed and scattered like birds and beasts. The scene became chaotic and after a while there weren't many people left. The Li family and Ling family had started fighting. This battle should have started half a year ago, but no one expected the Li family to be so patient, waiting until the clan's tournament to make a move. It was clear how deeply Qianzhong's schemes ran. Family Patriarch Luo, Grandmaster Li, please leave for now. Our Li family has some personal grudges with the Ling family, Li Qianzhong said slowly to Luo Xiangming and Li Kong. Before the two could reply, the 2 people from the small families and the herb hall's alchemist Yuan Ping all retreated. Luo Xiangming and Li Yu looked at each other, and Luo Xiangming hesitated for a moment before saying, Sons of the Luo family, go back. Hearing Luo Xiangming's words, Li Qianzhong couldn't help but smile. Li Qianzhong, hand over your life. Ling Tsang handed Ling Tao to his family's disciple and flew towards Li Qianzhong like an eagle. Brother Li, let's join hands and kill him. Lan Jinfeng said eagerly. Of course. Li Qianzhong smiled and faced Ling Tsang. Rumble. The 2 family patriarchs had officially started fighting. Another 2 silhouettes dashed onto the stage and dashed towards Ling Xiao. They seemed to be from the Li family. Lan Jinfeng didn't mind and also joined the fight. Fighting 1 against 4, Ling Tsang was in danger. Liu watched from the side and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Brother Ling, I'll help you." "Grandmaster Li, do you really want to get involved in this mess?" Li Qianzhong warned. "I'm Ling Zhao's god-grandfather. Naturally, I can't just stand by and watch." Liu was a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. If Ling Xiao hadn't saved his son would have died. Now he would consider it as repaying Ling Zhao's kindness. Good, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Kill them." Li Qianzhong shouted and then used all his strength to fight Lan Jinfeng against Ling Tsong, while the other two Li clan elders faced off against Liu. For a moment, there was only the sound of explosions on the high platform, and smoke rose everywhere. At this time, only the disciples of the three families and Luo Qingxuang of the Luo family were left near the arena. She had actually run over to Ling Zhao's side, determined to fight alongside him until the end. It was enough for Ling Xiao to understand her feelings. He didn't want anything to happen to Luo Qingxuang, so he knocked her out and handed her back to Luo Qi. "Lone Eagle, Big Brother Leng, protect Yushi and Sister Dai." Ling Xiao said to Lone Eagle and Leng Shi. He then swallowed 2 energy recovery pills and adjusted his strength to its peak. Ling Kuang and Ling Xing have escaped. At this time, someone from the Ling family reminded. "Damn traitors, I'll go chase after them." Ling Feng supported his heavily injured body and said. Although he was a bit narrow-minded, he knew that he was a part of the Ling family. Even when they were facing internal and external troubles, he still didn't forget his roots. It was truly commendable. "Don't worry about them for now. First, kill the Li and Lan family bastards," Ling Xiao said faintly. At the same time, he summoned the young Qilin and the Golden Wolf King from his spirit beast bracer. The 2 spirit beasts suddenly appeared. The Golden Wolf King's body was as large as a small mountain, and its needle-like golden fur was full of dominance. After half a year of recuperation, the Golden Wolf King had already advanced from the low 3rd rank to the mid-3rd rank. That was all because Ling Xiao had enough beast cores for it to devour. The young Qilin was only in the form of a small beast. It looked very cute, but its scarlet eyes emitted a ferocious light that made people not dare approach it. The Ling family disciples to the side had long since heard rumors that Ling Xiao had a 3rd-rank spirit beast. Now that it had appeared in front of them, they were all given a fright. "Protect yourselves," said Ling Xiao. He then charged toward the Li and Lan family's younger generation. "Quick, look what a large spirit beast." One of the Li family's youths couldn't help crying out when he saw the Golden Wolf King. The Li and Lan family's youths also looked over. All of them were shocked. "Everyone run. It's Ling Zhao's spirit beast." Another Li family youth hastily shouted. "None of you will be able to escape. Xiao Jin, eat them for me," Ling Xiao sinisterly said. His body flickered as he charged toward the injured Li Tianhao and Li Yan. "What are you doing?" Li Tianhao's terror of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. "What am I doing? You dare invade my Ling family and still dare ask such a thing?" Ling Xiao said, and his cloud-separating palms smashed toward Li Tianhao's chest. "Don't be so arrogant." 2 of the Li family's enforcers charged out from the side. However, before they could even reach him, the Golden Wolf King immediately threw them to the ground and began to tear at them. Ling Xiao poured Xian energy into his palms and immediately killed Li Tianhao. He also broke Li Yan's neck. The Li family's outstanding talent had fallen on the spot. Li Qianzhong glanced at the scene of his grandson being killed and couldn't help roaring, "Damn trash, I'll definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Li Qianzhong was infuriated. He gave up on surrounding Ling Tsong with Lan Jinfeng and charged toward Ling Xiao. I'm afraid you won't have that fate. You wastrel, go get rid of that old man for me." Ling Xiao instructed the young Qilin. The young Qilin didn't hesitate and its body instantly grew larger. This time it didn't just grow to a height of 1.5 meters. It directly grew to a length of 2 meters, and its divine beast appearance became even more extraordinary. Even the Golden Wolf King wanted to prostrate before it. After the young Qilin grew larger, it directly shot toward Li Qianzhong. Ling Xiao didn't pay any more attention to Li Qianzhong. He believed that the young Qilin was completely capable of getting rid of him. Thus, he grabbed the raging flame sword beside Li Yan and felt a wave of heat rise. "Its spirituality is not bad," Ling Xiao muttered. He circulated his fire attribute and merged it with the raging flame sword. "Kill?" Ling Xiao held the raging flame sword in his hand. His killing intent was dense as he charged toward the fleeing Li and Lan family members. Time was of the essence and Ling Xiao didn't have the time to waste here. The Li and Lan family members were scared witless. That was a rank 3 spirit beast which was comparable to a spirit master. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had a Xian weapon in his hand. There was no way they could fight him. Pupiu. Ling Xiao used the raging flame sword and brandished the powerful flame sword, instantly taking away the lives of 2 people. As for the Golden Wolf King, it didn't even need to use elemental attacks. It directly pounced and bit them, savagely devouring and clawing them to death. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King quickly finished off the young elites of the Li and Lan family. The attendants who came to protect the Li and Lan family members were also killed. Not far away, the disciples of the Ling family looked at Ling Xiao, who was like a god of death. They couldn't help but feel reverence for him. On the other side of the battlefield, because Li Qianzhong had come to kill Ling Xiao, he was intercepted by the young Qilin. Lan Zhenfeng was having a hard time fighting Ling Tsang alone. Ling Tsang was able to become the patriarch because his strength was outstanding. If Li Qianzhong and Lan Zhenfeng worked together, Ling Tsang wouldn't have long to live. However, now that he was facing Lan Zhenfeng, who was 1 level lower than him, the pressure was greatly reduced, and Lan Zhenfeng was forced to retreat. As for Li Su, although he was being entangled by the 2 elders of the Li family, he was the most relaxed one. This was because the 2 elders were only low-level spirit masters, while he was a middle-level spirit master. Fighting 1 against 2 was easy for him. Li Qianzhong faced the young Qilin. Although he felt that the Qilin in front of him was a divine beast, he would never believe that Ling Xiao had a divine beast following him. He originally thought that with his high-level spirit master strength, he would be able to quickly deal with this spirit beast. Unfortunately, he was wrong. This spirit beast's speed and strength far exceeded his imagination. LVCI was almost injured by its claws, so he couldn't help but be on high alert. He cursed in his heart, "Where did this bastard get such a powerful spirit beast?" Ling Xiao finished off the younger generation of the Li and Lan families and turned his gaze to the high platform. He jumped onto the wolf's back and shouted, "Xiaojin, go up and bite those bastards to death." The golden wolf howled and its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity. In an instant it rushed onto the high platform. "Grandpa Li, I'll help you," shouted Ling Xiao. He rode the Golden Wolf King toward a low-rank spirit master of the Li family. The Golden Wolf was as fast as lightning, and the low-level spirit master didn't even have time to react. He was clawed by the wolf, and large chunks of flesh and blood flew everywhere. "Good, today I'll kill to my heart's content," Li Su shouted heroically. His palms flew out and a large area of flames pressed down on the low-level spirit master. The difference of 1 level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Without the help of his companions, the low-level spirit master couldn't even withstand 2 moves from Li Su before he was heavily injured and quickly died. On the other side, Lan Zhenfeng had also been hit by Ling Tsang a few times. His internal injuries were quite severe, and his fighting strength had plummeted. "Brother Li, hurry and help me." Lan Zhenfeng couldn't hold on any longer and begged Li Qianzhong for help. Li Qianzhong didn't have the time to help Lan Zhenfeng, as he was being forced into a corner by the scarlet spirit beast in front of him. Li Qianzhong knew that he couldn't kill Ling Tsang right now and immediately shouted, "Brother Lan, retreat." Without any hesitation, Li Qianzhong fled in the direction of the Ling family. Lan Zhenfeng didn't dare hesitate and exchanged a blow with Ling Tsang. He spat out another mouthful of blood and used the momentum to chase after Li Qianzhong. "Grandpa, let's chase." Ling Xiao was about to give chase on the Golden Wolf. Wait," Ling Tsang shouted. Ling Xiao obediently stopped the Golden Wolf. "Take your uncle and Ling Feng and leave Meteor City," Ling Tsang said with an ugly expression. "Grandpa Patriarch." Ling Xiao and the other participants of the Ling family looked at Ling Tsang and said in a trembling voice. The second elder took the opportunity to seize the position, and the Li and Lan families took the opportunity to attack. This time the Ling family has encountered a great calamity. I can't sense the Grand Elder's aura, so he must be. So you should quickly escape, the further the better, so that you won't be captured in one fell swoop. Wait for the day when you're strong enough, then come back for revenge. Ling Tsang gave his instructions and then said to Li Kong, "Grandmaster Li, I, Ling Tsang, cannot thank you enough for your help this time. If the Ling family doesn't perish this time, you will be an honored guest of the Ling family. Brother Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. If it weren't for Shower's saving my young era, I'm afraid that I would have had to send my son off. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will stand by your Ling family's side," Li Kong said righteously. Ling Tsang looked gratefully at Li Kong and then shouted to Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and leave." Then he flew back in the direction of the Ling family. Chapter 140. Ling Tsang and Li Su left together, but Ling Xiao didn't follow immediately. His expression was solemn and he was in a terrible mood. Ling Xiao, let's go back with the family head, Ling Feng said. Yes, we swear to live and die with the family, Ling Yong agreed. Yes, let's go back and let those bastards from the Li and Lan families know the consequences of offending our Ling family. Kill. We swear to live and die with the family. The 7 members of the younger generation of the Ling family were all brimming with killing intent. They did not retreat in the slightest even though the Ling family was in danger. From this, it could be seen how much they valued their sense of belonging to the Ling family. Perhaps they also knew that once the Ling family was taken over by the Li and Lan families, they would become homeless. Ling Feng, take everyone and escape, Ling Xiao said quietly. What? Do you think I, Ling Feng, am afraid of death? Ling Feng shouted at Ling Xiao, clutching his wound. He felt that Ling Xiao's words were insulting him. That's not what I meant. I think you're just going to die if you go back. This time the Li and Lan families sent out all their elites, and they'll definitely uproot our Ling family. You have to live and avenge the family in the future, Ling Xiao said calmly. He realized that Ling Feng wasn't a bad person. If the family is gone, what's the point of living? Ling Feng was still stubborn. Yes, Ling Xiao, don't say any more. Let's all go back together. Killing one isn't a loss and killing 2 is enough, Ling Yong said. Enough. If you all die, who will avenge the family in the future? Ling Xiao shouted angrily. I'll go back alone. I'll kill whoever follows me. Where's Lone Eagle? Lone Eagle is here, Lone Eagle answered. Take Yushi and leave. You must protect her. If I don't die, I'll definitely come back for you, Ling Xiao said quietly. No. Young master, I won't go. I want to be with young master, Bai Yushi said as she threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms with tears streaming down her face. Ling Xiao sighed softly, stroked her hair with one hand, and then lightly touched the back of her neck, knocking her out and handing her over to Lone Eagle. Following that, Ling Xiao glanced at the Lung Snake siblings and said, Big brother Ling, big sister Dire, take care. With that, Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire Qilин's back and flew back in the direction of his family. The Golden Wolf King followed Ling Xiao. Ling Feng, let's go back together. Ling Yong looked at Ling Xiao, who had no intention of going back. His eyes were a little wet. As expected of a man from the Ling family. Ling Feng was silent for a moment, then a resolute look flashed in his eyes as he said, Ling Xiao is right, we must leave immediately and come back in the future when we have the strength. With that, he turned around and walked out of the city with his heavily injured body. Ling Yong hesitated for a moment, then looked at the people behind him and gritted his teeth. Let's go. When we return to Meteorite City, we will definitely massacre the Li and Lan family's bastards. At this moment, they knew that they would only be a burden if they stayed. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would also die for nothing. It was not worth it. Only by leaving and escaping from the Li and Lan family's pursuit would they have a chance to take revenge in the future. At this time, Lone Eagle handed Bai Yushi to Wei Dyer and said, Wei Dyer, take care of Miss Yushi. I have to go back to help young master. Lung Snake looked at Lone Eagle's disappearing figure and said indifferently, What a man. Let's go, we won't be of much help even if we go back. Wei Dyer looked in the direction Ling Xiao had left, and her eyes became moist. Ling Xiao sat on the prodigal's body and directly flew back to the family. However, he did not go to the inner cabinet but to his parents. In the entire Ling family, the only people Ling Xiao cared about were his own family members. He did not have the mood to care about the lives and deaths of the others. People were always selfish and Ling Xiao was no exception. Before any righteous cause, he still had to take care of his family members first. Father, mother, you have to hold on, Ling Xiao prayed non-stop. In his previous life he was an orphan. In this life he had the love and care of his family. Of course he did not want that warm feeling to disappear. The prodigal's speed was very fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he had arrived in the sky above his home. Ling Xiao did not take the risk to go down. Instead he looked down from the sky and observed the situation below. He wanted to see the situation clearly before killing the enemy and saving the people. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the Ling family's elites were gathered in their courtyard. The 5 elements envoy, the 24 tiger guards, and more than 10 attendants were all here. At this moment, his uncle Ling Yuan and a tiger guard were fighting with 3 martial artists from the Li and Lan families. In half a year, Ling Yuan had successfully broken through to become a low-level soul master. His strength was not what it used to be. The one fighting alongside his uncle was the head of the tiger guards, He was also a low-level soul master. On the Li and Lan family's side, there were also 3 low-level soul masters. Behind them were dozens of mystic cultivators. This must be where the elites of both sides were. The Ling family's inner yard was where the true heavyweights were fighting. The commander of the Tiger Guards actually has some skill. However, your limelight ends here. A fire-type martial artist from the Li family waved a pair of hooks in his hands and attacked Ling Yuan. Although Ling Yuan's strength was similar to his opponent's, he was fighting 1 against 2. Moreover, his element was countered by his opponent. He was about to be injured by the 2 flames. Ling Xiao, who was in mid-air, did not dare to hesitate. He commanded the prodigal to dive down. The fiery sword in his hand slashed at the Li family martial artist. Poof! The prodigal's speed was extremely fast. Before the Li family martial artist could react, he was cut in half by Ling Xiao's sword. This sneak attack was definitely unexpected. Who would have thought that there would still be people in mid-air? The 2 low-level soul masters from the Li and Lan families were shocked and immediately retreated. Xiao Air. Ling Yuan called out in surprise when he saw who it was. Uncle, don't say anything. Grandpa has already rushed back to the inner yard. Let's work together and get rid of these scum first. Ling Xiao jumped up from the prodigal's body and said, Okay, kill them. Ling Yuan had just been surrounded and beaten by the 2 of them. Right now the other side only had 2 low-level soul masters. He and Hui were also soul masters. In a one-on-one fight he was completely confident that he could get rid of these 2. Prodigal, kill them all. Ling Xiao ordered the fire Qilin. The prodigal didn't kill Li Qianzhong just now and was very angry. He felt that he had lost face in front of Ling Xiao. This time he gathered his strength and opened his mouth wide. A pillar of fire shot towards the mystic cultivators from the Li and Lan families. The speed of the pillar of fire was very fast and the fire was very strong. Some of the Li and Lan families couldn't react in time and were caught in the fire. They screamed as they burned. On the other side, the 5 element envoys, 24 Tiger Guards, and Ling family deacons gathered at Ling Zhao's house were roused. They charged towards the Li and Lan families together. Ling Yuan and Hui once again faced the 2 low-level soul masters. Ling Xiao waited on the side for an opportunity. He knew that as long as he got rid of 1 more low-level soul master, his side would definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. At this time the Golden Wolf King rushed over. Behind it there were a dozen poison men chasing after it. With the arrival of the Golden Wolf King, Ling Xiao didn't think much. He immediately commanded the Golden Wolf King to pounce towards the Li and Lan family spirit-level cultivators. He brandished the burning flame sword and charged into the mystic cultivators of the Li and Lan families. Relying on the speed of the wind attribute and the power of the profound weapon, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Everywhere he went, someone was immediately cut in half, killing them until they were terrified. Not long after, under the slaughter of Ling Xiao, the fire Qilin, and the elites of the Ling family, not a single one of the Li and Lan family deacons could escape. The poison men were also beheaded by Ling Xiao. They couldn't be more dead. As for the 2 spirit masters, they wanted to run when they saw that the situation was over. But under the speed of the Golden Wolf King, not one of them could escape. After a round of killing, the front of Ling Zhao's house was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The scene was as terrifying as hell. Xiao, have you seen the Grand Elder? Ling Yuan asked Ling Xiao after taking a few pills. This time they all retreated to the side of Ling Zhao's house. This was all planned by Ling Tsang. Ling Tsang felt that in times of danger, the Grand Elder would help out on account of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no one knew that the Grand Elder was fighting outside the city, and his life was uncertain. Uncle, I haven't seen the old master in a while. Could it be? Ling Xiao answered, but he couldn't help but guess. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder, would the Li and Lan families really dare to attack? For a moment, Ling Yuan's expression became serious. Commander, let's go and support the clan leader and the elders, Hui said. The Li and Lan families are all out. Even if we go, we won't be able to help. But even if we die, I'll drag a few of them down with me, Ling Yuan said faintly. He then patted Ling Zhao's shoulder and said, Xiao, the family will be relying on you in the future. With that, Ling Yuan and Hui rushed towards the inner courtyard. Ling Xiao didn't try to stop them because they all had the strength of a spirit master. At the very least they could be of help. Everyone come with me. Let's kill those bastards from the Li and Lan families. Ling Xiao shouted and then rushed towards the direction of the battle. Other than the spirit masters, there were also many enforcers and guards. There were also the poison men. These people were responsible for killing the Ling family's guards and the Ling family's members. Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be of much help if he went to the inner pavilion, but it was more than enough to kill the enforcers from the Li and Lan families. The 5 elements envoys, the 24 tiger guards, and some of the Ling family's enforcers heard Ling Xiao's words. They all left to kill the enemies. Ling Zhan, who was in the house, also wanted to go out and kill the enemies, but he was held back by Meng Xiun. Xiun, let go of me. As a member of the Ling family, how can I just watch as the family is destroyed? Ling Zhan said passionately. Brother Zhan, how could I not know what you're thinking? But the people they're sending out are all Mystic Realm experts. You're just a Xian practitioner, what else can you do other than die? Meng Xiun advised. But if I stay here and do nothing, how am I any different from a coward? Ling Zhan said guiltily. No, Brother Zhan, although we can't participate in the battle, we can take care of the injured members of the family. It can be considered as doing our part. Meng Xiun said. AI, damn it. If I recover my strength, I'll definitely kill them all. Ling Zhan threw his spear to the side and said dejectedly. Chapter 141. In the inner courtyard of the Ling family, the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The originally majestic and simple courtyard had almost been turned into ruins by this bombardment. Dozens of silhouettes were fighting each other. Colorful rays of light rotated and flipped, and dust flew up from the roof tiles. Ling Chen, you're still stubbornly resisting at this point. It's no longer meaningful. Your Ling family's old man is already waiting for you. Li Shunbao, the previous patriarch of the Li family, laughed proudly as he fought with Ling Chen, the previous elder of the Ling family. Humph, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ling Chen coldly snorted and released his full aura. Rays of fiery light surrounded Li Shunbao from all directions. On the other side, the previous elders of the Ling family had already reached their limit. Although they were strong, they felt powerless when facing 2 or 3 opponents at the same time. Ling Imo looked at the destroyed courtyard, and a sense of regret welled up in his heart. If it wasn't for his betrayal, the Ling family wouldn't have ended up like this. Although he wanted to seize the position of patriarch, he didn't want to see the Ling family destroyed in his hands. But the big mistake had already been made, and it was useless for him to regret it. He could only think of a way to make up for it. Ling Imo pushed away 2 opponents, took out a pill from his pocket, and a resolute light shone in his old eyes. Ling Yen, who was not far away, just happened to catch a glimpse of the moment Ling Imo swallowed the pill, and anxiously shouted, "Big brother, don't." However, it was too late. Ling Imo had already swallowed the pill. Suddenly, the golden light around Ling Imo became even more dazzling, and the surrounding spiritual energy wrapped around him. In just a moment, Ling Mo's aura had already risen to the aura of a half-step king stage expert. Not good, he took the spirit-burning pill. Li Shunbao, who was fighting with Ling Qin, noticed something and immediately exclaimed. Hearing Li Shunbao's exclamation, everyone's expression changed. They all seemed to know what kind of terrifying pill this spirit-burning pill was. Ling Qin took advantage of Li Shunbao's distraction and pressed his palm on Li Shunbao's chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. A mouthful of blood spurted out. At this time, 2 warriors of the Li family immediately met Ling Qin to prevent him from chasing after Li Shunbao. Everyone go. Don't let him grow any further. Li Shunbao ignored the injuries on his body and rushed towards Ling Imo. Dozens of fire dragons shot out of his palms and roared towards Ling Imo. Everyone blocked them together. Ling Yan's face was filled with pain, and the green light around his body surged as he stood in front of Ling Chen's fire dragon. Rumble. Ling Yan only had the strength of a middle spirit master. He couldn't block Li Shunbao's full power attack at all. He was blasted back dozens of meters and his beard was almost burnt. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and became dispirited. It was clear that he had suffered serious internal injuries. For a moment, the people of the Li and Lan families all rushed towards Ling Imo, bombarding him with elemental attacks. Although the elders of the Ling family tried their best to resist, they couldn't withstand so many attacks. Rumble. Ling Mo was hit again and again, and a large group of fireworks bloomed in the air. Almost the entire Meteor City could hear it clearly. I'm afraid that the Ling family will really be destroyed. Although the Li and Lan families are very strong, the Ling family should be able to withstand it with the Grand Elder. If the Li and Lan families dared to choose to destroy the Ling family now, they must have a plan to deal with the Grand Elder. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to attack the Ling family so openly. Meteor City is going to change. After the explosions, the smoke dissipated and a figure was still there. Not good, he's not dead. A Lan family warrior cried out. Elder Ling Mo's eyes flashed with a dark light, and his body exuded a strong aura of gold. Blue veins popped up on his forehead, and his old face aged a lot in an instant. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years in just a moment. All of you die, Ling Mo said faintly. He made a grabbing motion with his bare hands, and the metal attribute spiritual power in the surroundings actually gathered over. He opened his palms and with a boom, it split into dozens of metal attribute blades that flew towards the spirit masters of the Li and Lan families. Xiao. Under Ling Mo's control, the metal spiritual energy exploded on the spirit masters who couldn't escape in time. In just a few moments, the Li and Lan families had lost 6 or 7 spirit masters. It was a heavy loss. At this moment, Li Qianzhong, Lan Jinfeng, Ling Tsang, Li Kongdu, and Lu Ji rushed over from the arena and saw this scene. How could Ling Mo have reached the king level? Impossible. Li Qianzhong shouted in disbelief. Lan Jinfeng was even more shocked. If they couldn't take down the Ling family today, then the Li and Lan families would be destroyed tomorrow. Ling Tsang didn't hesitate to take out something and throw it into the air. Boom. A firework bloomed and became sparkling. Soon after, 4 people appeared not far from the Ling family and quickly arrived at Ling Tsang's side. Greetings, Patriarch. The 4 respectfully greeted Ling Tsang. So Ling Tsang still had a trick up his sleeve. Li Qianzhong and Lan Jinfeng were even more shocked. Besides the Ling family's people, kill everyone else. Ling Tsang ordered the 4 people and directly found Li Qianzhong to fight. Li Su had already chosen to stand on the Ling family's side, so he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. The 4 middle-aged men went to look for the martial artists of the Li and Lan families. The Ling family's advantage had returned. Ling Mo, who had reached the king level, was like a god of death. Waves of spiritual energy continuously scattered around him. After a while, another 2 spirit masters fell. His killing power was terrifying. Everyone scatter and escape. He can only maintain his strength for 15 minutes. Li Shenbao knew the effects of the burning spirit pill and immediately reminded his people. 15 minutes is enough to kill all of you, Ling Mo said confidently as he felt his surging strength. After saying that, Ling Mo flew toward Li Shenbao. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Shenbao. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Quickly set up the king-killing formation. Li Shenbao was shocked and quickly retreated. At the same time, he didn't forget to call for his people to set up the formation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Yuan and Hui had also arrived. The Ling family spirit masters were no weaker than the Li and Lan families. The Li family spirit masters had no chance to set up the formation. Ling Mo waved both of his hands and 2 material-like golden spears flew towards Li Shenbao. Their speed was many times faster than the speed of a spirit master. Li Shenbao couldn't dodge at all. The 2 golden spears ruthlessly pierced through his chest. Old clan leader. The Li family's people cried out in sorrow. Li Shenbao covered the blood on his chest and muttered, "I'll fight you to the death." Having said that, he also took out a pill and swallowed it without thinking. The burning spirit pill. It was the burning spirit pill again. This was a top 3rd rank pill. It was a pill that was rarely seen in Meteor City in 100 years. The spirit burning pill could allow any high spirit master to break through to the king level. However, this king level strength could only be maintained for 15 minutes. This 15 minutes was exchanged for 10 years of lifespan. Using the spirit burning pill was equivalent to burning 10 years of lifespan to reach the king level. After 15 minutes, the person would enter the weakest state and wouldn't be able to recover for half a year. Moreover, they wouldn't have any chance to advance in the future. They could only stop before the high spirit master level. The side effect of this was too great. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, no one would use it. There were only 2 spirit burning pills in the entire Meteor City. They appeared 30 years ago. At that time, Ling Mo's father, who was the previous clan leader of the Ling family, and the previous clan leader of the Li family, Li Shenbao, had each bought them at a high price. Therefore, when Ling Mo took out the spirit burning pill, Li Shenbao immediately recognized the origin of the pill in Ling Mo's hand and could tell its effects. Now that Ling Mo had reached the king level, even if it had only been 15 minutes, it was enough to kill the spirit masters of the Li family and Lan family. Li Shenbao was also heavily injured. If he couldn't stop Ling Mo, then the Li family and Lan family's operation this time would probably fail. Not only that, but they would also have to bear the Ling family's wrath in the future. After Li Xunbao took the spirit-burning pill, his injuries stopped and he also reached the king level. The clash of two king-level experts turned the Ling family's inner courtyard into ruins within ruins. All the spirit masters stayed far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. While everyone was fighting to the death, a short black shadow swept toward the Ling family's artifact pavilion. The artifact pavilion, book pavilion, and mystic skill pavilion were all in the deepest part of the Ling family's inner courtyard, so the battle hadn't reached there yet. Who is it? The two Ling family spirit cultivators guarding the artifact pavilion exclaimed. However, just as they exclaimed, the black shadow swept past. Their faces immediately turned black and they foamed at the mouth. They died on the spot. This black shadow was Old Ghost, the poison master. Old Ghost blasted open the iron door of the artifact pavilion with one palm. He saw that the spacious room was filled with dazzling weapons. Most of these weapons were ordinary first-stage weapons. Old Ghost glanced at the weapons here and without hesitation he flashed up to the second floor. The second floor was filled with second-stage weapons, and there were nearly 1,000 of them ranging from low stage to high stage. Old Ghost kept flipping through the weapons here as if he was looking for something. After searching for a while, he actually caught a glimpse of a black medicine cauldron in a corner. Finally found it. Old Ghost was overjoyed and immediately grabbed the medicine cauldron. Swoosh! Just as Old Ghost grabbed the medicine cauldron, a ray of light suddenly appeared, and actually forced him to take a few steps back. There's actually a restriction. Old Ghost's expression changed slightly, and he took out an iron chain from his waist and swung it at the medicine cauldron. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions, the medicine cauldron's restriction was forcibly destroyed by Old Ghost. Haha, got it. Old Ghost grabbed the medicine cauldron and laughed loudly, then pounced out of the window. Who dares to steal the Ling family's treasure? A few Ling family guards exclaimed when they saw Old Ghost's figure. The Ling family guards didn't say anything and raised their swords to attack Old Ghost. Unfortunately, the difference in stage was too big and it was just a mask. A few Ling family guards died on the spot. Overestimating yourself. Old Ghost said disdainfully, then fled out of the Ling family. At this moment, Old Ghost felt a wind at the back of his head, and sensed that someone was sneaking up on him. Without thinking, he turned around and blasted out a black fog palm. It's you again, you dwarf. If I don't get rid of you today, my surname isn't Ling. Chapter 142. Ling Xiao had killed his way from the courtyard of his house, killing a dozen or so attendants of the Li and Lan families, as well as dozens of poisoned men. Then he heard a shocking explosion in the inner courtyard, so he hurried over to see who had such destructive power. However, when he came to the inner courtyard, that terrifying king-level spiritual power attack forced him to stay far away. However, the fire Qilin had brought Ling Xiao to the weapon depository. At first, Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on, but when he saw Old Ghost coming out of the weapon depository, Ling Xiao understood why the fire Qilin had brought him here. Originally, when Ling Xiao had returned from Desolate Mountain Range, he had been intercepted by Old Ghost outside Meteorite City. At that time, it was the fire Qilin who had fought against Old Ghost. It turned out that the fire Qilin had remembered Old Ghost's aura and had come for revenge. Old Ghost looked up at Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin in the air, his heart filled with fear. As a high-level spirit master, he naturally didn't fear Ling Xiao but Ling Xiao's mount, the fire Qilin. He knew very well how powerful this spirit beast was, and now that it had grown, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Old Ghost didn't even think about it and fled between the houses. His goal this time was for the Ling family's medicine cauldron. Now that he had succeeded, there was no need to stay and wait for death. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin was very vengeful. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's orders, it immediately chased after Old Ghost, spitting out scorching flames from its mouth, burning everything in its path. Prodigal boy, please aim properly. If you go on like this young master's house will all burn down. Ling Xiao said to the fire Qilin as he looked at the burning houses. The fire Qilin gave a low cry, no longer spitting fire, but sped up and pounced on Old Ghost. Half a year ago, the fire Qilin's strength had reached the middle of the 3rd level. Now it was at least at the peak of the 3rd level, and its strength was even more terrifying than before. Today it hadn't killed Li Qianzhong on the other side of the stage and it was still angry. Now that it had met its enemy, it no longer played around carelessly. With a leap, its front claws smashed fiercely towards Old Ghost. Old Ghost was shocked and turned back to smash 2 iron chains at the fire Qilin. At the same time, Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and brandished the flaming sword in his hand, sending a terrifying flame towards Old Ghost. Old Ghost's hair was burned by Ling Xiao, and he became bald in an instant. He was so angry that he screamed. Even so, he still turned and fled with the medicine cauldron. Unfortunately, it was too late. The fire Qilin's flames had already reached his butt. Old Ghost was instantly burned and he kept rolling on the ground in pain. Unfortunately, the fire on his body did not decrease at all. Instead, it became more and more vigorous. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but recall that the fire Qilin god beast's flames were the purest yang flames in the world, able to incinerate all things. The Old Ghost was burned to death. Nothing was left of him. There was only a burnt smell at the scene. However, the medicine cauldron that Old Ghost had stolen was also burned, but it didn't show any signs of damage. Instead, the dust that had covered it was completely burned away, revealing the black and shiny mysterious patterns inside. One could even faintly see a faint black halo around the body of the cauldron. The more one looked at it, the more they felt that this medicine cauldron was extraordinary. Ling Xiao was already an alchemist, so he could naturally see that this cauldron was extraordinary. It was many times better than the one he had obtained from Li Su's forge. Both the exterior and interior design were perfect and reasonable. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He grabbed the cauldron and caressed the profound spirit patterns on it, feeling extremely comfortable. That warm feeling made him love it so much that he didn't hesitate to use his hands. It made him have an urge to immediately start concocting pills. Could it be, this is the obsidian cauldron? Ling Xiao recalled the first chapter of the Alchemy Secrets, that introduced the legend of the 9 great heaven medicine cauldrons and the 18 earth medicine cauldrons in the Xianling continent. These medicine cauldrons were precious items that all alchemists on the continent dreamed of owning. Because these medicine cauldrons could not only improve the efficiency of concocting pills, but also make the quality of the pills several times better than ordinary medicine cauldrons. For alchemists, this medicine cauldron could also be used as an offensive weapon. In other words, the heaven medicine cauldron belonged to the category of divine tools. In addition to its extraordinary power, it also had many magical uses. The medicine cauldron in front of him was very similar to the obsidian cauldron that was ranked 5th in the 9 great heaven medicine cauldron. It was just that Ling Xiao had never seen it before, so he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. However, whether this medicine cauldron was real or fake, at least it was much better than the original medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to keep it for himself. It wasn't that he wanted to embezzle the family's things, but that there was no one in the family who was an alchemist. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left idle in the treasure pavilion. It's really thanks to this short winter melon. Otherwise, I would have really missed such a good medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao murmured as he put away the medicine cauldron. Then he rode the fire Qilin and headed towards the direction of the battle in the inner courtyard. The confrontation between Ling Mo and Li Shenbao had destroyed the courtyard, and the buildings had collapsed and been destroyed. Ling Mo had taken the burning spirit pill earlier than Li Shenbao, but when Li Shenbao took it, he was already seriously injured. At the end of the battle, the medicinal effect of the medicine was completely exhausted, and they fell to the ground at the same time. Although Li Shenbao had successfully stopped Ling Mo, the Ling family had regained control of the situation. Li Qianzhong and Lan Jinfeng knew that there was nothing they could do, so they evacuated the Ling family with the remaining people. In this battle, although the Ling family won, they also suffered heavy losses. 4 of the previous generation's elders had fallen, and among the current generation's elders, the 7th elder and the 8th elder had died. The rest of the elders were more or less injured. In addition, more than 60 deacons had died, and nearly 300 guards had died. If Ling Mo hadn't taken the burning spirit pill at the end and killed the 8 spirit masters from the Li and Lan families, the losses would have been even worse. Ling Tsang's timely return and the 4 mysterious spirit master experts that he had hidden away were the key to turning the situation around. The Li and Lan family's operation this time had undoubtedly failed, and their losses were even greater than the Ling family's. Just the spirit master experts alone had been killed by the enemy. Among them, the previous clan leader of the Li clan, Li Shenbao, had died in battle. The 300+ attendants and guards sent by the 2 clans were all killed. The 200 poison men that Old Ghost had brought were also all killed. In the Ling family's temporary cabinet meeting, all the elders of the Ling family were present. Everyone had different expressions on their faces and most of them were indignant. Ling Tsang still sat in the middle seat, and the first to his right was not the 2nd elder Ling Mo, but the previous generation Ling Qin, and the first to his left was the 4th elder Ling Wei. In the main hall, the second elder Ling Imo was like an old man who had one foot in his grave, lying on a chair with an indifferent expression. Beside him was the fifth elder Ling Yan, whose face was filled with sorrow. The first to speak was not Ling Tsong, but the previous generation Ling Chen. After all, he was the most senior here. Ling Imo Ling Yan, you two are muddle-headed, sigh. Ling Chen said bitterly. Elder Qin, the position of clan leader originally belonged to my big brother. What wrong did we do to take it back? The fifth elder Ling Yan replied indignantly. He then continued, I didn't think that the bastard old ghost was a member of the Li family, and almost destroyed the family. There's no point in talking anymore. I'll let everyone deal with me, but my big brother, please take care of him. As he finished speaking, Ling Yan raised his hand and slammed it towards the top of his head. Wait! Ling Tsong shouted, and a figure instantly appeared in front of Ling Yan, grabbing his hand. Ling Tsong, what else do you want? Ling Yan stared at Ling Tsong and asked. Fifth elder, haven't we fought enough these years? If you really want the position of clan leader back, Ling Tsong will step down, Ling Tsong said in a low voice. He had been suppressing these words for a long time, but in reality, the clan leader was not as glorious as it seemed on the surface. Who knew how many days and nights he had to work for the family, and how many times he could enjoy the happiness of being a grandfather? Ling Tsong was tired after all these years and he really wanted to let it go. After this incident, he completely understood that what he pursued was not the dignity of a leader, but the happiness of being able to spend every day with his children. Of course, it was time for him to close himself off for a period of time, and see if he could step into the legendary king realm. This was what he wanted to pursue now. However, before that, he had to destroy the Li and Lan families. Ling. The fifth elder wanted to say something but he couldn't. Ling Tsong squatted down and looked at Ling Imo, who had aged more than 10 years, and said indifferently, Second elder brother, after fighting for so many years, it's time for us to let go. For the Ling family we should unite. After we destroy the Li and Lan families, I will pass the position of clan leader to Ling Wei. You can rest assured now. After hearing this, Ling Mo's old eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Could it be that he had really done wrong all these years? Ling Tsong's magnanimity had undoubtedly stabilized the Ling family. The most important thing now was to find the Grand Elder. After Ling Yan told Ling Yan about the battle between the Grand Elder and Han Ming and Lu Tingxian, he gave himself a heavy slap and immediately rushed towards Lu Tingxian, hoping that he could make it in time. However, when Ling Yan reached Lu Tingxian, the Grand Elder was already dead. Ling Yan was filled with regret, and he carried the Grand Elder's corpse back to the Ling family. The news of the Grand Elder's death had quietly spread throughout the Ling family. In an instant, the Ling family was once again shrouded in a heavy shadow. Clan leader, elders, Ling Yan deserves to die 10,000 times. Ling Yan knelt in front of Ling Tsong and the other elders, and used a dagger to stab himself in the chest. Forget it, since you've already regretted it, I'm sure the Grand Elder won't blame you. However, you've committed a great crime, so after we destroy the Li and Lan families, you and your brother will not be able to step out of the family for the rest of your lives. Are you willing to accept this punishment? Ling Qin said as he heavily sighed. We accept the punishment. The fifth elder said dispiritedly. The Grand Elder had always been the pillar of the Ling family, and now that he had passed away, anyone would feel extremely sad for him. Patriarch, do you think we should let the Supreme Elder rest in peace first? Ling Wei, who was at the side, said. And let's first put the Grand Elder in his coffin. After we've massacred the Li and Lan families, we'll hold his funeral. Ling Tsong calmly nodded. At this moment, an urgent voice sounded out from outside. I can still save the Grand Elder. Chapter 143. The person who walked in was Ling Xiao. His face was full of sorrow. Even though the old man lying in the hall had not taught him much, the old man's love for him was undeniable. When he heard that the old man had passed away, he immediately rushed over. He did not want to see the old man pass away like this. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to save the old man. Even though he did not have the confidence, he would not give up until he tried. Xiao Heir, the Grand Elder has already passed away. Don't disturb him, Ling Tsong comforted. Ling Xiao did not respond to Ling Tsong. Instead, he glared at Ling Yan and yelled, If the old man really does not wake up, I will make sure your entire family dies with him. If it was before, Ling Yan would definitely have yelled at Ling Xiao and even taught him a lesson. However, there was only guilt in his heart now, and he couldn't say anything to Ben. Indeed, if it were not for the two brothers plotting a rebellion, the Li and Lan families taking advantage of the situation, the Ling family would not have met with such a disaster. Alright, stop arguing here. Hurry up and let the old man enter the coffin, Ling Qin said unhappily. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was the Grand Elder's disciple, seeing this brat being so arrogant made him slightly unhappy. I said that I can save the old man. No one is allowed to touch the old man, Ling Xiao said calmly as he bent down to look at the Grand Elder. Bastard, don't think that just because you are the Grand Elder's disciple that you can disrespect your elders. The Grand Elder's breath is already gone. Even a heaven-defying pill cannot bring him back to life, let alone a brat like you. Ling Tsong, chase him out, don't let him delay the Grand Elder's rest. Ling Qin slammed the table and yelled. Even though Ling Tsong was the clan leader, the authority of the previous generation's Grand Elder was not lower than his. He was about to go over and persuade Ling Xiao to leave. Wastrel Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao called out with a frown. The Spirit Beast Bracer flashed, and the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King appeared on either side of Ling Xiao. The two Spirit Beasts sensed Ling Xiao's anger and glared at the group. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would pounce and kill them. All the elders looked at Ling Xiao's two majestic spiritual beasts and their hearts were filled with awe. For a moment, no one dared to move, even Ling Qin shut his mouth, his mind was filled with thoughts. This guy can't be the legendary beast tamer, right? Beast tamers were extremely rare in the entire continent. They were people with extraordinary talents in Tenbin. They could work with the spiritual beast sect and tame spiritual beasts. Every beast tamer was also divided into ranks. Those who could tame rank 1 spirit beasts were rank 1 beast tamers, those who could tame rank 2 spirit beasts were rank 2 beast tamers, and so on. The higher the rank of a beast tamer, the more fearsome he was. He might not be very powerful, but he could make a large group of spirit beasts follow him. With high-rank spirit beasts by his side at all times, who would dare to disrespect him? It could be said that beast tamers were even rarer than alchemists and blacksmiths. Elder Chen let Xiao Er try. He's a rank 2 alchemist, maybe he has a good idea. Ling Tsong said to Ling Qin. He only said this to give Ling Qin a way out of this embarrassing situation. Rank 2 alchemist? All the elders were shocked, but in their hearts, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Sigh, alright. Since this kid is the Great Elder's disciple, I believe the Great Elder will not blame him for venting his sins. Ling Qin sighed. All the elders turned their faces away. None of them believed that Ling Xiao had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Unless he was at the legendary refined saint stage or godly stage, then there might be a glimmer of hope. However, Ling Xiao himself was also not 100% confident. It could only be said that there was a glimmer of hope. Ling Xiao gathered his thoughts and continuously called out in his heart, "Elder Lu, quickly come out and save him." Of course, Lu Wang, who was in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, could feel the urgency in Ling Xiao's heart. He immediately replied, "Little friend, although this old man has some ability, you can't keep tormenting this old man like this. I've only recovered a little bit of vitality during this period of time, and now you want to exploit me again. Elder Lu, I've never thought of tormenting you. I just want my drop of 10,000-year tree's milk back. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word?" Ling Xiao said. A few days ago, Ling Xiao had helped Lu Wang auction off the green needle silver, and Lu Wang had promised Ling Xiao a drop of 10,000-year tree's milk. Right now, Ling Xiao was planning to use this drop of 10,000-year tree's milk to save the Great Elder. Ling Xiao had consumed the 10,000-year tree's milk before, so he felt that its effect should not be as simple as increasing one's lifespan by 100 years. He believed that it definitely had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Otherwise, how would Lu Wang have been able to make all the plants in the illusionary valley grow again in such a short period of time? Lu Wang shook his head. He had originally wanted to earn some of Ling Xiao's money, but he didn't expect that he would have to spit it out now. He smiled bitterly and had no choice but to contribute a drop of crystal white tree's milk. Every drop of 10,000-year tree's milk was the location of his profound qi, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to condense a drop of crystal white tree's milk. However, since he had previously promised Ling Xiao, he wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't know the value of the green needle silver that Lu Wang had obtained. Otherwise, Lu Wang wouldn't have used a drop of 10,000-year tree's milk to ask Ling Xiao to help him auction it. Ling Xiao placed his finger on the Grand Elder's dry lips and guided Lu Wang's drop of 10,000-year tree's milk into his mouth. Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Elder and softly said, "Grandfather, I know that you won't die so easily, right? You still haven't taught me to become a king. You're too useless as my master." If you don't wake up, I won't acknowledge you as my master in the future. That's too shameful. The elders in the hall all mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao couldn't accept the fact that the Grand Elder had passed away. Ling Tsang felt very gratified in his heart. At least his grandson was loyal. No one knew that while Ling Xiao was speaking, he had already dripped the 10,000-year tree's milk into the Grand Elder's mouth. At this moment, a pure and vast energy spread out from the Grand Elder's lifeless body, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy that spread out gave the elders in the hall a big fright. What's going on? Ling Qin looked at the Grand Elder, who was undergoing a strange change on the ground. So pure, so powerful. Ling Tsang muttered as he felt the energy that the Grand Elder was emitting. All the elders looked at the scene in front of them with faces full of shock. They saw that the Grand Elder was wrapped in a ball of green light that was full of vitality. The green light emitted a dazzling light that made people unable to look directly at it. Gradually, the Grand Elder's wounds not only recovered under the nourishment of the green light, but also underwent an astonishing change. His originally white hair gradually turned black, and his withered old skin became firm and ruddy. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Even Ling Xiao himself was startled by what he saw. Could it be that the 10,000-year tree's milk also has the effect of rejuvenating one's youth? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. Not long after, the Grand Elder's changes gradually stopped, and he actually returned to his middle-aged appearance. His heart also began to beat, and his aura gradually became stronger. Just at the moment when the green light disappeared, the Grand Elder opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and a powerful aura spread out, causing everyone to take a few steps back. Waves of powerful spiritual energy from the surroundings surged towards the Grand Elder. He was no longer surrounded by the green light, but by a golden light like the sun, appearing extremely holy and inviolable. The Grand Elder's aura became stronger and stronger, and the temporary meeting room was immediately crushed by the spiritual energy that rushed over. Everyone hurriedly ran out of the meeting room. Grand Elder broke through. Ling Qin said with his mouth wide open in disbelief. For a moment, Ling Tsang and the other elders' hearts were thrown into a storm. They actually could not help but want to worship the Grand Elder who was emitting such a powerful aura. Luckily their consciousness was still quite strong, otherwise they really would have knelt down. The surrounding Ling family members who were cleaning up the mess were all forced to the ground by the Grand Elder's powerful aura, their hearts filled with reverence. Suddenly the Grand Elder, who had been standing all this time, emitted an ear-piercing crackling sound. Then he let out a hearty laugh and then pushed himself up from the ground. "I've finally broken through." The Grand Elder's voice was like a morning bell, ringing in the hearts of every Ling family member. At this moment, the Grand Elder finally became the protector in the hearts of everyone in the Ling family. They firmly believed that as long as the Grand Elder was still alive, the Ling family would definitely continue to prosper. Ling Qin, Ling Tsang, and the other elders all bowed to the Grand Elder in midair, and said, "Congratulations to the Grand Elder for successfully breaking through and becoming a king." Ling Xiao looked at the Supreme Elder in midair as well, and he couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart as he sensed the powerful pressure emanating from the Supreme Elder. Is this the pressure of a king-rank expert? Normally, when a martial artist reached the Spirit Master level, they would be able to produce an aura and use it to shock their opponents. However, that had to be done on purpose. Right now, the Grand Elder only had to stand there, and everyone below the Spirit Master level felt a sense of pressure. If the Grand Elder deliberately released his aura, then anyone below the Spirit Master level would be heavily injured, and anyone below the Mystic Knight level would immediately die. This was the terrifying thing about a king-level expert. "You can all pass," the Grand Elder said as he slowly descended from midair. After the Grand Elder stood still, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao. In a flash, he appeared beside Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Xiao heir, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I really would have gone to see the King of Hell." That's because my life is tough. Even the King of Hell wouldn't dare to take you in." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. This time Ling Xiao was really very happy. He had finally saved the Grand Elder. "Alright, I won't be unreasonable anymore. Then do you still feel that having a master like me is a disgrace to you?" The Grand Elder couldn't help but tease him. He was very happy in his heart. In fact, long ago the Grand Elder knew that his time was coming. Only by breaking through to the king level could he extend his lifespan by 200 years. Unfortunately, his body had suffered many injuries in his early years, and he had many hidden injuries. Thus, he had never been able to break through from half-step king level to the true king level. This was also the reason why he was in a hurry to choose a successor. He only hoped that in the last 2 years, he could help the Ling clan cultivate a successor who could protect the Ling clan in the future. Who knew that Ling Mo and Ling Yan would betray him, causing him to fight Han Ming, and both of them would die in battle. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, which allowed his internal organs to still have vitality for a certain period of time. If Ling Xiao had saved him a little later, when all the muscle cells in his body had died, even the milk of the 10,000-year tree wouldn't be able to bring him back to life. The Grand Elder looked around at the miserable state of the Ling clan. He frowned and looked at the group of elders. Finally his gaze fell on Ling Yan. Ling Yan stepped forward and knelt in front of the Grand Elder. He repented, "Ling Yan has failed the Ling clan. Grand Elder, please grant me death." Chapter 144. "You deserve to die," the Supreme Elder said calmly. At this moment, Ling Tsang stepped forward and said to the Supreme Elder, "Supreme Elder, the 5th Elder has repented, so let's punish him." The Supreme Elder looked at the two of them and sighed, "Forget it, Ling Yan, go and face the wall for 10 years. You're not allowed to step out of the family. If you do anything to the Ling family again, I won't let you off." "Thank you, Supreme Elder," Ling Yan bowed. After Ling Yan left, the Supreme Elder asked him about what had happened in the past day and night. Ling Tsang briefly told him what had happened. The Li family and the Lan family, the Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Supreme Elder, do you think we should go and destroy the Li and Lan families now?" Ling Chen asked. Originally, with the Ling family's strength, it would have been difficult to destroy the Li and Lan families, but now it was different. The Supreme Elder's breakthrough had given the Ling family a boost of confidence. Just the Grand Elder alone could wipe out all the people from these two clans in a matter of minutes. "Since they dared to offend our Ling family, we can't let them off," the Supreme Elder said sternly. He then said to Ling Chen, "Ling Chen, take the elders and destroy the Lan family. I'll personally deal with the Li family. Before they leave Meteorite City, make sure they all disappear. Ling Tsang, you're the Ling family's patriarch, so you don't need to fight. Stay here and rebuild the inner courtyard." "Yes," Ling Chen replied. He immediately brought the remaining 5 elders, Ling Yuan, Hu Yi, and the 4 spirit masters that Ling Tsang had trained to personally go to the Lan family. "Xiao Er, are you interested in going to the Li family with me?" The Supreme Elder looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. "Xiao Er, that's exactly what I'm thinking," Ling Xiao replied. It was impolite not to return the favor. If one didn't take revenge, one wouldn't be a gentleman. Now that the Grand Elder had made a move, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let the Li family off. Of course, he was only going there to train because he felt that he was about to reach the critical point of breaking through, and moving around would be beneficial to his breakthrough. "Let's go, I'll take you there. It'll be faster that way," the Supreme Elder said as he walked over to Ling Xiao. He was a king rank expert now and could fly, so his speed was naturally much faster than walking. "Old master, you should go first. I can keep up with you." "Maybe you won't be able to catch up with me," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Your mount may be fast, but do you really think it can catch up to me?" The Grand Elder laughed. He rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Li clan. He deliberately slowed down a little, waiting for Ling Xiao to run over on the Golden Wolf King. However, he didn't expect that the little red beast beside Ling Xiao could actually transform. It instantly grew to 2 meters long. Its appearance was very mighty and extraordinary. Could this be the legendary Qilin divine beast? The Grand Elder thought in horror. Ling Xiao mounted the fire Qilin and flew towards the Grand Elder. Soon he reached the Grand Elder's side. "Old master, let's go. This prodigal speed is faster than yours." Ling Xiao commanded the fire Qilin to fly towards the Li family. Its speed was like a gust of wind, and it instantly appeared 100 meters away. "Good lad, I really didn't misjudge you." The Grand Elder laughed bitterly and flew forward at full speed. In the Li family no one was happy. Instead, their hearts were heavy. They had thought that they would take advantage of the Ling family's internal strife to take them down in one fell swoop. They hadn't expected to suffer a double loss in the end. Now, all the direct descendants of the Li family were gathered in the conference room. "Clan leader, what should we do now? What if the Ling family attacks?" A lightly injured elder asked Li Qianzhong worriedly. He hadn't expected the Ling family to be so powerful. Even with the combined forces of 2 families, more than half of them had still been killed. He also knew that it was mainly because Ling Imo had taken the spirit-burning pill. What's there to be afraid of? The Ling family's losses aren't small either. I don't think they'll attack during this period of time. But we also need to tighten our defenses and warn our clansmen not to go out during this period. Li Qianzhong frowned. How could he not be afraid of the Ling family's revenge? But he didn't think that the Ling family would attack so quickly. After all, the Ling family's losses weren't small. If the Ling family chose to invade at this time, even if the Ling family successfully destroyed the Li family would have to pay a heavy price. At that time, the Li family would not be able to recover, and 2 of the 3 great families would be removed from Meteorite City. This was a result that the Ling family did not want to see. Qianzhong, I already said that attacking the Ling family this time was unwise. Even the old clan leader, a Li family elder, shook his head and sighed. When they had chosen to become enemies with the Ling family, he had strongly opposed it. He felt that with the Li family's current strength, they wouldn't be able to shake the Ling family. If he hadn't heard the old clan leader say that someone was going to deal with the Ling family's old man, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Elder Hong, do you think there's any point in saying this now? Are you saying that only the Ling family is allowed to bully our Li family? Qingqing was killed and Yuanlong's hand was cut off. This was all instigated by that little bastard from the Ling family. If we don't respond, wouldn't that be throwing away the Li family's face? Li Qianzhong said unhappily. Now that things have reached this point, there's no point in talking about it. Let's talk about the family's future. I think we should ask the Ling family for peace. You've all sensed the shocking aura from the Ling family just now. I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Li Qianzhong interrupted him. Elder Hong, I think you've become stupid after being in seclusion for so long. Right now, the 2 families are at each other's throats and you want to ask for peace? Tell me, are you thinking of betraying the family? Li Qianzhong's chi surged as he charged towards the elder. Li Qianzhong, I Haoshi, am your elder. How dare you insult me like this? I declare that I'm leaving the family, and whatever happens in the family in the future has nothing to do with me. The elder snorted, unwilling to be outdone. His invasion of the Ling family had failed this time and he was afraid. If that old fart from the Ling family didn't die, then it would be a disaster for the Li family. He didn't want to be buried with him. How dare you betray the family? Li Qianzhong shouted, and without any warning his hand shot out. A small flame shot towards the elder's chest. The elder hadn't expected Li Qianzhong to attack just like that. He didn't even have time to defend himself before his heart was pierced by that flame. Even in death he couldn't rest in peace. Whoever dares to stir the hearts of the people will die, Li Qianzhong said gloomily. For a moment, none of the elders in the main hall dared to say anything else. Clan leader, it's bad. One of the enforcers ran back in panic. Bastard! Li Qianzhong shouted, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the enforcer flying out of the room. He died on the spot. Right now, Li Qianzhong was in a fit of anger and someone had actually said something bad about him. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Just at this time, a shocking explosion came from outside the room, mixed with miserable screams. Don't tell me the Ling family has attacked so quickly? One of the elders quivered. Let's go take a look. Li Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly, and he was the first to rush out. The remaining 5 elders of the Li clan also followed him out of the room. Then they saw a scene that made them all feel ashamed. I beg you, young Master Ling Xiao, even if you want me to be a pig or a dog, I'm willing. Please don't kill me. A youth knelt in front of Ling Xiao, wiping away his snot as he begged. This youth was Li Qianzhong's grandson Li Guangyin. He was one of the 3 tyrants of Meteor City who had wanted to take over Wuxia a year ago. Haha, I can let you go. As long as you dare call your grandfather Li Qianzhong the #1 old pervert of Meteor City, raping captives, killing people, arson and committing all sorts of crimes, this young master will consider letting you go. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. Li Guangyin looked at Li Qianzhong in shame, but he didn't dare say anything. Since you have so much guts, then I'll send you on your way, Ling Xiao said impatiently, raising the blazing flame sword in his hand. No. I'll curse. Li Guangyin's spirit had completely collapsed in the face of the death god's summons. Then he turned his head to look at Li Qianzhong and cursed. Li Qianzhong is Meteor City's #1 old pervert, raping captives, arson and committing all sorts of crimes, and old pervert. You bastard, I'll kill you. Li Qianzhong had never suffered such humiliation, and it was even cursed by his own grandson. How could he keep his old face? A towering rage surged forth. He flicked his fingers and two small flames shot out. One was aimed at Ling Xiao and the other was aimed at his grandson Li Guangyin. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. But Li Qianzhong didn't have the slightest bit of pity for his spineless grandson. He had actually knelt to the enemy and even insulted his own grandfather. What was the point of keeping this kind of trash in this world? Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel admiration for Li Qianzhong's vicious methods. Li Qianzhong was truly worthy of being the clan head of a generation. He was even willing to destroy his own family for the sake of righteousness. Just as the fiery light was about to reach Ling Xiao, a golden light flashed and the fiery light disappeared. Only the fiery light that was heading for Li Guangyin continued to advance until it pierced through the center of Li Guangyin's forehead. Who is it? Li Qianzhong looked around in shock. He hadn't expected that someone would be able to silently disperse his raging flame finger. Brat from the Li clan dares to offend my Ling clan? All of you can go to hell. A voice boomed through the air like thunder, causing everyone in the Li clan to feel their ears ringing. This, sir, you are? Li Qianzhong raised his head to look at the Grand Elder floating in the air and asked in fear. He swore that he had never seen such a person in the Ling clan. Furthermore, this person was a true king-level expert. He felt a sense of regret that he had never felt before. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate by attacking the Ling clan this time. Ah, looks like you don't recognize me. I am Ling He from the Ling clan. The Grand Elder laughed wildly. He hadn't expected that he would one day break through to the king level. This had increased his lifespan by 200 years, and he had also recovered his middle-aged appearance. How could he not be happy? Ling He, you're the Ling clan's Grand Elder. Li Qianzhong muttered, waves of shock surging through his heart. It's good that you know. This old man will send your Li clan on their way. The Grand Elder responded. He waved his hands and waves of spiritual energy surged out. When the golden spiritual energy condensed into a solid golden spear, the Grand Elder flipped his hand and countless golden spears rained down on the Li clan. Rumble. Chapter 145. In half a day's time, the Li and Lan families were completely annihilated by the Ling family. There were thousands of people in the two families, but not a single one survived. Killing without mercy, one must pull up weeds by the roots. Otherwise, who knew what kind of disaster would be left behind in the future? After this battle, the status of the Ling family reached an unprecedented peak. Many small and medium-sized families expressed their desire to form an alliance with the Ling family. The patriarchs or acting elders of these families brought gifts to congratulate the Ling family. This was because the Ling family had a king-level powerhouse who was like the sun at high noon. This made them have no choice but to bow their heads in submission to avoid suffering the same fate as the Li and Lan families in the future. As for the Luo family, Luo Xiangming personally came to congratulate and apologize. He also mentioned to Ling Tsang that Luo Qingxuang should marry Ling Xiao so that the two families could form an alliance. Ling Tsang did not give Luo Xiangming a clear answer. After all, Luo Xiangming's stance was not firm enough. If he had chosen to help the Ling family, perhaps Ling Tsang would have agreed without hesitation. Luo Xiangming knew that he had missed the opportunity to form an alliance with the Ling family during the clan's tournament, but he did not regret his decision. After all, it concerned the survival of the Ling family, and he did not dare to make the decision on his own. However, he did not give up on the opportunity to form an alliance with the Ling family. He had heard from his wife that there was a mysterious second or third rank alchemist behind Ling Xiao. Luo Xiangming regretted his decision. If he had known that Ling Xiao had such a master alchemist behind him, he would have helped the Ling family that day. Regret was regret, but he was even more determined to form an alliance with the Ling family through marriage. Thus, he personally talked to his granddaughter Luo Qingxuang. He knew that his granddaughter loved Ling Xiao to the core, and so he encouraged his granddaughter to work hard to control her own happiness. Luo Qingxuang, of course, knew what her grandfather was thinking. However, she truly loved Ling Xiao. Even if her grandfather did not agree, she was determined to marry no one but Ling Xiao. Recently, Luo Qingxuang had visited the Ling family many times. The guards of the Ling family also knew that this young lady of the Luo family had a close relationship with young master Ling Xiao, so she was able to enter Ling Xiao's house without any obstructions. The status of Ling Xiao's family was different now. Because the inner courtyard had been destroyed, the Ling family had begun to rebuild it. So, Ling Xiao's family was directly integrated into the inner courtyard. In other words, Ling Xiao's family had the same status as the other elders in the inner courtyard, and Ling Xiao was no longer an attendant. Instead, he was directly nominated as the 14th elder. The original 7th and 8th elders had died in battle. The 9th elder, Ling Fu, was promoted to the 7th elder, Ling Yuan was promoted to the 8th elder, Hui was promoted to the 9th elder, and the 10th to 13th elders were the 4 spirit masters that Ling Tsang had secretly trained. Ling Xiao was the 14th elder. Normally, in order to become an elder, one had to be at least a spirit master. As for why Ling Xiao was able to become an elder, this puzzled everyone. At first, everyone thought that it was the arrangement of the Grand Elder, but when clan leader Ling Tsang announced that Ling Xiao was still a second-tier alchemist, everyone was shocked. Their Ling family actually had such an alchemist. This was too unbelievable. Although their Ling family had produced a third-tier alchemist a few hundred years ago, there was no one to inherit his legacy. Even in recent generations there had not been an alchemist. They had no idea who Ling Xiao's master was. To be able to become a second-tier alchemist at such a young age, didn't that mean that Yuan Ping, a second-tier alchemist in the Spirit Herb Hall, who was almost 60 years old, would have to go bang his head against a wall and die? Because of this, many people did not believe that Ling Xiao was really an alchemist. However, today they had a chance to see if Ling Xiao was a real or fake alchemist. In 3 days, Ling Xiao would personally perform alchemy in the inner courtyard. For this alchemy, the Ling family had invited some of the more famous elders in Meteorite City to observe. This could be considered as the Ling family's first public display after the war. It was to strengthen the Ling family's current prestige and let others know that the Ling family not only had a king-level expert, but also an alchemist. Now they were fully deserving of being the overlord of Meteorite City. Although the alchemy this time was not made public to the commoners, everyone outside of Meteorite City knew about it. Have you heard? Young Master Ling Xiao of the Ling family is a second-tier alchemist. In 3 days he will personally perform alchemy in the Ling family. That's impossible. How old is young Master Ling Xiao? If he's already a second-tier alchemist at 18, then that Master Yuan of the Spirit Herb Hall should go bang his head against a wall and die. I don't believe it either, but it was said by a friend of mine who is a guard of the Ling family. I believe he wouldn't lie to me. That's hard to say. But now that the Ling family's supreme elder has become a king-level super expert, Meteorite City will be the Ling family's world in the future. The Luo family can only bow down to them. That's true. In Ling Xiao's house. Today, Ling Xiao's house was allocated a very spacious courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was many times better than the previous house. Pavilions, fake rocks, flowing water, and a quiet bamboo forest made the whole courtyard look grand and elegant. The Ling family had spent a lot of money and hired all the construction workers in the city to build it in half a month. This kind of courtyard could only be lived in by people at the elder level. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in his room studying the green-level profound skill, Raging Flame Finger, which he had obtained from the Li family. When Ling Xiao and the Supreme Elder went to destroy the Li family, they also confiscated all the Li family's heritage. Profound skills, weapons, spirit herbs, everything of value was confiscated. Ling Xiao naturally picked out some of the good things and handed the rest to the family for confiscation. Among the good things that Ling Xiao had embezzled was naturally the green-level profound skill, Raging Flame Finger. In Meteorite City, there were only a handful of green-level profound skills, which was enough to show the preciousness and value of green-level profound skills. Ling Xiao had seen Li Yan use it during the family competition. Its power was comparable to the solitary Yang finger from his previous life, so the two should have the same effect. If he could master this Raging Flame Finger, he would have another Shen skill to rely on. Moreover, the power of this Raging Flame Finger was extraordinary. If he was caught off guard, he would definitely be able to kill someone of a higher level. This Raging Flame Finger mainly uses the whole body's profound energy to concentrate on one finger, and then forces it out to release the attack, achieving an unexpected effect. It looks very simple, but it is not so simple to cultivate. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself as he kept the scroll that recorded the profound skill. At the same time, he also circulated his profound energy and concentrated it on his index finger. Shio. A small flame shot out. Unfortunately, this flame could not be as concentrated as Li Yan's Raging Flame Finger. Moreover, the power and speed were worlds apart. This finger of his could only be said to be an ordinary move to release profound energy, so it did not have much lethality. Ling Xiao knew that to cultivate the Raging Flame Finger, it was not something that could be cultivated in a day and night. First, he had to strengthen his index finger so that it could withstand more profound energy. Only then would he be able to activate a strong attribute attack. Now Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate this finger technique. After all, there was still half a month before he would leave Meteor City for the Purple Sky sect. In the remaining time he had to spend with his family. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the room, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, Miss Luo is here." Lone Eagle's voice sounded outside the room. Ling Xiao opened the door and saw Luo Qingxuang, Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer chatting together. Half a month ago, when the Li and Lan families attacked the Ling family, Ling Xiao entrusted Bai Yushi to Lone Eagle, and Lone Eagle handed her over to Wei Dyer. After the Li and Lan families were destroyed by the Ling family, the Cold Snake siblings brought Bai Yushi back. In fact, they had been hiding in Meteor City and had not left at all. In addition, Ling Feng and the others who went to participate in the family competition also returned to their families after hearing the news of the Li and Lan families being destroyed. Ling Xiao was very happy to see the three girls getting along so well. If the three of them were like water and fire, then he would really be in trouble. When Luo Qingxuang saw Ling Xiao come out, she immediately smiled and greeted him, "Brother Xiao." Ling Xiao touched Luo Qingxuang's head and said, "Xuang, you might as well move in and be my personal maid like Yushi. That would save you the trouble of running around." "Brother Xiao, is Xuang really not qualified to be your wife? If you really think that Xuang has done something wrong, you can tell me. I can change." Luo Qingxuang's beautiful eyes were filled with a faint mist as she looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt pain for no reason, and he immediately held her slender waist and said softly, "Xuang, to tell you the truth, Brother Xiao is not a good man. I like Yushi Dai, and you, and I can't bear to part with anyone. In my heart, you are all my good women, but I have no plans to start a family. Moreover, you know that in half a month I will go to the Purple Sky sect and I don't know when I will be back. No matter when you come back, we will wait for you." Wei Dyer and Bai Yushi walked over and said firmly. Bai Yushi nodded repeatedly and said, "Sister Dai is right. No matter when you come back, we will wait for you." Seeing that the three women were so determined, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with a strong reluctance. However, he had a higher goal in his heart to pursue, so naturally he would not give up because of this. Awake to wield the power of the world, drunk to lie on the knees of beauties. When the day came that he became stronger and established his own force, he believed that he would not be separated from them again. At night, the cool breeze was like water. Ling Xiao jumped onto the roof and looked at the beautiful moon in the night sky. His mind was filled with thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Wei Dyer, who was wearing a light gauze dress that was as thin as a cicada's wings, sat beside him. The faint fragrance of a woman made Ling Xiao feel intoxicated. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes as he looked at the calf and swallowed his saliva. "Sister Dai, you are tempting me to commit a crime, do you know that?" Wei Dyer glanced at Ling Xiao flirtatiously, then gently leaned her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, "I like it when you call me Dai, I don't want to be your sister." "Then what do you want to do with me?" Ling Xiao asked. With Wei Dyer leaning on him, his body started to heat up. "I want to be your woman," Wei Dyer said faintly, her delicate hands tightly hugging Ling Xiao's waist, her soft breasts pressing tightly against Ling Xiao's body. For a moment, Ling Xiao's beast blood was boiling. Chapter 146. Ling Xiao suppressed the urge to push Wei Dyer down and said lightly, "Don't you regret it?" "Regret?" Wei Dyer replied, and then she said, "I regret not being born a few years later, so that I won't have to be afraid of losing to Yushi and Xuang." Ling Xiao trembled slightly. He did not expect Wei Dyer to be so deeply in love with him. "Sister Dyer, you are more attractive to me than them. I prefer women like you who have just matured," Ling Xiao said seriously as he looked at Wei Dyer's frighteningly bulging weapon. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Ling Xiao was especially fond of mature women. This was because they all had a kind of indescribable charm, like a ripe peach, making one's imagination run wild. "I think you only like my body, right?" Wei Dyer's pair of beautiful eyes that were like stars stared at Ling Xiao, and then she said, "Since you like it so much, then eat it." Ling Xiao's eyes reluctantly left the weapon, and he said faintly, "Dyer, I will go to the Purple Sky sect in half a month and I don't know when I will be back. If you choose to be with me, I am afraid that you will not be happy, and I am very fickle. As long as you have me in your heart, even if you are far away from me, I will still feel happy. Moreover, I know that my man is born to be extraordinary, and he is not someone that can be trapped by a small meteorite city. A dragon will eventually soar, and in the future he will definitely become a great figure that is admired by millions of people. I only hope that I can take advantage of the fact that I still have some capital to hold on to you. Can you take me tonight? I will only be your sister in this life, even if there will be more sisters in the future, I will not fight with them, Wei Dyer whispered softly into Ling Xiao's ear. That faint fragrance made Ling Xiao more and more unable to control himself. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Dyer. However, before he could say anything, Wei Dyer's lips were already on his thick lips, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Wei Dyer's kiss was very clumsy. Her pearly white teeth had almost bumped into Ling Xiao's teeth. However, she was still passionately kissing Ling Xiao. She could feel his unique manly scent. Her delicate hands moved towards Ling Xiao's firm and erect part. Ling Xiao's mind went blank. He could no longer suppress the anger in his body and it burst forth. At this point, if Ling Xiao still didn't respond, he would no longer be a man. Time passed in the blink of an eye. All the elders and deacons in the Ling family's inner courtyard gathered together. Today they were going to witness the rise of their Ling family's new alchemy master. If Ling Xiao's identity was confirmed, then the Ling family's status would rise to a whole new level in the future, becoming even more stable and unbreakable. On the viewing platform, Patriarch Ling Tsang, Grand Elder Ling He, Elder Ling Chen of the previous generation, and all the elders of the previous and current generation of the Ling family had taken their seats. Master Artificer Li Su was also present. Li Su was now a consecrated elder of the Ling family, and his status was similar to the 14 elders of the Ling family. Everyone in the Ling family knew that it was all thanks to Ling Xiao that Li Su was able to become an elder of the Ling family. This was because Li Su had another identity now, and that was Ling Xiao's god-grandfather. The patriarch of the Luo family has arrived. At this moment, the guard's voice sounded from outside the inner courtyard. Luo Xiangming appeared in front of everyone with his wife, Mo Hongmei and Luo Qingxuang. Greetings, Elder He. Luo Xiangming and Mo Hongmei first bowed to the Grand Elder, then smiled at Ling Tsang. Brother Ling, we took the liberty to come here, please don't take offense. Brother Luo is too serious. Take a seat. Ling Tsang smiled. The patriarch of the Xue family has arrived. The great elder of the Qin family has arrived. One after another, the patriarchs and elders of the various families in Meteorite City had all arrived at the Ling family. They had all received an invitation from the Ling family to witness the birth of a young alchemist. Not long after, the seats on the viewing platform were almost full. The auspicious hour has arrived, please invite the 14th elder. A deacon came out and announced. Ling Xiao walked up from the side, his expression solemn. Behind him followed Lone Eagle, who was carrying the cauldron, and Leng Shi, who was carrying the herbs. Now that Lone Eagle and Leng Shi were deacons of the Ling family, they were also Ling Xiao's personal servants. After stepping onto the platform, Ling Xiao glanced at the people on the viewing platform, calmed his mind and prepared to start refining pills. This time it was Ling Xiao's own idea to publicly refine pills in front of the crowd. He didn't do this because he wanted to be in the limelight, but because he wanted to do something for the family before he left. After all, he was a part of the Ling family. If the higher-ups of Meteorite City knew that the Ling family had such an alchemist, they would be more cautious, and they would be more determined to follow the Ling family. After all, they were only forming an alliance with the Ling family, not completely obeying the Ling family. Just as Ling Xiao was about to start the fire, another voice rang out, Grandmaster Yuan of the Herb Hall has arrived. I didn't expect Grandmaster Yuan to also come. I thought he wouldn't come, Ling Tsang muttered. At first, when he sent someone to invite Yuan Ping, he didn't think that Yuan Ping would come. After all, Yuan Ping was a second-rank alchemist of Meteorite City. He had a somewhat eccentric temperament, and he wouldn't usually appear. Only during the clan competition, which was held once every 4 years, would he appear as a witness. Haha, it seems that he also wants to see whether or not Xiao is a true second-rank alchemist. Li Kong laughed. Maybe. I didn't believe that kid when he said he was an alchemist at first. I hope he doesn't shoot his own foot and embarrass the Ling family, Ling Tsang said with a bitter smile. Even now, Ling Tsang still suspected that Ling Xiao was lying to him. He really didn't believe that this kid could be self-taught. If that was the case, then the other alchemists would probably die of shame. After Yuan Ping walked in, Ling Tsang naturally had people arrange a seat for him. However, Yuan Ping didn't sit down. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao on the platform and said, Kid, don't try to act mysterious here. With your age, how could you be a second-rank alchemist? Get down here. Yuan Ping didn't have any misgivings because this was the Ling family's territory. He directly said to Ling Xiao with disdain. From the beginning, he felt that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to become a second-rank alchemist at his age. Even a first-rank alchemist would need at least 1 or 2 years to successfully refine pills under someone's guidance, and this was only if there was a good alchemist in Tenbin. Without Tenbin, no matter how hard an alchemist worked, they wouldn't be able to become a true alchemist. Yuan Ping didn't think that he was very outstanding. On the contrary, he didn't think that his understanding of alchemy Tenbin was high. If he hadn't gone out to travel and met a high-rank alchemist who gave him a few pointers, he most likely would still be a first-rank alchemist. Alchemy and alchemy required a lot of Tenbin. Yuan Ping had experienced it firsthand, which was why he insisted that Ling Xiao wasn't an alchemist. At most, he was just putting on a show to fool others. No matter where one went, an alchemist was a symbol of respect. Yuan Ping definitely wouldn't allow this brat to sully the title of alchemist. That was why he chose to come and expose Ling Xiao's tricks. The Ling family's elders all revealed unhappy expressions when they heard Yuan Ping's words. Regardless of whether or not Ling Xiao was a true second-rank alchemist, the way Yuan Ping spoke to Ling Xiao in front of everyone was completely disrespectful to the Ling family's dignity. Grandmaster Yuan, if you're here to observe the ceremony, then we welcome you. If you're here to provoke us, then forgive us, Ling Tsang said faintly. Haha, clan leader Ling, I know that your Ling family is powerful, but I definitely won't allow anyone to sully the title of an alchemist unless I die. Yuan Ping laughed loudly. From the way he was acting, it seemed that even if he died he would still defend the honor of an alchemist. You. The Grand Elder was about to fly into a rage when Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, calmly said, Since Grandmaster Yuan doesn't believe that I'm an alchemist, then do you dare to compete with me? Do you dare to compete with me? Ling Xiao's voice was full of ridicule and provocation. Although he hadn't been an alchemist for long, with his extraordinary Tenbin and hard work, the quality of the second-rank pills he refined were definitely above average. Moreover, his success rate was over 90%, which was comparable to a third-rank alchemist. Now, this Yuan Ping had jumped out and directly reprimanded him for not being an alchemist. Ling Xiao was unhappy. Damn it, this young master's Tenbin was amazing, and becoming an alchemist was a simple matter. I thought that an old man like you would only be able to reach that level in your lifetime. How embarrassing. Ling Xiao didn't verbalize the words in his heart. After all, Yuan Ping was someone with status in Meteorite City, so he had given him enough face. Yellow-toothed brat, when I started refining pills, you were still in your mother's womb. What qualifications do you have to be my opponent? As long as you say in front of everyone that you're not an alchemist, I'll let this matter go for the sake of the Ling family, Yuan Ping coldly snorted. In Meteorite City, although Yuan Ping rarely appeared in public, his reputation was no less than Li Su's. As the only second-rank alchemist in Meteorite City, his status was extremely respected. This brat in front of him actually dared to challenge him. He was truly overestimating himself. Chapter 147. Alchemy is all about controlling the intensity of the fire, controlling the temperature, and extracting the essence of the spirit grass. Ling Xiao no longer argued with Yuan Ping. Instead, he spoke out the basic essentials of alchemy in a clear voice. At the same time, flames appeared on his hands. Yuan Ping looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, Everyone knows the basics. Don't put on an act here. Ling Xiao ignored him and focused on picking up a stalk of morning dew grass and throwing it into the cauldron. The flames in Ling Xiao's hands flew over. The morning dew grass immediately withered. Seeing this, the ridicule in Yuan Ping's eyes deepened. However, just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. After the morning dew grass in the cauldron withered, a few drops of concentrated essence dripped out. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao quickly used his spiritual energy to isolate the drops of essence and threw in another stalk of spirit herb. Ling Xiao's palms continued to move. Like a pair of fiery palms, the flames were sometimes strong and sometimes gentle. Stalk after stalk of spirit herb essence was quickly extracted. On the viewing platform, the Ling family's elders, patriarchs, and elders all revealed expressions of shock. They thought to themselves, this kid is really an alchemist. Yuan Ping stared at Ling Xiao's shadow-like palms. His expression was even more exaggerated than anyone else's, and his mouth was so wide open that a fist could fit inside. As stalk after stalk of spirit herb was extracted, the smell of medicine quickly spread out and filled the surroundings of the Ling family's training field. Below, Ling Tao looked at his second brother excitedly and asked, "Second brother, Xiao is really an alchemist. This kid is too monstrous." "I don't know when this kid learned alchemy, but there was a period of time when there were explosions in his room. I think he learned it there," Ling Zhan replied with a happy smile. Seeing his son's achievements as a father, he was of course proud and happy for him. On the viewing platform, the Great Elder and Ling Tsang both had joyful smiles on their faces. Once it was proven that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, the future of the Ling family and Ling Xiao would be even brighter. Ling Xiao had been painstakingly refining pills for half a year. Now his technique was abnormally skillful. One would not be able to tell that he was a beginner alchemist. After extracting the essence of the spirit grass, all the medicinal essence was concentrated. "Condense." Ling Xiao shouted, and the flames on his palms suddenly increased to the maximum. When he saw that the medicinal essence had fused together, he instantly removed the flames on his palms and pressed his hands down. The profound energy in his hands condensed the essence that had already turned into an embryonic form. Puh. The cauldron emitted a slight explosion sound, and a puff of white smoke slowly rose. Then a strong smell of medicine filled the air. Ling Xiao smiled, picked up the bottle next to him, and quickly took out the elixir from the medicine cauldron. "The elixir is done?" A great elder from a small family on the viewing platform exclaimed. "It should be. Look, he even put the elixir away. This kid is really a dragon among men." Yes, with such a talented alchemist in the Ling family, there is no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. Furthermore, he is the leader of the younger generation in the Ling family. What a monster. Congratulations to clan leader Ling for having such a descendant. On the viewing platform, the 10 or so distinguished guests were discussing among themselves. In the end, all of them congratulated Ling Tsang. Ling Xiao was even happier. He immediately responded to everyone politely, his face full of satisfaction. Ling Xiao put away the bottle of elixir and threw it to Yuan Ping. "Grandmaster Yuan, this is for you." A bottle of pills was thrown towards Yuan Ping. Yuan Ping caught it with one hand and immediately opened the pill bottle. A strong smell of medicine filled the air. Within the bottle, the elixir was glossy and smooth. Moreover, each pill was the same size without any flaws. "This is definitely the best of the best, and the success rate is 100%. Impossible." Yuan Ping looked at the bottle in disbelief. Refining 10 returning pills at once, even with his current level, he could only occasionally refine 1 or 2 full furnaces. His normal success rate was only about 70%, which meant that for a furnace of low-grade pills, he could at most condense 7 pills at once, and 3 of the pills' medicinal properties would be wasted and consumed. Moreover, the quality of the elixirs Ling Xiao had refined was even better than his own, which made it even more difficult for him to accept. Although he had become an alchemist late, he had studied for more than 20 years. Now that he realized that he could not compare to a youth who was not even 20 yet, how could he accept this? "I'll compete with you." Yuan Ping stared blankly for a moment before speaking to Ling Xiao on the stage. His attitude was no longer as contemptuous of Ling Xiao as before. He had already acknowledged Ling Xiao's identity as an alchemist. Ling Xiao faintly said, "Then Grandmaster Yuan must admit that I did not disgrace the name of an alchemist." Yuan Ping dared to take responsibility for his actions. He cupped his hands towards the Ling family's elders and said, "Everyone, I admit that I thought too highly of myself just now. I hereby apologize to little friend Ling." Following that, he bowed towards Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the Ling family. Ling Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yuan Ping and said, "Grandmaster Yuan, you're making a fool of me." Ling Xiao had always followed the principle that if someone respected him, he would respect them tenfold. Although Yuan Ping had looked down on him in the beginning, it was only because he wanted to protect the name of an alchemist. Now that his opponent had sincerely admitted his mistake, Ling Xiao naturally would not be so overbearing. No matter what, he respected the old and loved the young. Yuan Ping stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Little friend Ling, this old man has offended you just now. You are indeed a qualified alchemist, but since you wanted to compete with me just now, it seems that you have reached the 2nd level. This old man will agree to compete with you now." Ling Xiao was just about to agree when Liu, who was on the viewing platform, said, "Brother Yuan, why do you have to make things difficult for my godson? Since he has already proven that he is an alchemist, I think we should just forget about this competition." "Brother Li, you're wrong. I'm not trying to make things difficult for my little friend, but after seeing my little friend's strength just now, I'm also itching to test my skills. Moreover, my little friend had the confidence to challenge me just now, so I'm sure his realm is no weaker than mine. There's no harm in us comparing notes, Yuan Ping said unwillingly. In reality, although he had acknowledged Ling Zhao's identity as an alchemist, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The other had become an alchemist at such a young age, and looking at his skillful techniques, his success rate was probably no lower than his own. If he didn't save some face today, he was afraid that this matter would become a sore point in his heart, causing him to be unable to advance an inch in the future. Since Grandmaster Yuan insists, Ling Xiao thanks you in advance. However, since this is a competition, we should at least add some excitement, don't you think so? Ling Xiao said to Yuan Ping in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. As far as he knew, Yuan Ping was also a second-rank alchemist, so Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Under the same realm, who would he be afraid of? Ling Xiao still had this much confidence. Little friend, you're very straightforward. This old man will go back and retrieve his furnace, Yuan Ping replied and handed the due-returning pill back to Ling Xiao. He then quickly left the Ling family to retrieve his furnace and ingredients. After Yuan Ping left, Ling Xiao handed the due-returning pill to the Grand Elder. Patriarch, do you believe me now? I didn't lie to you, I'm a second-rank alchemist. Ling Xiao proudly said to the Grand Elder. In the entire Ling family, only Ling Xiao dared to speak to the Grand Elder with such a mischievous smile. The Grand Elder looked at the pill and handed it back to Ling Tsang with a smile. Not bad. It seems that the Ling family will have to rely on you in the future. However, you must not be arrogant and impetuous. Strive to break through to the third rank as soon as possible and become the #1 alchemist in Meteorite City, just like me. Isn't this request a bit too easy? Ling Xiao said after pausing for a moment. It seems that you little brat can't be praised. You've only achieved a little and you're already arrogant? The Grand Elder lightly snorted. Haha, then you'll have to watch closely later, Patriarch, Ling Xiao said with a smile. From the looks of it, he seemed to be planning something. The Ling family's elders, patriarch and elders of the previous generation had all seen the pill that Ling Xiao had successfully refined. Every single one of them believed that the Ling family truly had a genius alchemist. In the future, when they saw Ling Xiao, they would have to respectfully call him Grandmaster Ling. Seeing how young Ling Xiao was, they all sighed in their hearts. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Ling Xiao had such achievements at such a young age. Compared to them, the difference between them and Ling Xiao was like clouds and mud. Ling Tsang stood up and announced to the Ling family's attendants and disciples, "From today onwards, I hereby appoint my 18th generation descendant, Ling Xiao, as the 14th elder." The attendants and the Ling family's disciples all cheered. Ling Xiao had not only won the title of champion in the clan competition and brought glory to the Ling family, but he had also become the youngest elder in the history of the Ling family as well as the youngest alchemist in Meteorite City. All of them worshipped him, and the younger generation even viewed Ling Xiao as their idol. Ling Zhao's status in the Ling family and Meteorite City had risen, and he had become the leader of the new generation. Chapter 148. In the inner courtyard of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao and Yuan Ping stood on one side of the training field. In front of each of them were 2 medicinal cauldrons that were about half the height of a person, and on the wooden shelves beside them were various types of spirit herbs. Young friend Ling, this time we'll rely on our own methods. We'll use the quality of the pills we concoct as a reference. What do you think? Yuan Ping suggested. Of course I have no problem with that, but this kid just said that since we're competing we should add some stakes. What do you think? Ling Xiao nodded. It seems like young friend Ling is very confident, Yuan Ping praised, then continued, if this old man doesn't agree, then wouldn't I be too cowardly? Then how does young friend Ling want to bet? If I lose to Grandmaster Yuan, then I'll let Grandmaster Yuan do whatever you want to me. But if I win, then I'll ask Grandmaster Yuan to lower his status and become an elder of the Ling clan for 10 years. How about that? Ling Xiao said confidently. Yuan Ping looked at Ling Xiao with narrowed eyes and calculated in his heart for a while. He then nodded and said, all right, since young friend Ling is so confident, then this old man will accept. If I lose, then I'll become an elder of the Ling clan. If I win, then you'll teach me that fire-controlling palm technique of yours. How about it? Yuan Ping had an idea when he saw Ling Zhao's fire-controlling palm technique, so he took advantage of Ling Zhao's intentions. A strange smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face and he thought to himself, this old man has good eyesight. He actually wants my flame shadow palm, but it depends on whether or not he has the ability to learn it. Since that's the case, then let's begin, Ling Xiao said. All right, let's begin. Yuan Ping nodded in response. Although both of them agreed to begin, the two of them just stood there without moving, and both of them even closed their eyes. Everyone looked at the two of them in shock and began to whisper among themselves. What are they doing? Didn't they say they were going to start concocting pills? Why are they resting with their eyes closed? Don't be so loud. The two masters are conserving their energy so that their mental state is at its peak. Only then can they refine better pills. So that's how it is. I wonder what kind of pill they will be refining this time? I think he's at least mid-stage second order. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew past, and the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Their hands began to dance at the same time. Both of them threw different spiritual herbs into the medicinal cauldron, and the flames immediately spread around the cauldron walls. The spirit grass withered instantly, and its essence was quickly extracted. Both of them moved very quickly and skillfully, but Yuan Ping's technique looked more experienced and natural. Under his control, the flames grew from big to small, and from small to big again. There were no mistakes in the process. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao looked very casual and relaxed. His palms turned into balls of palm shadows and the flames crackled. His control was very dazzling and beautiful. It was as if he was performing a mysterious palm technique, and it was very enjoyable to watch. The Ling family elders and the invited guests on the viewing platform all stared unblinkingly at the two people in the field. This kind of public concocting of pills was rarely seen in 100 years, so they naturally wanted to see it for themselves. Looking at the old and the young, the fire control technique in the field couldn't help but sigh. Being an alchemist was indeed the most difficult profession to cultivate. Even the first step of extracting the spiritual herbs required a lot of time and patience, and there was also the control of the fire. The slightest mistake would immediately destroy the spiritual herbs. This was a great test of one's patience. The crowd didn't know what kind of pill the two of them were refining, but they were actually continuously extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs. Moreover, most of the spiritual herbs were second stage and above, and there were even some rare high-tier second-stage spiritual herbs. Could it be that they are both refining high-tier second-stage pills? The crowd didn't understand the way of alchemy. Even though they knew the origins of these spiritual herbs, they didn't know what kind of pills could be refined with so many spiritual herbs gathered together. Bang! Yuan Ping saw that Ling Xiao was also extracting the essence like him. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was also trying to concoct a high-grade medicinal pill. Yuan Ping was a little absent-minded. He didn't manage to extract a single stalk of spirit grass and it was burned by the flames. Yuan Ping quickly gathered his thoughts and threw in another stalk of the same spiritual herb to refine. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of this. He waved the shadow flame palm to his heart's content, and his control of the fire was very stable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the alchemy sect that created this palm technique. This was practically a mystical technique that evolved from controlling fire in alchemy. No wonder Yuan Ping wanted to use it. 4 hours passed, and the two's faces were covered in sweat like rain. However, their expressions were still focused, and they didn't dare to be careless. Everyone at the side also suppressed their restless hearts, and quietly waited for the final result. Suddenly Yuan Ping let out a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he was about to finish refining the medicinal essence. Following that, he took out a stalk of azure spiritual herb. This spiritual herb's appearance was very attractive, especially the stem in the middle, which was densely packed with small thorns. Each thorn had a little blue dot on it as if the thorns had borne a fruit. It was very magical. This is a low-tier third-stage blue thorn grass. On the viewing platform, one of the family heads recognized the origin of the spiritual herb in Yuan Ping's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. It really is blue thorn grass. Could it be that Grandmaster Yuan wants to refine a third-stage pill? Another person exclaimed. That's possible. Grandmaster Yuan has been refining pills for many years, so he must have long become a third-stage alchemist. It's just that we don't know about it. It looks like Grandmaster Ling is going to lose this competition. However, he's still young and has a bright future. Yuan Ping threw the blue thorn grass into the medicinal cauldron without hesitation. His expression became even more focused, and the flame in his hand was carefully controlled, for fear of accidentally burning the blue thorn grass. He didn't have many low-tier third-stage spiritual herbs in his collection, only a few stalks, and each stalk was very valuable. If he wasted one, he was afraid that he would die of heartache, so he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. When he saw that the essence of the blue thorn grass had been refined, he once again let out a sigh of relief. Following that, he took out another low-tier third-stage spiritual herb, soft vine flower. Like the blue thorn grass, it was a water attribute spiritual herb, and its grade and value were not lower than the blue thorn grass. With two third-stage spiritual herbs appearing consecutively, everyone on the stage was sure that Yuan Ping was definitely going to refine a third-stage pill. At this time, Ling Xiao also slightly relaxed. He glanced at the soft vine flower in Yuan Ping's hand and couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly recovered. Looks like I have to be more serious. Ling Xiao secretly exclaimed in his heart, and a low-tier third-stage spiritual herb, Fire Lingji, also appeared in his hand. The Fire Lingji was very similar to the Black Lingji, but the Fire Lingji was a fire attribute spiritual herb, and its entire body was suffused with a fiery aura, appearing especially dazzling. This Fire Lingji was one of the spoils of war that Ling Xiao had plundered from the Li family's treasury. Third-stage Fire Lingji, it was auctioned off by the Li family 2 years ago. I didn't think that it would actually fall into Grandmaster Ling's hands. A Grand Elder of a small family exclaimed. Could it be that Grandmaster Ling has also reached the third-stage realm? This is impossible, right? This competition is getting more and more interesting. This little fellow has indeed been greedy for a lot of good things. The Grand Elder smiled slightly and thought to himself. After Ling Xiao finished refining the Fire Lingji, he took out a scarlet-red spiritual herb, mid-tier third-stage thousand-year red fruit. This thousand-year red fruit was not taken from the Li family, but was originally collected by the Earth Emperor stage expert in the space ring. When this thousand-year red fruit appeared, Ling Chen's eyes, who was sitting on top, became fiery hot. He was a fire attribute martial artist, and if he absorbed this thousand-year red fruit, it would definitely make his spirit master realm even more complete. This would be of great benefit to him when he breaks through to the king stage in the future. Grand Elder. Ling Chen softly called out to the Grand Elder beside him. The Grand Elder glanced at Ling Chen and said indifferently, "Let's talk after the competition." Of course, the Grand Elder knew what Ling Chen was thinking, but now that this was related to Ling Xiao's competition, he naturally could not let Ling Xiao hand over the thousand-year red fruit. This competition not only concerned Ling Xiao himself, but also the future of the Ling family. Naturally, he could not affect the overall situation for Ling Chen's personal benefit. Ling Chen watched as the thousand-year red fruit was thrown into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao, and his heart was filled with regret. Yuan Ping first extracted his 2 stalks of level 3 low-grade spirit grass, and all of the essence of the spirit grass had already been extracted. Just when everyone thought that it was time to fuse and form the core, Yuan Ping took out a fist-sized beast core. This beast core had a blue glow, and was without a doubt a water attribute beast core. Without thinking, Yuan Ping isolated all of the spirit grass essence, and then threw the beast core into the medicine cauldron. Yuan Ping used both of his palms and raised the fire to the maximum, burning the medicine cauldron until it was bright red. The spiritual energy in his body flowed out endlessly like water. Refining the beast core was not an easy task. To maintain the fiercest flame, the consumption of energy was quite large. Even if he was a spirit master, he still felt that it was very difficult. His face was dripping with sweat, and the back of his robe was also soaked. On Ling Xiao's side, he also took out a fire attribute beast core, but he did not immediately throw it into the medicine cauldron. Instead, he took out a bottle of energy recovery pills and ate 2 of them first. He did not have Yuan Ping's dense spiritual energy, and he was only an intermediate mystic disciple. To refine a level 3 pill, the consumption of energy was enormous. Ling Xiao knew a thing or two from the alchemy method. After eating the pill, Ling Xiao then threw the beast core into the medicine cauldron. However, Ling Xiao did not start at full power. After all, the fire attribute beast core was not afraid of fire. He could only use a small fire to slowly refine it, and when it had softened he would use a large fire to refine it all at once. Refining a beast core was very particular. If one was slightly careless and the beast core exploded, then that would be terrible. The power of the explosion was quite terrifying. It was actually very dangerous to refine a beast core like Yuan Ping, but luckily he was currently refining a water attribute beast core, otherwise he would have exploded the cauldron by now. This was because refining a water attribute beast core required the strongest firepower, but refining other beast cores could not be done like this. Ling Xiao did not notice that Yuan Ping was refining the beast core with all his might. If that was the case, he would rather give up the competition than stay in the same place as Yuan Ping. If the beast core exploded, then wouldn't he be courting death? Chapter 149. Yuan Ping worked hard to activate his spiritual power, and the flames continued to roast the medicine cauldron. The beast core in the medicine cauldron gradually became smaller, and the water-attributed spiritual power spread out bit by bit. The water-attributed spiritual power in the medicine cauldron was uncontrollable, and most of it was lost. Yuan Ping watched helplessly. He knew that the energy in the beast core was enormous, and it was impossible to control all the spiritual power. Moreover, this was his first time trying to refine a third-grade medicinal pill, so he didn't know how to stabilize the spiritual power and prevent it from spreading. Even so, it didn't mean that he had failed to refine the beast core. It could only mean that his technique wasn't perfect enough. Seeing that the beast core was getting smaller and smaller, Yuan Ping took 2 energy recovery pills and raised the fire to the highest level. The beast core, which had shrunk to half its original size, cracked and turned into a ball of liquid energy that emitted a powerful spiritual force. Merge for me. Yuan Ping seized the opportunity and immediately used his spiritual power to control the essence of the spiritual grass to fuse with the ball of energy. The 2 different balls of energy fused together and gradually became one. The energy became more and more condensed, and the energy wave became stronger and stronger. Yuan Ping was delighted and took another 2 energy recovery pills. He pressed his palms down and shouted, "Condense for me." Yuan Ping drew out all the spiritual power in his body and pressed it into the medicine cauldron. This was the last step of condensing the pill. Whether the pill was formed or not depended on this move. At this moment, the Grand Elder in the seat of honor seemed to realize something. He exclaimed, "Not good," and immediately flew out like a ghost. Boom. Just as Yuan Ping's spiritual power pressed down, the medicine cauldron exploded violently. The martial arts field shook along with it. Yuan Ping's medicine cauldron was blown to pieces. He was the closest to the medicine cauldron, so he was the most affected. His whole body flew out, and more than half of the robe on his body was blown to pieces. Fresh blood flowed out. Luckily, the Grand Elder used his spiritual power to confine the area 5 meters below Yuan Ping, so the broken pieces of the medicine cauldron didn't blow up the Ling family disciples on the periphery. It also didn't affect Ling Xiao, who was at the side. However, Ling Xiao was shocked. He almost lost control of his mind and stopped refining the beast core. Once he stopped, the beast core's spiritual power would spread out and his beast core would be destroyed. Immediately, Ling Xiao gathered his thoughts again. He waved his hands continuously, controlling the flames to continue refining the beast pill. His mental strength wrapped around the medicinal cauldron, causing the energy of the beast pill to be concentrated in the medicinal cauldron and not spread out. On the other side of the cauldron, Yuan Ping had consumed 2 pills in a row, and his expression was extremely dispirited. However, when he saw that there was a round pill that emitted a faint glow where the cauldron had been, he happily cried out, "It's done, done." Like a child who had received candy, he ran towards the elixir and picked it up. Yuan Ping put away the ugly pill bottle as if he had found a treasure. His old face was full of joy. The people on the viewing platform were puzzled. Could it be that Master Yuan has successfully refined a third-grade pill? It's possible. Otherwise he wouldn't be so happy. I just don't know what kind of pill he refined. It must be a water attribute pill. I wonder if Master Yuan will take it out to auction. If he takes it out to auction, I will get it even if I have to go bankrupt. Yuan Ping put away the bottle of medicine and stood to the side, quietly waiting for the results on Ling Xiao's side. He still had a faint smile on his face as if victory was already in his hands. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already fallen into a strange state of forgetfulness. Strands of his mental strength were pulled out from his sea of consciousness. Like an invisible hand, it slowly wrapped around the refined beast core's energy. At the same time, he could feel the scorching and pure spiritual energy within the energy. The spiritual energy had lost its bindings and wanted to spread out in all directions, returning to nature. However, the mental strength could stop the spiritual energy from spreading and gather it together. Under the control of the mental strength, the spiritual energy was like a docile little sheep. As long as the mental strength moved, the spiritual energy would also move. It was obvious that the mental strength could control spiritual energy. A portion of his mental strength was also sent towards the beast core that had not been refined. The most violent and powerful fire attribute spiritual energy was located in the middle of the beast core. If he was the slightest bit careless, it would explode. As Ling Xiao roasted it with the fire, He tried to use his mental strength to attack the place where it was the most concentrated and split the spiritual energy out. That way he could shorten the time needed to refine the beast core and prevent the beast core from exploding. Ling Xiao's idea was undoubtedly bold, but it was also innovative. Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was much larger than an ordinary person's, and he had also cultivated the soul-controlling art for half a year. His mental strength was already higher than an ordinary third-grade alchemist's, and he could also sense the fluctuations of his mental strength. He could use his mental strength to attack, which was something that other alchemists could not do. Mental strength was an incorporeal and formless existence, so it was very easy for it to invade the interior of the beast core. Ling Xiao did as he thought. He condensed his mental strength into 5 small blades and began to cut the energy in the beast core, separating the energy into small pieces. The energy that was divided in this way was quickly refined and extracted. This process was repeated without end, and the large piece of beast core quickly became a ball of thick energy. Yuan Ping stared at the sweaty Ling Xiao, and his expression was very shocked. This was because he discovered that the heat in Ling Xiao's palms was not raised to the maximum. Instead, it was maintained at a balanced temperature and roasted slowly. The energy in his medicine cauldron was slowly divided. What shocked him the most was that the spiritual energy that was divided actually did not show any signs of dissipating. It was as if something was imprisoning it, causing it to stay in the medicine cauldron. Impossible, how did he do it? Yuan Ping's heart was in turmoil as he muttered in his heart. Even though Ling Xiao controlled his mental strength to break down the beast core, the consolidation of the beast core consumed a lot of mental strength. Just as the beast core was about to be completely broken down, his mental strength became insufficient. If this continued, he was afraid that even the mental strength that was wrapped around the spiritual energy would be used up. This way the spiritual energy would lose its binding and completely dissipate. Ling Xiao realized the situation and hurriedly pulled back the last bit of mental strength he had left. His hands immediately flew up and shot out streams of fire dragons onto the medicine cauldron. Unfortunately, he was only a middle-level mystic cultivator, and his profound energy also showed signs of not being able to continue. Immediately he swallowed a few chi returning pills. Now that the 3 parts returning essence technique second stage channel opening was almost complete, breaking down and absorbing the pill was only a matter of time. With the replenishment of energy, Ling Xiao gathered all the profound energy in his palms and activated a strong flame to envelop the medicine cauldron. Bang! The last bit of energy in the beast core was refined. Condense for me. Ling Xiao gave a loud shout and used the last of his mental strength to gather the essence of the spirit grass and the energy of the beast core together. His hands formed a series of complicated hand seals, and finally covered the medicine cauldron with his palms to suppress the spirit power that was about to spread. However, the spiritual energy of a third-level pill was extremely strong. It was not something that Ling Xiao could suppress. Boom. Once again there was the shocking sound of the cauldron exploding. Xiao air. Ling Tsang, who was on the viewing platform, couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Zhan and his wife, who were on the periphery, also clenched their hands tightly together. They knew how scary the explosion of the cauldron was. Even a middle-level spirit master like Master Yuan would be injured, and Ling Xiao was only a middle-level mystic cultivator. Under such a strong explosion, the odds were against him. They could only place their hopes on the Grand Elder, who was in mid-air. However, the Grand Elder who was in mid-air wasn't very worried about Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao could use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to withstand the power of the explosion. Moreover, even if he was worried about Ling Xiao, there was nothing he could do because he had to use his spiritual energy to control the area of the explosion and not let it affect the other disciples of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was tattered like a beggar's. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die and felt sorry for Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment they saw Ling Xiao bounce up from the ground. They didn't think that Ling Xiao wouldn't die from the explosion that was comparable to a full power attack from a spirit master. Moreover, he couldn't stand up. This was too hard for them to accept. They could accept that Yuan Ping was injured by the explosion but didn't die. After all, Master Yuan was a middle-level spirit master, and a high-level mystic cultivator would probably die on the spot. However, Ling Xiao was only a middle-level mystic cultivator and was only injured by the explosion. This was too unbelievable. Damn it. I almost died. Ling Xiao cursed and threw a few more pills into his mouth. Then he walked towards the cauldron. They saw that there were 2 dazzling elixirs where he had placed the medicine cauldron. The fire attribute spiritual energy was scorching hot, and everyone in the surroundings could feel it. Are these third-level pills? There's no mistaking it. 2 fire attribute pills. I must wait for them. I want them too. I'll fight whoever dares to fight with me. The fire attribute elders of the Ling family, as well as some clan leaders and elders of the previous generation, all went crazy as if they were possessed. They all stood up and rushed towards the 2 pills. All of you sit back down. The Grand Elder's voice rang out in the air like a large bell. It made the elders and clan leaders who had lost their minds stop and obediently return to their seats. They had almost forgotten that the Ling family still had a king-level super expert. If they dared to act recklessly, they would probably go to hell in an instant. Ling Xiao picked up the 2 pills and felt the warm feeling. He actually had an urge to swallow the pills. I actually succeeded. Haha, this young master is now a 3rd-level alchemist. Ling Xiao threw his head back and laughed heartily after storing the pills. Although he was in a sorry state, no one mocked him. Instead, they all looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. It was unknown who was the first to be shocked by Ling Xiao's heroic expression, but they couldn't help but respectfully call out, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling! Greetings, Grandmaster Ling! Greetings, Grandmaster Ling!" The patriarchs and elders of the smaller families bowed to Ling Xiao and called out to him. The rest of the Ling family's elders also stood up and bowed respectfully. At this moment, all of the Ling family's disciples became proud and arrogant. They all bowed to Ling Xiao at the same time. After a few hundred years, the Ling family finally had a 3rd-level alchemist. This meant that the Ling family would once again welcome a new peak. Chapter 150. Yuan Ping looked at the 2 3rd-grade dawn in Ling Xiao's hands and knew that he had lost this competition. Moreover, he had lost completely. He thought that after many years of alchemy, with his dedication to alchemy, he had reached the 2nd-grade realm. In recent years, he had always felt that he could try to refine 3rd-grade dawn. As long as he could refine a 3rd-grade dawn, he would be considered to have truly stepped into another realm and truly become a respected alchemy grandmaster. The reason why dawn below the 3rd grade could only be described as rank was because they were not qualified to be ranked and could not be called spirit dawn. Therefore, as long as he could refine a 3rd-grade dawn, it would represent a leap in status and he would be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of alchemy. Today, in order to convince this newly advanced alchemist, he used a portion of 3rd-grade dawn that he had collected over the years and began his first attempt to refine a 3rd-grade dawn. Based on his many years of experience in alchemy, he had a 70% chance of success, which was why he was giving it a try. In the end, because the energy fluctuations from the dawn were too great, the cauldron was destroyed. Fortunately, it was condensed into a semi-finished dawn. Even if it was a semi-finished dawn, it could barely be considered as a 3rd-grade dawn. He thought that he had a certain chance of winning. He absolutely did not believe that the 18-year-old Ling Xiao in front of him had the ability to refine a higher-ranked dawn than him. However, this time he was wrong. Not only did Ling Xiao choose to refine a 3rd-grade dawn like him, but he also successfully refined 2 3rd-grade dawn. Although he still did not know the effects of the 2 dawn, this already proved that he had lost completely. Grandmaster Ling, what kind of dawn did you refine? Yuan Ping respectfully asked Ling Xiao. At this moment, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a person of the same generation as him. The one who had reached the peak was the teacher. No matter how old Ling Xiao was, Ling Xiao's identity as a 3rd-grade alchemist was enough for him to treat any big shot in Meteorite City as an equal. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Fire attribute Spirit-breaking Dan. Spirit-breaking Dan. Yuan Ping's heart trembled. Obviously he had heard of this dawn before. The others had never heard of it. In Meteor City, a 3rd-grade medicinal pellet was rarely seen in hundreds of years. None of them knew what the effects of this spirit-breaking pellet were, but they all believed that its effects must be quite amazing. At this time, the Supreme Elder flew back to his seat and said to Ling Xiao, "Brat, tell me what effect this pill has." As soon as these words came out, everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Everyone wanted to know the effects of this spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao nodded at the Grand Elder and said, "This is a fire attribute spirit-breaking pill, a grade 3 pill. Fire attribute spirit masters can break through a small stage if they consume it." As soon as these words came out, everyone cried out in alarm. The fire attribute elders on the viewing platform all revealed greedy expressions as they stared at the pill in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Qin, who was next to the Supreme Elder, was even more anxious. He thought to himself, no matter what, I have to get this spirit-breaking pill, even if I beg for it. Ling Chen had been at the peak of the Spirit Master level for many years. If he could get his hands on this spirit-breaking pill, it would definitely increase his chances of breaking through to the king level. As long as he could break through to the Spirit Master level, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. How could he not be anxious? After pausing for a moment, Ling Xiao then said, of course this isn't the only effect of the spirit-breaking pill. This time, everyone became even more anxious. They were all excitedly waiting for Ling Xiao to tell them about the other effect of the spirit-breaking pill. Lone Eagle, come here. Ling Xiao had a smile that was like a spring breeze on his face as he called Lone Eagle over. This time Lone Eagle was even more respectful as he knelt in front of Ling Xiao and said, Lone Eagle is here. Please instruct me, young master. Right now Lone Eagle was completely loyal to Ling Xiao. Ever since he had chosen to follow Ling Xiao, he had been won over by Ling Xiao's methods and resourcefulness. Moreover, Ling Xiao had given him the black Ganoderma, which allowed him to break through to the peak of the mystic realm. He had also given him the Yin Wind Grass, which allowed him to reach the peak of the mystic realm. This allowed him to condense a bit of Yin Wind Qi. Under the same level it was difficult for him to meet a match. He knew that everything he had now was thanks to the young master. Without the young master, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to have his current achievements. It could be said that the young master treated him like a master and servant, and even more like a friend. The young master didn't treat him as a servant at all. However, he knew his own position. He could only continue to follow the young master. His end was definitely not limited to this. Today he had once again witnessed the young master become a rank 3 alchemist. In his heart he worshipped the young master even more. The reason why he had knelt in front of Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the hall was completely to express his unwavering loyalty and determination towards Ling Xiao. At the same time he was also glad that he had made the choice back then. Take this. Ling Xiao took out a pill and handed it to Lone Eagle. This. Lone Eagle doesn't dare. Lone Eagle hesitated and lowered his head, not daring to take the rank 3 pill. He wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would harm him. Rather, he felt that he didn't deserve to take this rank 3 pill. One had to know how precious a rank 3 pill was. If this pill was placed in the family, who knew how many people would fight for it? Elder Ling, why don't you give it to me? I can use anything to exchange for it. Ling Chen couldn't wait to cry out. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Chen and faintly said, Elder Chen, what do you have to exchange for this pill? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Chen was momentarily speechless. He hadn't even said his bargaining chip when another elder of the previous generation from a small family exclaimed, Master Ling, our Qin family will use 10 high tier 2 weapons and 10 high tier 2 spirit herbs to exchange for it. What do you think? Elder Qin, this is a disgrace to a rank 3 pill. I can't believe you still have the nerve to say this. Our Shui family will use 20 high tier 2 spirit herbs, 2 low tier 3 spirit herbs, and 2 low tier mysterious crystals. The Shui family's patriarch said straightforwardly. Mysterious crystals. Everyone heard the Shui family's patriarch's words and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who didn't know that mysterious crystals were extremely rare in Meteor City? Every low-tier mysterious crystal was worth no less than a low-tier 3 spirit herb. Who would have thought that the Shui family's patriarch would even call out mysterious crystals for a rank 3 pill? In a remote and backward city like Meteor City, mysterious crystals were too rare. Ling Tsang, who was standing to the side, wanted to agree on behalf of Ling Xiao. Their Ling family only had a dozen or so mysterious crystals. After destroying the Lilan family, they only had a dozen or so mysterious crystals. Adding everything up, they only had around 30 mysterious crystals. 30 mysterious crystals wasn't a lot. Every time an elder broke through, they would request for mysterious crystals to absorb energy to help them break through. These 30 mysterious crystals were just a drop in the bucket. But now, the Shui family's patriarch was willing to exchange mysterious crystals for a rank 3 pill. How could he not be tempted? Our Zhong family will use 25 high tier 2 spirit herbs, 3 low tier 3 spirit herbs, and 2 low tier mysterious crystals. Another elderly Zhong family's previous generation elder said in a deep voice. Following that, more people began to call out their starting prices, hoping to obtain the spirit-breaking pill in Ling Xiao's hands. I offer 50 high tier 2 weapons, 5 low tier 3 spirit herbs, and 3 mysterious crystals. Li Yu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but call out. He himself was a fire attribute spirit master, but he had been stuck at the middle level for many years. Because he had always focused on crafting, his cultivation was much slower. If he could obtain this spirit-breaking pill and become a high-level spirit master in one go, he naturally didn't want to let it go. After Liu said this, all the other families were too embarrassed to call out anymore. They weren't as rich as Liu, but their eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. "First elder, I beg you. You must get 14th elder to give me a spirit-breaking pill." Ling Chen wasn't as rich as Liu, so he couldn't help but put down all his dignity and kneel before the Grand Elder. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. This old thing was too shameless. He actually cried to the Grand Elder. No wonder people said that alchemists were all so rich that they could take advantage of others. They would all become the targets of the large families. Just a single level 3 pill was enough to make these spirit masters go crazy. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong the appeal of famous alchemists was. "All of you stop arguing. Let's see what Xiao Heir has to say first," the Grand Elder said indifferently. To be honest, he really felt proud and happy for Ling Xiao. It was as if he could already see how glorious Ling Xiao's future achievements would be. Ling Xiao looked at the patriarchs and elders bidding and revealed a smile. He immediately said, "Everyone, don't fight here. I don't plan on selling these 2 pills." When Ling Xiao said this, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. So it was only them who were willing to bid here. Ling Xiao then said, "However, if you can prepare 2 sets of spirit herbs for me, I can also help you refine them." When he said this, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. However, no one felt excited. After all, they all saw that the level 3 spirit herbs Ling Xiao took out were extremely rare. There was also a level 3 beast core. Who knew how long it would take to gather 2 sets of spirit herbs? "Duing, take this." Ling Xiao once again took out the pill and said to Duing, "Young master, I?" Duing didn't dare take it. He was afraid that the spirit masters sitting above would glare him to death. Everyone paid a huge price to obtain a spirit-breaking pill, but his young master wanted to give it to him. He really didn't know what to do. "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. I already said that the Mystic Knight rank isn't your limit. If you don't want it, then I'll give it to someone else," Ling Xiao casually said. Duing was so excited that his hands trembled. He took the spirit-breaking pill. He felt that this pill would give him even more power, allowing him to squeeze into the ranks of Meteor City's top experts. Lung Shi, who was standing not too far away, felt envious of Duing. If he had met Ling Xiao earlier, then this pill might have belonged to him. When he thought of this, he stealthily made up his mind. Following Ling Xiao might be his best choice in this life. Under everyone's murderous gazes, Duing took the spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao quickly distanced himself from him. Everyone on the viewing platform stood up and stared at Lone Eagle, who was sitting cross-legged. The entire audience was silent. No one made a sound. Chapter 151. The inner courtyard of the Ling clan was quiet, and occasionally the sound of the wind could be heard. All of the top experts in Meteorite City were staring at Lone Eagle, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the field. Lone Eagle, who had taken the 3rd-grade spirit-breaking pill, entered a meditative state. The aura in his body gradually rose, and a strong fire-attributed aura surrounded him. This aura advanced rapidly, and Lone Eagle quickly reached the mystic realm. Then a shocking change occurred in his body, and his dark force quietly transformed into a fiery red spiritual force. Not long after, all of his dark force was replaced by spiritual force, and his aura suddenly strengthened by more than 10 times. The surrounding spiritual force enveloped him, and a powerful aura began to spread out with him as the center. The parents and elders on the spectator stand realized something, and everyone's mouths were wide open. Ling Xiao still had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had already expected this to happen. Lone Eagle, who was meditating, completely forgot about his surroundings, and only knew to enjoy the pleasure of breaking through. The spiritual force in his body continuously washed through his meridians, and the hidden injuries left behind in the mountain range were also cleansed by the spiritual force. His body seemed to have been reconstructed, and he could feel the energy in his body surging. After an unknown amount of time, Lone Eagle suddenly opened his eyes and leaped into the air. "Ah, I broke through." Lone Eagle laughed wildly. The Spirit Master level was a level that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Now he had actually reached it, and he was only 35 years old. In Meteorite City, There were probably not many people who broke through to the Spirit Master level at this age. Yet he had truly become one of them. This really made him overjoyed. The Ling clan disciples below began to discuss in low voices again. What did he break through? You're so stupid. Of course he broke through to the Spirit Master realm from a high-level mystic disciple. It can't be. Is it that easy to break through to the Spirit Master realm? I don't know either. It should be because of the pill that 14th Elder gave me. It's too heaven-defying. If 14th Elder gave me one, I would be willing to follow him for the rest of my life. Lone Eagle landed on the ground once more and knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. He bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, young master." Once upon a time, this youth before him had told him that the Mystic Night realm wasn't his limit. Today it was precisely his words that proved his words. Other than offering his life to the young master, he already couldn't use words to express his gratitude. Ling Xiao smiled, "Get up, this is what you deserve." Half a month ago, when the Li and Lan families had come to invade, Lone Eagle had resolutely turned back to help the Ling family kill their enemies. This already proved that Lone Eagle was worthy of Ling Zhao's recognition. He had never been stingy with his own people. "Yes, young master," Solitary Eagle respectfully replied and quickly retreated. Yuan Ping immediately walked over and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Master Ling is truly a genius in the alchemy world. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority." Ling Xiao returned the greeting. "Master Yuan is too humble, I was just lucky. The spirit-breaking pill is truly worthy of being a third-rank pill. It can allow a high-level mystic knight to break through to a low-level spirit master in one go, and it's also very stable. What a good item. I wonder if Master Ling wants to sell this spirit-breaking pill?" Yuan Ping asked Ling Xiao. Yuan Ping was also a fire attribute martial artist, so the fire attribute spirit-breaking pill would be very beneficial to him. When the people on the viewing platform heard Yuan Ping's words, they all became anxious. Li Yu immediately rushed down from the platform and shouted, "Brother Yuan, don't even think about my spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao is my adopted grandson, so his spirit-breaking pill belongs to me." On the other side, Ling Qin also impatiently rushed over and shouted, "14th Elder, you should let me use your spirit-breaking pill first. If you need my help in the future, I won't even frown." The effects of the spirit-breaking pill had already appeared, forcibly raising a high-level mystic knight to a spirit master. If it really was as Ling Xiao said, it could also raise a spirit master's realm by a small level. Right now there was only one spirit-breaking pill, and if they didn't fight for it, it would be gone. "There's only one pill left, Master Yuan. You're an alchemist, so you can refine it yourself in the future. Grandpa Li, you're my grandfather, and Elder Qin is an elder of the Ling family. Who do you think I should give it to?" Ling Xiao said with difficulty. "Of course you should give it to me," Li Yu and Ling Qin said at the same time. "Master Li, you're our Ling family's elder and my seniority is higher than yours. You should give it to me, the previous generation's elder, first." Ling Qin used his status to pressure Li Yu. "So what if your seniority is higher than mine? Your realm is also higher than mine, so it would be a waste for you to take the spirit-breaking pill. Why don't you give it to me and I'll give you a third-stage fire attribute spirit grass?" Li Kong said without giving in. "Bullshit, I only want the spirit-breaking pill. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for falling out with you." Ling Qin was already forced to this point, so he didn't care about his face anymore. Even if he had to fight for it, he had to get the spirit-breaking pill. Li Yu was not to be outdone, and he shouted with his eyes wide open, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" In an instant the two of them were about to start fighting. "Enough, you two. If you keep arguing, there won't be any left for you," the Grand Elder shouted from above. Ling Qin and Li Yu were suppressed by the Grand Elder's aura, and neither of them dared to argue anymore. Ling Xiao smiled, then said to Yuan Ping, "Master Yuan, from now on you're our Ling family's elder. I'll be going to the Purple Sky sect in half a month. If Master Yuan has time, we can discuss alchemy together." Hearing this, Yuan Ping was overjoyed and immediately replied, "That would be great." There was nothing more interesting than alchemy for Yuan Ping. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, it seemed that he wanted to discuss alchemy with him, and this couldn't be better. Although he had been alchemy for more than 20 years, he was still a teacher. Since Ling Xiao was able to successfully refine a third-stage pill, this Tenbin was naturally much better than him. Of course, he was happy to be able to discuss alchemy with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said to Ling Tsang, "Patriarch, it's getting dark. Can you let everyone go back first?" Ling Tsang knew that it was best not to let anyone else know about what was going to happen next, so he immediately dismissed all of the Ling family's disciples. As for the other patriarchs and elders, they also knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let them have the pills, so they could only sigh in their hearts and bid farewell to Ling Tsang and the others. However, they all knew that the Ling family's position in Meteorite City was irreplaceable. In the future, they could only try to get closer to the Ling family, and at the same time, see if there were any outstanding women in the family who would be suitable to be Ling Zhao's concubine. Luo Xiangming was also about to bid farewell, but his wife Mo Hongmei brought Luo Qingxuang to Ling Tsang and asked, "Patriarch Ling, my Shuanger and Master Ling are in love. When do you want Master Ling to marry my Shuanger?" As soon as Mo Hongmei said this, Luo Qingxuang's face turned red, and she didn't dare to look at anyone else. Luo Xiangming on the other hand thought to himself, "Madam still has a way." Of course Ling Tsang knew what Mo Hongmei meant. Now that the Ling family was powerful and his grandson Ling Xiao had become a hot commodity, they naturally didn't want others to beat them to it. Ling Tsang smiled, "Madam Luo, I don't interfere with Xiaoer's business. As long as he agrees, I have no problem." "That's good. I'll go find my grandson-in-law now. If he dares not to marry my granddaughter, I'll break his legs." Mo Hongmei of course knew that Ling Tsang was just being perfunctory, but since he had already said so, she didn't want to pester him any further. After all, as long as she went to settle things with Ling Xiao, it would be fine. If it didn't work out, then she would just have to push him down. After everyone left, the Ling family called for an emergency meeting of the patriarchs. The main purpose of this meeting was to decide who would get the spirit breakthrough pill in Ling Zhao's hands. With the Grand Elder personally in charge, no one dared to act rashly. Ling Qin and Li Su didn't like each other, and the other fourth elder, Ling Wei, was also very eager to get the spirit breakthrough pill. "Xiao, what do you plan to do with the spirit breakthrough pill?" Ling Tsang asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who was originally arranged to sit in the back, was now arranged to sit on Ling Tsang's right. Because of his reputation as a third-level alchemist, none of the elders dared to complain. Ling Xiao smiled, "Grandpa, what do you think I should do with it?" "This." Ling Tsang looked at Ling Qin and Li Su, not knowing how to answer. In fact, in his heart he wanted Ling Qin to obtain the spirit-breaking pill. After all, Ling Qin was a member of the Ling family. However, if he told Ling Qin directly, it would disappoint Li Su. Li Su was a consecrated elder and the only weapon forger in Meteor City. This was really difficult. "Grandfather, don't make things difficult for yourself. Just give this medicinal pill to Elder Qin," said Ling Xiao after a moment's consideration. Ling Qin excitedly stood up and said, "This is a good man of our Ling family. In the future, 14th Elder, please tell me what to do. I will definitely stand by your side." Li Su and the 4th Elder's faces turned ugly. "Of course I won't give it to you for free. If Elder Qin doesn't have one or two good things, I won't give it to you," Ling Xiao said. Concocting the spirit breakthrough pill cost a lot of level 2 spirit herbs, as well as 2 precious level 3 spirit herbs and a fire beast core. Even if it was his own family, he had to get back what he spent. "Of course, I still have 2 or 3 level 3 spirit herbs," Ling Qin agreed without hesitation. Then Ling Xiao turned to Li Kong and said, "Grandpa Li, you don't need to be sad. As long as you can give me a fire beast core, I will concoct another batch of spirit breakthrough pills. At that time, you and Uncle Li can have one each. However, Grandpa Li, you have to give me a few of your spirit herbs." Hearing this, Li Su's face lit up and he immediately asked, "You still have the spirit herbs to concoct the spirit breakthrough pill?" Ling Xiao admitted and nodded. Aside from the difficulty of obtaining level 3 spirit herbs, level 2 auxiliary spirit herbs could be purchased from the herb hall. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had 3 sets of the fire Lingji mushroom and the 1000-year red pip. It would not be a problem to refine a few more spirit-breaking pills. However, although he had fire attribute beast cores, they were all level 4 and above, which was too wasteful. That was why he asked Li Su to take out the fire attribute beast cores. He believed that Li Su should still have a fire attribute beast core. "Then Grandpa, I will thank you in advance. I will go back and get the beast core now," Li Su said excitedly. Ignoring the meeting, he immediately ran out of the inner pavilion and went home to get the beast core. Seeing that Ling Qin and Li Su each had their own gains, all the elders' minds became active. They all knew that in the future they had to curry favor with the 14th elder. Chapter 152. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the depths of the Ling family's inner courtyard, inside a stone room. Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. His dark force was constantly scouring the meridians in his body. His face kept changing colors, looking extremely strange. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao spent most of his time refining elixirs. The green medicine cauldron he got from Li Kong's forge was destroyed, so he had to use the obsidian cauldron he got from Old Ghost to refine elixirs. This obsidian cauldron was worthy of being called a heaven-grade medicine cauldron. When he condensed elixirs again, there was no explosion, and the quality of the elixirs condensed was much better than the day he competed with Yuan Ping. On one hand, he was becoming more and more skilled at refining elixirs. On the other hand, it was the effect of this obsidian cauldron. It could always restrain the spread of the elixirs, making the elixirs more round and perfect. After refining elixirs day and night, not only did Ling Xiao have more experience in refining third-grade elixirs, his mental power had also made a qualitative leap. Every time he used his mental power to split the elixirs, his mental power was almost completely drained. When it recovered, it was obvious that his mental power had increased again, and it was easier to control. Now, not only could Ling Xiao turn his mental power into needles, he could also transform it into palm, fist, knife, and other formless forms of attack. When he was fighting with someone, he only needed to use his mental power to blast the opponent's consciousness. Even if the opponent didn't die, they would be an idiot. Other than refining elixirs and gaining benefits from his mental power, the body's dark force was often drained. Every time he meditated to recover his dark force, there was also an obvious increase. The advantage of cultivating the 3 parts returning to vitality chi was that he could advance much faster than others. Now that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the mid-level mystic realm, he could break through at any time if he wanted. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to compress and purify the energy repeatedly and build a solid foundation. When the time came, he could break through in one go. This would also be of great benefit to his future cultivation. At this moment he was breaking through, but not to the mid-level mystic realm, but to the second stage of the 3 parts returning to vitality chi, channel opening. Of the 316 meridians, as long as the last 5 meridians were unblocked, he would be able to enter the third layer, the wide acupoint realm. The profound energy in Ling Xiao's dantian was constantly extracted and flushed towards the surrounding meridians. The 360 meridians that had been opened up were more than doubled in size. Every one of these meridians contained powerful profound energy. These profound energy provided Ling Xiao with an endless supply of combat power. With his current profound energy, he might not lose to the opponent even if he were to fight against a high-leveled profound cultivator. This was what made the 3 parts origin returning chi so powerful. Now the last 5 meridians had all been opened by Ling Xiao. He only felt that his whole body was calm, and the surging energy made him extremely intoxicated. The 365 meridians were like energy transmission channels, continuously nourishing Ling Xiao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and finally returned to his dantian. His dantian became more and more condensed, and the 5 colored halos circulating on its surface looked extremely magical. The second layer, open meridian, was already completed. From now on, Ling Xiao's ability to channel energy would become faster and faster, and this would be very beneficial to his advancement speed. After all, as the realm increased, the amount of energy needed would increase. Hence, the higher one went, the harder it would be to break through. However, the 3 parts origin returning chi solved this problem. For example, others needed 5 years to become a high-leveled profound cultivator, but he only needed a year or a year and a half to do so. This speed was several times faster than others. And following the breakthrough of the 3 parts origin returning chi, the benefits he would receive in the future were not limited to this. Since he had already opened meridians, next was wide acupoint. A human's body was like meridians with 365 meridians. There were chi meridians, death meridians, laughter meridians. Wide acupoint was similar to open meridian. As long as all the meridians in the body were filled up, it would be the time of completion. It looked as easy to break through as open meridian, but Ling Xiao knew that it would not be as easy as he imagined. The amount of energy needed should be several times more than open meridian. However, Ling Xiao was not anxious. He was still young. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, it should only be a matter of time before he reached the 9th level of the 3 parts origin returning chi. Regarding this, he had always been rather confident. After 7 days of seclusion, it was time for Ling Xiao to go out. In a few days, the people from the Purple Sky sect should arrive. He had to go out and settle some matters and prepare to move on to another goal. That beautiful figure made him feel as if he had not seen her for a long time. He could not help but miss her. After leaving the stone room, Ling Xiao first went back to take a bath. Then he went to Li Kong's house to bring the spirit-breaking pill over. He also asked Li Kong to help him forge another profound artifact. In any case, he already had the materials long ago. It was just that he had been focused on concocting pills, so he was not in a hurry to forge a profound artifact. Now that he had a fiery flame sword in his hand, forging another one was just to have something to rely on when he went to a large sect. Although Li Su was the Ling clan's guardian elder, he had absolute freedom to enter and exit. There were not many restrictions, so when he had nothing to do, he would still stay in his casting room. His son Li Yang had already recovered his health and was no longer tormented by the Yang poison. He was wholeheartedly immersed in refining, which made him feel very gratified. More importantly, Li Yang and a woman from the Ling family were in love. He believed that he would be able to give him a grandson very soon. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Zhao's visit made Li Su and his son extremely happy. "Grandpa Li, Uncle Li didn't disturb you, right?" Ling Xiao said politely. Even though he was already a third-grade alchemist, he would not be overbearing to others, not to mention his own people. "Hee, I was just talking to your Uncle Li about you. I didn't expect you to come just as we were talking about you." Li Su laughed heartily. "Uncle Li, your Yang poison hasn't flared up again, right?" Ling Xiao asked Li Yang, who was beside him. Li Yang smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you. I'm fine now." "Uncle Li is too polite. Alright, here are 2 spirit breakthrough pills. Consider it a token of filial piety from your godson to Grandpa Li." Ling Xiao said to Li Yang and then handed the spirit breakthrough pills to Li Su. Li Su excitedly received Ling Zhao's spirit breakthrough pills and immediately said, "Good, Grandpa Li really didn't misjudge you. In the future your name will definitely shake the world." Grandpa Li must be joking. "This little one was just lucky," Ling Xiao said modestly. In his heart, he felt that it was reasonable to accept Li Su's words. They chatted casually for a while, and then Li Su brought Ling Xiao to his storage room to choose his collection. Finally, Ling Xiao took 10 Tier 2 spirit grasses and 3 low Tier 3 spirit grasses from Li Su, as well as a few sets of high-grade Tier 2 soft armor, intending to give them back to someone. Anything that could be placed in Li Su's storage room was naturally good stuff, but compared to the 2 spirit breakthrough pills in his hands, it wasn't anything special. Even if Ling Xiao took everything from his storage room, Li Su wouldn't even frown. After leaving the storage room, Ling Xiao took out a piece of 1,000-year black profound iron and a beast core from his space ring. Li Su's eyes fixed on the 1,000-year black profound iron, his expression even more excited than when he saw the spirit breakthrough pills. This is 1,000-year black profound iron. In Ling Zhao's hands was the 1,000-year black profound iron that Li Su currently lacked the most. Although he was a third-order artifact refiner, it was difficult to refine a profound artifact without this material. Now that Ling Xiao suddenly took out such a large piece of 1,000-year black profound iron, how could he not be excited? "This time, I hope that Grandpa Li can help me forge a profound artifact," Ling Xiao said. "With this piece of 1,000-year black profound iron, there won't be any problems. Even if you want to forge another 10 profound artifacts, it will be enough." Li Su looked at Ling Zhao's piece of 1,000-year black profound iron with a burning gaze. "Then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Li. I want to get it before I go to the Purple Sky sect, is that possible?" Ling Xiao asked as he handed the 1,000-year black profound iron to Li Su. No problem at all. Xiao, thank you very much. This time your Uncle Li can also become a third-order artifact refiner." Li Su bowed to Ling Xiao. "Grandpa Li, aren't I doing this for you?" Ling Xiao hurriedly supported Li Su to stop him from bowing, but how could he stop Li Su, who was a spirit master? Ling Xiao had no choice but to accept his bow. Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from Li Su that Li Yang's artifact refining tenbin was even higher than his. It was just that Li Yang had always lacked 1,000-year black profound iron, so he was unable to complete a profound artifact. Thus he had always kept this matter in mind. Now that Ling Xiao was able to take out the 1,000-year black profound iron, it was undoubtedly a timely help, once again solving Li Su's problem. How could he not be grateful to Ling Xiao? "Xiao, don't worry. Li Yang will definitely forge a profound artifact for you in 3 days." Li Yang said passionately to the side. "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li. Alright, there's also this metal attribute beast core." Ling Xiao thanked Li Yang and handed the beast core to Li Yang. To refine a third-level profound artifact, a beast core was an indispensable main material. Xiao, keep this beast core. Previously, I bought a rhinoceros horned beast's carcass at the auction house. It just so happens that there's a metal attribute beast core in it. Now it's just come in handy. Liang said but did not take the beast core. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Ling Xiao also had an impression of that rhinoceros horned beast. Back then, it was auctioned at the Luo family's auction house. He really did not expect that Liang had always been thinking of forging a metal attribute profound artifact for him. This time, his favorable impression of Li Su and his father rose to another level. Ling Xiao did not argue anymore. After chatting with the father and son for about 2 hours, he returned to his family. He still had 2 spirit breakthrough pills in his hands, which were prepared for the Lung Shi siblings. Wei Dai was already his woman, so Lung Shi was naturally his brother-in-law. That day he had chosen to let Lone Eagle consume it, firstly to reward Lone Eagle for his loyalty, and secondly because he had enough materials to refine the spirit breakthrough pill, so he did not give it to Lung Shi. Since the Lung Shi siblings had chosen to follow him, naturally he would not treat them unfairly. Now that the Ling family was the dominant family, he believed that Lung Shi would not have any thoughts of betrayal. Nurturing him into a spirit master would also make the Ling family's influence stronger, and also allow his parents to have better protection. In the future, when he went to the Purple Sky sect, he did not know when he would return, so he did this to pave the way for his family. Lung Shi, who had obtained the spirit breakthrough pill, was naturally ecstatic. After repeatedly thanking Ling Xiao, he could not wait to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Wei Dai was happy for her brother, so naturally she could not help but reward Ling Xiao. Letting Ling Xiao display his masculinity in front of her could also be considered as the madness of parting. The two of them fought until the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark and the sky changed color. Chapter 153. The news that the Ling family had a third-rank alchemy master spread like wildfire. Meteorite City was once again bustling with noise and excitement. In Meteorite City, no one could not know who the Ling family master was, but no one could not know who Ling Xiao was. He was the legend and pride of Meteorite City. Even though it was a bit early to say this, he had already surpassed many legendary existences. He had once broken through to Mystic Realm at the age of 15 and became a rare genius in Meteorite City. After 2 years of silence, he quickly became a middle-stage Mystic Realm at the age of 18. Moreover, he defeated 4 people by himself in the family competition and won first place, shocking everyone. Now he suddenly gained another noble identity, Alchemy Master. He stepped over the oldest alchemist in Meteorite City, Yuan Ping, and became a third-rank alchemist in one go. Not only that, he also forcefully promoted his servant to Spirit Master in front of all the big shots in Meteorite City. This made everyone jealous. When the news reached the ears of the Mystic Realm experts, many people said, anyone would feel honored to be Master Ling's servant. Because being a servant to Ling Xiao meant that one could at least become a Spirit Master. These things even became a story about Ling Xiao in Meteorite City. Today, a group of mercenaries and independent adventurers were kneeling in front of the Ling family's courtyard. There were almost 100 of them. This scene was extremely grand. Every one of them was a man of iron blood, but they had been kneeling here for an entire morning. No one frowned and no passers-by dared to mock them. Those who knew the inside story all knew that these people were here to follow Master Ling. This was because Lone Eagle was originally an independent adventurer. It was because he followed Master Ling that he became a Spirit Master. No matter where, only those who became strong would be respected by others, who didn't desire higher power. Even if they became someone else's servant or even a dog, they wanted to become stronger. They wanted to be a servant worshipped by others like Lone Eagle. In the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house, a large group of women surrounded Meng Xiyun and passionately chatted about something. Little sister Xiyun, that daughter of mine is 18 years old today. She's the same age as your great Master Ling and she's very pretty. I'll send her over to be Great Master Ling's concubine, what do you think? Tsk, even that hot-headed sister of yours is pretty. My daughter is the one with the beauty of a heavenly fairy, and her breasts and buttocks are big enough. She's made for a son. Madam Ling, why don't you consider my daughter? My daughter is not bad either. It's fine even if she becomes Master Ling's servant. The women surrounded Meng Xiyun and chattered non-stop. Meng Xiyun felt dizzy from the words of these women. You should come over here. Meng Xiyun shouted towards the outside of the room. Godmother, what's the matter? Bayushi walked in slowly from outside. After Bayushi was taken by Ling Xiao, she appeared to be even more charming and alluring. He saw that she did not have a single trace of makeup on her face. She was pure and charming. Her body was graceful and graceful. Her skin was as smooth as ice and as smooth as jade. Ever since she cultivated the Water Moon divine art, her temperament had risen by more than a level. She was no longer as shy as before, and she now appeared to be full of confidence. "Come Yushi, come greet the madams. This is my Xiao'er's servant and also my goddaughter." Meng Xiun pulled Bayushi over to introduce her to the women. When the women saw the dazzling and beautiful Bayushi, they were so ashamed that they couldn't speak. They didn't expect that a maidservant would be so beautiful and alluring. They were all from small and medium-sized families in Meteorite City, and the daughters of their families were quite beautiful, but compared to this maidservant, they were a lot inferior. Bayushi's appearance made these women too embarrassed to stay any longer, so they hurriedly left. "Godmother, are they here to propose marriage for the young master again?" Bayushi asked Meng Xiun. "That's right, this is the third batch today. It's so annoying." Meng Xiun smiled. Although she said it was annoying, her heart was blooming with joy. How could she not be happy when her son was so popular? Who told the young master to be so outstanding? It's a pity that the young master has to go on a long journey. Otherwise, the young master could marry a few concubines. Bayushi was slightly sad. Meng Xiun took Bayushi's hand and lovingly said, "Silly child, are you unwilling to let the young master leave?" "Godmother, Bayushi was a bit panicked. She wanted to say something but she was interrupted by Meng Xiun. "You don't need to say anything. Godmother knows that Xiao is a bit of a playboy, but he's a good person. I'll be at ease with you taking care of him. However, his achievements in the future won't stop here, so you have to bear with him. Godmother will stand on your side." Meng Xiun softly patted Bayushi's hand. She already knew that Bayushi had a relationship with her son, but Bayushi was her nominal goddaughter. She liked Bayushi quite a bit, so she made it clear so that Bayushi wouldn't have any burden in her heart. At the same time, she hoped that Bayushi would be more tolerant. She felt that her son's future was limitless, and there would definitely be many women throwing themselves into his arms. She couldn't help him much as a mother, but she could help him deal with the women behind him. Bayushi was happy when she heard Meng Xiun's words. She was afraid that her godmother would think that she wasn't worthy of the young master. "Godmother, Yushi will be the young master's servant for the rest of my life. No matter how many women the young master marries, Yushi will take good care of him." "Don't worry," said Bayushi. "That's good." In the courtyard, Ling Xiao and Yuan Ping were chatting while sipping tea. "Master Ling, you're really born to be an alchemist. The insights you've just shared have really opened this old man's eyes," Yuan Ping said happily to Ling Xiao. Now he no longer treated Ling Xiao as a young brat. Instead, he treated him as a friend from the same generation, exchanging insights on alchemy with him. He admired Ling Xiao's alchemy tips very much. However, how could he have known that Ling Xiao had taken a few simple and commonly used words from the alchemy method, and explained them to him? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't tell this secret to Yuan Ping. Being able to tell him these tips would be of help to Yuan Ping in the future. Even until now, Ling Xiao still didn't know what kind of large sect the alchemy sect mentioned in the alchemy method was. However, just based on the alchemy method in his hands, it wasn't hard to imagine that the sect that was able to collect and create this scroll must be an extremely large existence. "This is just a humble opinion of mine. Master Yuan, you praise me too much," Ling Xiao said modestly. "Master Ling, there's no need to unduly belittle yourself. This old man has traveled before, and the number of alchemists who have reached the third rank are few and far between. Moreover, alchemists as young as Master Ling are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I'm afraid that even if Master Ling were to come to the Purple Sky sect, they would still have to treat you with respect," Yuan Ping said. He paused for a moment before asking, "May I ask, Master Ling, who did you teach your alchemy techniques to?" Yuan Ping really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao was able to reach the third rank so quickly. Aside from Tenbin's exceptional talent, he believed that he must have been taught by a high-ranked alchemist. Regarding my master, it's really inconvenient for me to reveal anything. I hope Master Yuan will forgive me," Ling Xiao replied. It was this old man's slip of the tongue. "It's just that I felt that Master Ling's fire manipulation palm technique seemed familiar, so I asked this question," Yuan Ping said. "Where have you seen Master Yuan before?" Ling Xiao asked. "That was 20 years ago. At that time, I was passing by a large city and just happened to see that alchemist competing with someone. That person used a fire manipulation palm technique that was similar to Master Ling's to refine pills. However, that alchemist's refining technique had already reached a stage where it was as pure as fire. His refining speed was extremely fast and it was truly rare in this world. That year, I was also indebted to that old man for a few pointers, and that was why I was fortunate enough to have today's achievements. Yuan Ping said faintly as he recalled the past. Could it be that that person was an alchemist from the alchemy sect? Ling Xiao was suspicious in his heart, but his expression didn't change as he said, perhaps it's a bit distant from that master of mine, or perhaps it's just a coincidence. I don't know. May I know which elder is an alchemist? Yuan Ping opened his palm and said with certainty, he's at least a 5th-rank alchemist. When I saw him compete with someone he was refining a 5th-rank pill. Ling Zhao's heart trembled. A 5th-rank alchemist. To be able to reach the 5th rank one had to at least be at the king level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use spiritual energy to condense pills. That would require a large amount of energy. Master Ling, there's no need to be so surprised. With Master Ling's Tenbin, I believe that in the future, you will also have the opportunity to reach that level. Yuan Ping looked at the surprised Ling Xiao and said, haha, who knows when that will be. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Yuan Ping said his goodbyes. After Yuan Ping left, Ling Xiao grabbed a bunch of grapes and began to eat. His heart was beating like a drum as he thought to himself, it's just the 5th level. I still want to reach the legendary level of Divine Apothecary. At this time the siblings Lone Eagle and Lung Shi walked over. Greetings, young master. The three of them respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. There are no outsiders here, no need to be so polite. Speak, what do you want? Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Lone Eagle and Lung Shi looked at each other. Lone Eagle took a step forward and said, young master, there are still 48 people kneeling outside. Will you accept them? Half of them are gone in just half a day. How impatient. Ling Xiao murmured and then said to Lone Eagle, let them in. Yes, young master. Lone Eagle's face turned into a happy expression. He nodded and walked out of the house. Not long after, Lone Eagle brought in the mercenaries and adventurers who were kneeling outside the Ling family's inner courtyard. When everyone saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt together and called out, Master Ling, please accept us as servants. These 40 people were all filled with an unruly aura and were all at the mystic realm. There were even 3 who had reached the high level of mystic realm. They had been kneeling since morning just to see Ling Xiao and beg Ling Xiao to accept them as servants. This was because they all desired to become stronger. In Meteor City, only Ling Xiao had the ability to make them stronger as quickly as possible. Lone Eagle and Lung Shi were the best examples. Chapter 154. Ling Xiao looked around at the 48 people. Almost all of them were between 35 and 45 years old. Only 5 of them were under 30 years old. Overall, they seemed a little old. This was the gathering of half of Meteorite City's mercenaries and adventurers. You all want to follow me, become stronger, and become spirit master experts like Lone Eagle and Cold Snake? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Yes, Master Ling, the 48 people answered at the same time. Then tell me, what reason do I have to accept you? Ling Xiao asked. The 48 people looked at each other, and a 40-year-old high-level mystic cultivator stepped forward and said, Master Ling, I can help you kill someone. As long as Master Ling wants to kill someone, I will kill that person even if I have to risk my life. Uncle, what is your name? Ling Xiao asked. Master Ling, I am Kanto, the middle-aged man replied. Kanto, do you think you are stronger than Lone Eagle? Ling Xiao asked back. This. Kanto was speechless. He could kill someone, but so could Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle was much stronger than him, so why would he want him to do it? Master Ling, I can do anything for you as long as you accept me as a servant, a skinny low-level mystic cultivator said. Okay, then kill yourself in front of me. Ling Xiao nodded. With that, the low-level mystic cultivator retreated guiltily and didn't dare to say anything else. It was true that he wanted to become stronger, but how could he become stronger without his life? For a moment, everyone was stunned speechless. They all felt that Master Ling was clearly making things difficult for them. At this time, a clear voice sounded, I can die for Master Ling. The one who walked out was a woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her voice was clear and melodious, and her figure was graceful. However, most of her face was covered by her hair, making it impossible to see her appearance. You can really die for me? Ling Xiao asked the woman with squinted eyes. Yes, Master Ling, the woman answered and didn't say anything else. She took out a cold blade and slashed at her neck without hesitation. Enough. Seeing that the cold blade was about to slash her neck, Ling Xiao stopped it and shouted. Although Ling Xiao spoke in time, the cold blade still cut her neck, and a few traces of blood flowed out. It was undeniable that if Ling Xiao had called out a little later, she might have really died in front of Ling Xiao. Come here. Ling Xiao waved at her. The woman sheathed her cold blade and walked towards Ling Xiao. Raise your face, Ling Xiao ordered. The woman's body trembled slightly and she raised her head. Ling Xiao brushed aside the hair that covered her face, revealing a few hideous scars. The woman's face was slashed with more than a dozen cuts. Her entire face was like the face of a ghost, hideous and frightening. Only her eyes were still clear and moving. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and asked, "What's your name?" "Others call me Gui Sanyang," the woman replied. At this time, the mercenaries and adventurers at the side changed their expressions. Obviously they all knew the name Gui Sanyang. "You stay," Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put down her hair. "Thank you, Grandmaster Ling." The woman knelt down and thanked him. Following that, Ling Xiao asked these mercenaries and adventurers some strange questions. In the end, he picked out 7 people with strong willpower and good potential to stay. The rest were not spared. These mercenaries and adventurers might be a decent force in Meteorite City, but their aptitudes were limited. At best, they could only serve as guards for the Ling family. Now that the Ling family had a grand elder holding the fort, no one in Meteorite City would dare to provoke the Ling family's prestige in the next 200 years. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to raise these people with little potential. The reason why he picked out 8 people was to plan for his future. After all, his vision was not limited to Meteorite City. The Xianling continent was vast and there were many experts. Meteorite City was only the most backward and remote city. When he roamed the continent in the future, he would need a group of loyal assistants. Therefore, these 8 people in front of him would become Ling Xiao's left and right arms in the future. In 3 days, I'll be going to the Purple Sky sect to become an outer disciple. I'll let you stay here for now, but I can't give you any benefits in a short period of time. But I'll give you 3 years to think about whether or not you're determined to follow me. During these 3 years, you'll serve as guards for the Ling family, and when you're free you'll cultivate. If you're still willing to stay with the Ling family after 3 years, then I'll give you what you want, Ling Xiao said to the 8 people in front of him. We swear to follow Grandmaster Ling until death. The 8 people knelt on one knee and swore. Good, you will definitely not regret this choice in the future, Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. These 8 people in front of him did not know that their choice to follow Ling Xiao would allow them to become the 8 powerful generals by Ling Xiao's side in the future and become famous in the Xianling continent. Ling Xiao ordered Lone Eagle and Leng Shi to temporarily lead the 8 people and let them act as the family's nurses. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. In 2 days it would be the day to leave Meteorite City. Ling Xiao went to the Great Elder's cultivation place at the back of the mountain. Now that the Great Elder had once again returned to his youth and advanced to the king level, his lifespan had greatly increased. Therefore he no longer guarded the profound skill pavilion like before. Instead, he sent another elder from the previous generation to guard it and use his time to cultivate. Great Elder, may I know why you called me here? Ling Xiao called out to the outside of the cave. Then the Great Elder walked out of the cave. His whole person seemed to be in high spirits. The day after tomorrow is the day you go to the Purple Sky sect? The Great Elder asked. Yes, Great Elder. Ling Xiao replied. Are there any reluctance to leave? The Great Elder asked. A little reluctance, but I want to leave even more. Ling Xiao replied firmly. Good, good. The Great Elder patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile, Since you can cultivate Xian Qi again, I feel that your mind has become more tenacious. That's why I chose you to be my successor disciple. But I didn't expect you to be so amazing in Tenbin. It seems that Meteorite City can no longer trap a dragon like you. Of course, don't you know whose disciple this young master is? Ling Xiao said flatteringly. Little rascal, I called you here today to tell you some things about the Purple Sky sect. Listen carefully, it will be good for your future. The Great Elder scolded lightly. Ling Xiao immediately became serious. Indeed, he didn't know anything about any sections. First, I'll tell you about the division of sections. First of all, let me tell you about the division of sections. In our continent, sects are divided into 9 ranks. Rank 9 is the lowest, and the higher the rank, the stronger it is. Rank 5 and above is a large sect and rank 2 and above is a super sect. Each large sect has its own definition, and in our Northwest, there are a total of 36 large sections. Among them, the Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among the 36 sects, and its strength is extremely powerful. It can be said that there are countless Shen scholars in the Purple Sky sect, and spirit masters can be seen everywhere. Listening to the great elder's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He had never thought that the Purple Sky sect would have such a great background that it actually had several king-level experts. It must be known that in Meteorite City, reaching the Shen Scholar realm was already considered an expert, and Spirit Master realm was already a peak expert. If the Great Elder hadn't broken through by luck, Meteorite City probably wouldn't even have a single king-level expert. It was no wonder that during the family competition, all the patriarchs and elders had been so respectful to the two elders of the Purple Sky sect. Their background was truly great. What kind of existence were king-level experts? As long as they sent one of them to Meteorite City, they would be able to slaughter all the families in Meteorite City. The Purple Sky sect has already been established for over 2,000 years. Our Meteorite City is under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. In the past, they would send people to Meteorite City every once in a while to select the elites of the younger generation to compete for the position of Outer Sect Disciple. It's just that every time they were selected, none of them were able to pass the Outer Sect Disciple test. As time passed, the Purple Sky sect gave up on coming to Meteorite City to select Outer Sect disciples. I just don't know why the Purple Sky sect has appeared again this time. It's really puzzling, said the Great Elder. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. He felt that this time it was Yun Mingqi who had fought for this opportunity for him. Don't worry Mingqi, sooner or later you'll be mine. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Mingqi's painstaking efforts, and he firmly thought in his heart. No matter what, the Purple Sky sect coming to Meteorite City to select Outer Sect disciples is also a good thing. This time, we'll see whether or not you can pass the selection and open a new path for our Meteorite City, said the Great Elder expectantly. That's natural. What's so difficult about a mere Outer Sect disciple test? I'll definitely pass smoothly, said Ling Xiao confidently. I also believe that you can do it. Even if your martial strength isn't enough, just your status as an alchemist is enough for the Purple Sky sect to treat you as an honored guest, praised the Great Elder. Then he continued, now that the internal and external troubles have been eliminated, it's time for me to travel around and see if I have the ability to take another step forward in this life. The old master is old but vigorous, of course there's no problem, said Ling Xiao. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for your drop of 10,000-year tree milk, I would have long since gone to see the King of Hell. In fact, when I was young, in order to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique and travel around, my entire body was left with many hidden injuries. This is also the reason why I've been unable to break through. Fortunately, when my lifespan was about to end, I chose you. You're destined to be my lucky star and also the lucky star of our Ling family. Indeed, if it weren't for Ling Zhao's drop of 10,000-year tree milk, he would have long since died. He had always been rejoicing in his heart that he had chosen such a good successor. Being praised by the Great Elder, even the thick-skinned Ling Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. He objected in his heart, thinking, I'm more like the lucky star of many beautiful women. After chatting with the Great Elder for half a day, Ling Xiao went to see his grandfather Ling Tsang. Naturally, he couldn't avoid chatting with him. This caused Ling Xiao to feel grateful towards these two elders. When he became stronger in the future, he absolutely couldn't forget this. Next, the appointed time with the Purple Sky sect deacon arrived. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.